Righty, good morning, everybody. The time is 9:10 a.m. We're going to call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. And just a quick reminder, Councilmember Arias will be joining us via Zoom, so all votes do need to be by roll call today. Councilmember Carbasi. Here. Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to ask everyone to stand at this time for the invocation, which will be led by Reverend Jose Sanchez from St. Anthony Mary Claret Church. And I'm going to ask everyone to remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Good morning, Reverend.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. I chose a reading from the book of Proverbs, and so let us pray. Listen, my sons, to a father's instruction. Pay attention and gain understanding. For I too was a son to my father, still tender and cherished by my mother. Then he taught me, and he said to me, take hold of my words with all your heart. Keep my commands, and you will live. Get wisdom, get understanding. Do not forget the words or turn away from them. Do not forsake wisdom, and she will protect you. Love her, and she will watch over you. Though it costs all you have, get understanding. Cherish her, and she will exalt you. Embrace her, and she will honor you. And so, Lord, we pray for our council members, our civil leaders, as they gather once again, that they may always have wisdom and understanding as they make decisions, that they may always be concerned for all the peoples of the city of Fresno, the poor, the rich, men and women, the old, the young. That wisdom may always be in their thoughts and in their hearts. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. The flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Reverend. City Clerk, do we have any changes to today's agenda?
We do have a few changes to the agenda. First off, the following corrections need to be read into the record. For consent calendar item 1D, file ID 231674, regarding the execution of implementing documents regarding the downtown Fresno infrastructure plan, staff has requested the following change to be read into the record. On numbered paragraph 2 on page 2 of the resolution, the words "and use" should be stricken. The sentence should read, "Council hereby authorizes and directs the city manager or designee to enter into agreements with the state of California to receive state funding for the purposes for which those funds are granted, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney." And the next correction to be read into the record is for consent calendar item 1P, that is file ID 231609, regarding approval of the First Amendment to the Professional Architectural Services Agreement with Temple Anderson Moore Architects, LLP. Staff has requested the following be read into the record. Following change. The First Amendment compensation identified in the First Amendment to the agreement for parts 3, 4, and 5 were incorrectly calculated. The correct First Amendment compensation for parts 3, 4, and 5 shall be: Part 3, construction document phase, 16%, $9,600. Part 4, bid support phase, 24%, $14,400. Part 5, construction and contract administration, 60%, $36,000. Total professional services fee, $60,000. And the following motion was requested to be read into the record, and I believe this is from Council Member Arias? Yes. So 1M, file ID 231578, regarding actions pertaining to funding provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Community Development, Office of Community Planning and Development. Councilmember Arias, who is online and attending under AB 2449, which he will give us some details about that momentarily, he has moves to approve staff's recommendation with the following changes. $785,494 for the Knight Avenue street improvements will not be reprogrammed. The remaining money will be reprogrammed, so first, $1 million is for reallocation assistance, and second, $794,635 is for land acquisition to develop affordable housing. Staff is directed to revise all documents as necessary before submitting to HUD. And next, the following items have been moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. First, 1E, that is file ID 231317, regarding approval of a consultant services agreement with Magellan Advisors for project design engineering for last mile broadband. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1J, file ID 231642, the resolution adopting Measure P, expanded access to arts cultural grant guidelines, moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell, Councilmember Arias, and Councilmember Chavez. Consent calendar item 1M, that is file ID 231578, regarding actions pertaining funding provided to the U.S. Department of Housing and Community Development, Office of Community Planning and Development, that was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Then we have consent calendar item 1P, that is file ID 231609, regarding the First Amendment to Professional Architectural Services Agreement with Temple Anderson Moore Architects LLP. This was moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell. We have consent calendar item 1Y, that is file ID 231625, regarding the service agreement with Kuchergan Farms Composting LLC. That was moved to contested consent by Council Member Chavez. And then we have consent calendar item 1BB, that is file ID 231604, actions pertaining to professional consulting services for active transportation plan update. That was moved to contested consent by Council President Maxwell. And on to the items that have been removed from the agenda. Item 1B, that is file ID 231576, the resolution amending certain designated positions which shall be the subject of the Conflict of Interest Code, was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to December 7th, 2023. 1I, file ID 231638, actions pertaining to the lease agreement between the City of Fresno and 747 R Street LLC. That was removed from the agenda by staff and tabled to December 7th. Consent calendar item 1DD, that is file ID 231645, resolution directing the city manager or designee to notify council of any delays to existing citywide and district projects caused by new public works or capital projects. That was removed from the agenda by Council President Maxwell and tabled with no return date. And finally, I need to announce that we did receive a request from an applicant on the 3:00 p.m. item, file ID 231508. This is the La Hacienda item. A request was received from the applicant to continue this item to December 7th. For the item to be continued, a council member would need to continue this item as part of the changes to the agenda. Otherwise, the item will be heard today at 3:00. Those are all the changes to the agenda I have received. And if I could real quick, we do have our translator in the audience, and she just quickly will tell the audience what she can do for them.
Good morning, my name is Laura Guerres. I am the interpreter in the Spanish language. If you need headsets, we'll be in the back. Mi nombre es Laura Guerres, soy la intérprete del idioma español. Si van a necesitar audífonos para escuchar esta junta en español, pasen por favor a la parte de atrás y allí les vamos a dar los audífonos. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to take it to my colleagues now to see if there's any further changes to the agenda at this time. Before we make those changes, I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Arias, who again is joining us virtually. Councilmember Arias, can you please discuss the nature of your absence today?
Thank you, Council President. I'm appearing remotely because of a child care or caregiving need of a child.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember.
Sorry, Councilmember, I got interrupted there. By a grandparent or parent that requires my urgent attention, and with that, I had to redirect my travels for my participation in the taxation assembly hearing yesterday in LA. So now find myself in the Dallas airport, where there are half a dozen or a dozen adults above the age of 18 that I'm not related to, in my presence in the lobby.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll now move on to additional changes to the agenda at this time. Go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
Just 2 items. 1J, I think, has already been pulled, and then
Correct.
1E to be pulled as contested consent, too.
That was 1E,
J and 1E is in Edward.
Edward. I believe that has been pulled already as well, but I will make a note that you would also like to speak on that matter. Councilmember Arias, any additional changes to today's agenda?
No, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Redefield?
No.
Councilmember Esparza? Council Vice President Perea? I have no additional changes myself. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Have a motion by Carbasi, second by Vice President Perea. Any opposition? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you take roll call? City Clerk, thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilmember Carbasi, second by Vice President Perea to approve the agenda as amended. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye, Council President, City Clerk, I want to confirm that it includes the approval of the consent item on CDBG with the revision.
Yes, I believe we'll add that back onto the consent calendar then with the amendment read into the record, City Clerk.
Can I get clarification which item that was? 1M?
1M as in Michael.
M as in Michael. Okay. M. So we're not moving that on contested
We'll leave that on consent with those amendments read into the record.
with the amendments. All right. So this vote is to approve the agenda as amended with 1M as amended as well. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
7-0.
Thank you very much. All right, that will bring us to today's ceremonial presentations. The first one is a proclamation for School Psychology Month. This one is sponsored by Council Member Carbasi.
Again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm Mike Carbasi, Councilman for Northwest Fresno, and we are here to celebrate something that we celebrated for the first time last year, and that's School Psychology Month. I'm going to be very brief with my comments. I'm just going to state when I was growing up in Northwest Fresno, times were different. We weren't lucky to have school psychologists at all of our school sites or have access to them. And I can tell you from what I've seen with a fiance who's a teacher in Fresno Unified, our kids go through very, very difficult challenges at home. And it's so nice to know that our society has taken a more hands-on approach so we can provide kids with the resources they need, especially the mental health resources they need to cope with the trauma they face every day, even just walking to school. So I'm so grateful to have you here. You're going to tell us a little bit more about CASP and what you do and all the psychologists that you represent. So thank you.
Thank you to you for doing this for the second year in a row. So Councilmember Carbasi has been an advocate for our entire field, and we just thank you and the rest of the City Council of Fresno. My name is Ashley Triple. I am the CVA CAST president. So we are a Valley affiliate of our State Association for California School Psychologists. We are the only state in the nation that has affiliates. because we are so large, and like Councilmember Carbasi said, we are growing in numbers rapidly because of the dire need for school psychologists. So we are the one individual on your campuses that is uniquely trained to help not just with academics, but with mental health, behavior, and social emotional areas as well. So our role is really integral for systems work as well as supporting individual students. So what we do is just really unique and very different than what you would expect or see from an administrator or a counselor or a teacher. So we work with all the stakeholders to make sure that your kids are safe and they're happy and they're thriving and their mental health needs are met. So if you know a school psychologist, please thank them. It is National School Psychologist Week last week, but thank you to the City of Fresno for proclaiming this School Psychologist Month. We're very grateful for the interest you've taken in what we do as educators and mental health support providers for our students. We, again, thank the City of Fresno, but throughout the Central Valley, those are the psychologists we represent. So it's almost 300 school psychologists, and we span from Merced to about Fowler for our Valley affiliate. We're Region 3. So again, if you know a school psychologist, please thank them for all their hard work. It's a stressful job, but we love doing it.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. And I wanted to mention Trustee Susan Wittrop is also wasn't able to be here today. Unfortunately, she had a conflict, but she is a retired school psychologist who's now a board member for Area 7 at Fresno Unified, and she just wanted to say she gives you guys her full support. So, Clerk, if you'd read this into the record, I'd appreciate it.
Whereas children and youth learn best when they are healthy, supported, and receive an education that enables them to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And whereas schools can more effectively ensure that all students are able to learn when they meet the needs of the whole child and provide integrated, multi-tiered support. And whereas children's mental health is directly linked to their learning and development, and the learning environment provides an optimal context to promote good mental health through connectedness within the school and community. Whereas positive educational and social outcomes for all children and youth are possible only in a society and schools within it that affirm and value the diversity of each child. And whereas school psychologists take steps to foster a school climate that is supportive, inclusive, safe, accepting, and respectful towards all persons. And whereas sound psychological principles are integral to instruction and learning, school safety, social and emotional development, prevention, early intervention, and support of culturally diverse student populations. And whereas school psychology has more than 60 years of well-established, widely recognized, and highly effective practice and standards that are clearly articulated in NASP's model for comprehensive and integrated school psychological services. And whereas school psychologists are specially trained to foster and deliver in the school and community a continuum of mental health services and academic supports that lower barriers to teaching and learning. And whereas school psychologists help children thrive by nurturing their individual strengths across both personal and academic endeavors. And whereas school psychologists are trained to assess student and school-based barriers to learning and individual strengths, utilize data-based decision-making, implement research-driven prevention and intervention strategies, and evaluate outcomes and improve accountability. And whereas the City of Fresno should recognize the vital role that school psychologists play in personal and academic development of our city's children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby recognize the month of November 2023 to be School Psychology Month in the City of Fresno.
All right, next up is a celebration for the Department of Public Works Transportation Award, sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Good morning, everyone. I think at our last meeting, after the lunch hour, I was able to make a quick announcement about these awards because the luncheon had just occurred, but wanted to do something more formally to recognize all of the efforts You want to do the honors, Mayor? You want me to do it? Okay, okay. As we discussed, the American Public Works Association had an awards luncheon a couple weeks ago, and some staff and the city Capital Projects and Public Works Department were awarded some pretty significant awards. So I want to start with Public Works Project of the Year for APWA, transportation less than $5 million. An honorable mention for the Public Works Department and Capital Projects Department for the Pathway to Play Polk and Gettysburg Avenue improvements. Congratulations, team. Next award, Public Works Project of the Year, APWA, transportation greater than $75 million. The winner, Public Works Department's capital projects for the Veterans Boulevard 99 Interchange and Corridor project. So one of the largest projects, if not the largest project in the city's history, close to it. Is it the largest, Veterans? Yes, on the transportation side, that's the largest transportation project in the city of Fresno's history. So congratulations, team, well done. Next one, Fresno International Transportation Innovation Summit, PEDAL 2023, Outstanding Complete Streets Project Award for the Fresno Complete Streets Project on Wishon Avenue. Winner, Public Works, Jill Gormley. Congratulations, Jill. Yep. Next one, last one, Fresno International Transportation Innovation Summit, PEDAL 2023, Outstanding Professional in the Public Sector Award. Winner was Jill Gormley. So congratulations. Truly, I think this shows the level of competency and professionalism of our team in both capital projects and public works. As we know, we have had a tremendous amount of money dropped from heaven for us. And also, you know, the Biden administration and Governor Newsom have been very gracious in their award of funds to the city of Fresno. And that's an amazing thing, but it also puts a tremendous amount of work and pressure on these teams. And they have done everything they can to rise to the occasion, so we're very, very proud of them. So congratulations. I'm going to hand it to the mayor to say a few words.
Yeah, I couldn't be more proud of our Public Works Department, our capital projects. They, you know, recently we split them up. We had Public Works, and then we had so many capital projects, we had to split them up. Now we have a team of about 140 in our capital projects. And so we have about $1.6 billion over the next 3.5 years of capital projects that are going to be occurring in the city, from grade separations to you name it. And even in our parks department, the number of projects we have has gone up exponentially. So very proud of them. It is hard. Randall Morrison, who's now over the capital projects department, and Scott Mosier, longtime veteran over Public Works. I couldn't be more proud of them. And then Miss Complete Streets, Joe Gormley, and all the bicycle lanes and all the things you do with road diets and all the stuff to make our city safer. I couldn't be more proud of you. Thank you.
So let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Scott, Randall, do you want to say anything? You're good? Okay, the men of few words and lots of work. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right. Picture. Sorry. All right, Stephen.
All right, congratulations again, everybody. Next up, we have Fresno Animal Center presents Pet of the Month, sponsored by Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Okie dokie. Here we are. We have little Cleo, right?
Oh my gosh. I'm taking Cleo home.
You want to talk, Mayor? You want me to? Go ahead.
I might start crying. Cleo is a female 3-month-old terrier mix. Has a sweetest little pout and fiery little personality. She's currently serving her stray hold period. And if she's not reclaimed, she will be available for adoption in over the next few days. And you know, we often have young puppies at our animal center and enter our care, and then are in need of a foster home or a permanent home. So I will turn the mic over to you, and then I'm going to hold Cleo.
Yes, so like we mentioned, we do have a lot of young puppies that enter our care, and oftentimes they are too young to be in the kennel environment on their own. So we always ask for fosters. We always have a need for fosters. If you're interested in becoming a foster with us, or if you're interested in adopting Cleo, please visit us at 5277 East Airways Boulevard at the Fresno Animal Center. We are closed today, but we are normally open every day from 10 to 4. Thank you.
Okay, Cleo, almost ready for adoption. Any takers? Thank you, team. Thank you, council. Oh, he's not going to give her up.
Good luck, Cleo. Next up, we have council member reports and comments. We'll start with council member Karbasi.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's gonna be hard to come off the heels of Cleo. Okay. Couple of kudos to give out. Parks Department last night. Thank you so much. I don't know if Director Aguirre's here for being there. Summer Rooks. She's a star on your team. She did such a great job. We're talking about the Herndon Overlook. We got a $1.2 million allotment in the last budget to improve the overlook, and it's going to happen. This is fantastic. So residents can view the river and use the park and have an improved park space out there. Great job to staff. More kudos for Public Works. Our seven-week concrete repair project. This is a period of time where we focus on one block in every district. This year, it's year 3 of focusing on the Logan Park neighborhood. We've really tried making a lot of improvements. That was the really only park in Northwest Fresno when I grew up, and now we're fortunate to have so many more. But we got to give TLC to one of our most established parks. So this is the next phase of concrete and curb and gutter repairs out there. Thanksgiving's coming up. So for folks, I just want to wish them a very happy holiday. I know that these can be trying times for folks. That's why we've partnered. I know some of my colleagues are doing this as well, but we continue to partner with Clovis Unified and Pinedale and Nelson Elementaries for Operation Gobble. This is our 4th year. We're working with the Assistance League. On Monday, we'll be prepping the boxes, and on Tuesday, giving out 400 boxes with turkeys and trimmings and all the things you'd need to make your own meal, because difficult times shouldn't take away the ability for folks to be able to celebrate a holiday together. We should all be able to have that experience, especially our kids. So the vouchers have been given out to Marjorie Mason Center, Pinedale and Nelson Elementaries, National Guard, and a few other nonprofits we work with. And I believe those have been distributed. So we will look forward to seeing the families out there on Tuesday. Last thing I want to say, there's a lot happening, but we're going to keep this short. More kudos to Public Works, Administration, the council, everybody. Veterans Boulevard, this is a very, very big deal. It is opening next week. If you live in the West area, you're forgotten no more. This is going to make it so much easier to travel from Northwest Fresno, because our district is cut in half, to be able to go across over Golden State, over high-speed rail, over the rail lines, over the 99, and get to the West area and back. So the work has been amazing. Because we managed it, it got done. It was city managed. So I'm so excited. I remember when I first was elected, I said I was going to complete it. We got that last build grant, and Scott and Randall, I don't know if Scott's here. Oh, and Jill, you guys done a great job. This is a big deal, so thank you so much. And that's my report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick update. Yesterday, I attended the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee for the California Assembly to discuss the point of origin taxation model changes that they're trying to seek. Of note, the last bill that was passed by the legislature was vetoed by the governor, but there's another clear attempt to change the process for point of origin taxation, which would have a tens of millions of dollars impact to the city of Fresno if it's changed from the current status. At least more than $30 million annually would be at risk for the city if they change the system that we've been operating under. So just a heads up to those who represent us in the League of Cities. The League of Cities Managers Committee has been developing some recommendations, and I would ask that we follow them closely. And thank you to Kelly and the Mayor's office for their support as we prepared for their public testimony that we gave yesterday. With that, thank you again to the Tower community for showing up to the bike giveaway. We gave away more than 100 helmets to kids in partnership with Council Vice President Pereira's office. And thanks again for everyone who joined in on the hop off and hop on trolley in downtown Fresno. I'm looking forward to some ridership and some additional improvements. City Manager, I would like to request that we publish the pickup and drop off schedules for the trolley. I know we have the designated areas, but folks have been asking for, is it picking up in downtown at 1 o'clock or is it picking up at 2 o'clock? So we could work on that. With that, Council President, those are my reports today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to do a couple of quick updates. First of all, I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving next week as we're coming up on the holidays. And a lot of great things happening in our city. It's been a great year for Fresno, and I want to especially thank our city team for the work they've been doing all this year, from Public Works to our police, fire, parks. I think everybody's really had a hand in making this a good year for the city of Fresno. And I think next week, as we reflect on the year and give thanks for everything and the blessings we've had, it's important to keep that in mind. It's always about people. I do want to also highlight, and I want to thank a couple of organizations. Next week, we will be doing our family turkey giveaway in partnership with Sunnyside Diner in Southeast Fresno. I want to thank Lupe, the owner, for helping us coordinate, and I want to thank also Familias en Acción and some of the churches that we have been working with in selecting the family. So each family will get a hot meal for them and their family to enjoy. Also want to highlight and flag our toy drive that we're going to be working on. Every year we do the Calawa toy drive. This year we want to expand it a little bit, so we're going to be doing an initiative that we're pairing with some legislation that I will be bringing forward in the next couple of meetings. Our city attorney is working, as some of you know, on lifting the ban on cruising officially that the state did. We're going to codify that in the city of Fresno, and we're trying to get a celebrity to come and help and pair that with not just banning the cruising, but doing a toy drive at the same time. So hopefully we can get our guest, the celebrity, to come and join us and kick it off for the holiday season. But again, just thank our city team, our city staff, for all the work they've been doing this year. So with that, Council President, thank you.
Councilmember Redefield.
Yes, I wanted to thank staff, the HEART team, the police, Steve Montez, for dealing with some of the problems we've been having with the homeless, particularly over by Fresno and Knees, by Highway 41. Some of those folks have been blocking sidewalks with all of their belongings, creating health and safety hazards, sometimes looking like they're attempting to form an encampment, which we're not going to allow. We're certainly not going to allow it to be an unsafe situation or an unhealthy situation. So staff has been very supportive. We're on top of it, and we're just not going to allow parts of our town to become San Francisco or LA. So thank you very much to the HEART team. I also wanted to address the fact that Congress just released their congressional report on the Reedley Chinese Biolab, and a lot of very important information in there, some of it quite shocking. The report revealed that the CDC refused to test the biological materials found in the refrigerators and freezers there, which is unbelievable. The report concluded that, quote, the CDC's refusal to test left local officials unable to assess the danger to the Reedley community or inform the community about what steps, if any, it should take to protect public safety, end quote. Now, that report clearly contradicts county officials' statements after the investigation of the lab that said it was found there was no danger to the public, and therefore the county did not need to inform the public that an illegal biological lab run by a Chinese national illegally here in the United States had been operating in Reedley using many dangerous infectious agents that included COVID, rubella, HIV, hepatitis A and B, malaria, and chlamydia. We also now discover from the report that it's possible Ebola had been utilized at the lab, but that remains unclear. The fact is the public had every right to know about this dangerous lab and should have been informed. The CDC demonstrated complete incompetence or malfeasance or both, which was typical with COVID. The county hid this information from the public, and that lack of transparency and accountability should never be tolerated again, whether it be an illegal Chinese biological lab operating in Fresno County or foster children sleeping on county office floors. Tremendous change is clearly needed at the Board of Supervisors, and that's coming. I wanted to also give kudos to Congressman Jim Costa, who was called by Nicole Ziba, the city manager of Reedley, and really without his intervention, I don't think a lot of the investigation that did take place, poorly done by the CDC as it was, wouldn't have happened. So kudos to Congressman Costa, kudos to Congressman McCarthy, and kudos to City Manager Nicole Ziba at Reedley and all the Reedley officials who I think did a stellar job, an outstanding job in trying to reach out to other officials to help them in dealing with this very dangerous situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council Member Esparza.
Yeah, thanks, Council President. You know, it's been a busy couple of weeks, but did have the pleasure of attending our Fresno Veterans Day Parade. We're proud here at City Hall to have the continued tradition of having that parade here in downtown. And just really was amazing seeing our local veterans being honored by thousands and thousands of folks who come out to attend every year. I do want to give a big thank you to our Fresno firefighters for driving my office and I one of their vintage fire engines for the parade. Additionally, had the pleasure of attending the Ramona Way block party within my district. I always say that the most successful neighborhoods in our city are the most organized neighborhoods in our city. And this is a neighborhood that organizes very well and organizes every year. And at the block party this year, I had the pleasure of honoring both Kim and Michael Crowley, who hosted again the 15th annual Ramona Way block party. They've made it a priority to, you know, step up and organize this event for their neighbors every year to unite their neighbors and create a sense of community. And so again, we had the honor of presenting them with an award for their many years of hard work and organizing. And lastly, had the opportunity, the pleasure of attending a couple of different nonprofit events. One for Fresno Neighborhood Watch, which we are all very familiar with, and we love the work that they do. It was great to attend with all the honorees that were recognized for their commitment to making their neighborhood safer. And also a new nonprofit in town, one called Casita Feliz, which translated to English means happy little house. And they're dedicated to serving the LGBTQ community here in Fresno. So good luck to them as they branch out their services in the community. Thanks, Council President.
All right, thank you. A couple updates on my end. This Sunday, November 19th at 3:30 p.m., we'll be hosting our third annual Operation Gobble. This was an event that was actually started and created by my predecessor, Councilmember Capriolio, a really wholesome event that he started in order to feed one of our most impacted neighborhoods, El Dorado Park. You might have heard to it referred as Sin City. Quite a few years back, there's been a lot of good happening in that neighborhood, a lot of the neighborhood reclaiming that part of town. And it started as just feeding that neighborhood, and over the years it has grown to feeding hundreds of people throughout District 4. We'll feed somewhere between 450 and 500 people. This Sunday, a full Thanksgiving dinner consisting of a turkey, sweet potatoes, bell peppers, corn, stuffing, mashed potatoes, gravy, produce, and maybe a couple of extra dishes as well. Of course, you know, serving that many people, we couldn't do it alone. We really do rely on our partnerships in the community. So I do want to thank Fashion Fair Mall, Pardini's, Meathead Movers, Calviva, Reyes Coca-Cola, Elena Foods, Fresno State President Dr. Saul Jimenez Sandoval, Fresno State ASI, and the Central California Food Bank for making this possible. These are folks that otherwise wouldn't have a meal to share with their family on Thanksgiving Day. And a lot of these people come from throughout the district. We have a large district, Bullard to McKinley, Maroa to Temperance. We have folks coming from all corners with their families, and so it is a really big deal. Thank you to everybody that made it possible. Again, this Sunday, November 19th at 3:30 p.m., Wesley United Methodist Church. Last week, we did a senior center design open house. Thank you, Parks Director Aaron Aguirre, as well as Summer and the rest of your staff for leading that conversation. We presented the 30% design to our seniors of our upcoming Senior Activity Center. We got a lot of good feedback, and we're gonna start working to incorporate a lot of those ideas so that when we get to the 60% design, we could accommodate a lot of those features that our seniors want to see. But we continue to be on track. We continue to get good ideas. And again, I'm appreciative of the administration as well as our Parks Department for helping bring that vision to a reality for thousands of seniors in the city of Fresno. Lastly, Mayor, I talked to you about this. I was your first customer on the Fresno Hop. It was a really great time. It was clean. It got us to downtown quickly. We took it from Campus Point to the Brewery District. We were joined by Fresno State students, people getting off work at the Save Mart Center, taking the trolley home to the Tower District. And there was a lot of good feedback. And, you know, I was at the Brewery District again last night, and there was people lamenting that it wasn't running on Wednesdays because there is a lot of folks coming from Fresno State and the Tower District, and they rely on that service so that they could have a good time but don't have to get behind the wheel afterwards. And so a great accommodation to our city. It was clean, it was safe, it was punctual, and I think it'll be very successful going forward. That'll conclude my remarks at this time. I invite Mayor Jerry Dyer to provide mayor's comments and reports now.
Thank you, Council President. It sounds like we may have to already expand the Nights of the Hop based on the demand, but thank you for being one of the first customers. This Saturday at 10 a.m., be working with the Fresno Mission. Every year they do what's called the One Table, and they line up tables over at City Center, which is on Dakota between Blackstone and Fresno Street. And there's one table that is several blocks long. And so we will be feeding some of the less fortunate. There'll be clothing that is given away. And really, the Fresno Mission does an incredible job in making that happen. So I look forward to participating on that on Saturday. Also, on a side note, and really for some of the folks in the audience here today, I've been having a series of meetings with some of the Palestinian community and some of the Muslim leaders in Fresno. Quietly, we've had 3 of those meetings now. And we also met with the Jewish community and the Palestinian, some leaders yesterday over at the mosque at Fresno State, by Fresno State, and we had lunch. And one thing that we all agree on is that we want peace in Fresno. And we may not be able to control peace elsewhere, but we want peace in Fresno. And that we love people, whether you're Jewish or Palestinian. We love you. We love you in Fresno. We want you to be part of one Fresno. And I mean that from the depths of my heart. And I also want you to know that we don't condone the killing of innocent people on either side. And we want you to know that you have value in Fresno. You have a place in Fresno. And you have a place in my office right after public comment. Should you choose to come in, I've invited you to come in and have a conversation with me. And if you're open to do that, and I would love to do that, Abdul, certainly would love to have you there as well. Anyway, thank you and God bless you guys.
Thank you. City Manager.
Okay, I'm going to do something a little different today. I'm going to get a little sappy with you guys. Because it is the Thanksgiving season, and
I'm sappy. I think it's snappy.
Oh, no, I'm always snappy.
Yeah, no,
I'm not very often sappy.
I thought you said snappy. I was like, uh-oh.
No, not snappy. I was on vacation last week, and, you know, getting out of this building and getting away from, you know, everything that goes on here gives you a little bit of perspective. And so I just wanted to share a little bit about what I'm thankful for. And, you know, obviously the normal sappy, I'm super thankful for my health, my family, my husband, my kids, but I spend probably more time in this building than I do with my family. So this is sort of my second family. And I just wanted to say, despite, our trials and tribulations, I'm really, really thankful for all of you, obviously for the mayor, who provides consistent, strong leadership, all of you who are really about making Fresno a better place. And everybody works really, really hard to do that. And so I wanted to acknowledge and thank all of you for that, because us as staff to implement, it makes it really hard to do our jobs in a pinball fashion, going back and forth and all over the place. And so having kind of that consistent, steady leadership is really, really important. So thank you. I want to thank all of the city staff. We had Employee Service Awards yesterday where we recognized employees for years of service, between 15 and 40 years of service to this city. That is amazing dedication to our city, to making our city a better place. So I want to acknowledge every single staff person who works for the city of Fresno. No job is too small or too big. And I know you are all very gracious in recognizing their efforts all the time. And so I just want to add on to that. I know the mayor and I feel very strongly. We just have an amazing team here at the city of Fresno. So I'm so thankful for all that they do. There are so many things that happen day in and day out where they go above and beyond what their essential job duties are, just to get it done. A crisis arises, and it's like, well, I don't know if I'm supposed to do this or I'm supposed to do that, but people just roll up their sleeves and get it done and take care of the people of Fresno. So I want to say thank you to all of them. I also want to say thank you to my just immediate executive team, all of my ACMs, Greg Barfield, Ruthie Quinto, TJ Miller, Alma Torres, Jen Rees, and the entire team. And Tony Machado, my rock, you all know she's my right-hand person. I couldn't function without her. And I just, like I said, I don't often take the time to do that, but I just really think it's important. And, vacation and Thanksgiving has given me a little perspective. And then, we'll get through this week and I'll be back to being snappy. I did want to take a couple minutes to do my thank you. So thank you. I hope everybody has a very restful Thanksgiving and gets to spend time with their family or serving the community, whatever makes them happy. Thank you, Council President.
I appreciate that. Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk?
Thank you. Yes, a few announcements out of the clerk's office. First, if anybody out there feels that desire to serve the public, you can join a board or commission. There are several vacancies on City of Fresno boards and commissions. I'd like to highlight first the Civil Service Board. This is a 5-member board that it was developed through the charter of the City of Fresno. And the Civil Service Board powers and duties are to recommend to the council, after a public hearing thereon, the adoption, amendment, or repeal of civil service rules and regulations, act in an advisory capacity to the council on problems concerning personnel, administration, and most importantly, conduct hearings as provided in Section 1002 relative to the suspension, demotion, and removal of any person in city employment. Also to make investigation which it may consider desirable concerning the conditions of employment and the administration of personnel and municipal services and other duties. So that is one place where we have vacancies. And we also have a vacancy on the PRAC Commission. That is the Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. That is a 9-member board to adopt a retail transaction and use tax ordinance, or it has been adopted, and make recommendations on how to spend that 3/8 of a cent dollar on city parks, recreation, and arts. So if you would like to serve on either of those boards or check out other vacancies, please visit fresno.gov/city clerk and click on Boards and Commissions application. Also, council members, cover your ears. Election season is officially in full swing. The nomination period opened November 13th and runs through December 8th. The City of Fresno open seats are, of course, Office of the Mayor, Council Districts 2, 4, and 6. A candidate handbook is available in the city clerk's office or on the city clerk's website if you'd like more information. And I would also like to remind everybody to register to vote. The presidential primary election is March 5th, 2024. If you will be 18 years of age or older on election day, don't forget to register. Registration must be postmarked if mailed or completed online by February 20th, 2024. Vote by mail request must be received by February 27th, 2024. For more information, please visit registervote.ca.gov. And also, just a note, anyone that is 16 or 17 years of age can pre-register to vote, so they will automatically be registered to vote on their 18th birthday, pending other eligibility requirements. So that is all the news from the clerk's office.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney.
No report.
Okay. At this time, then, we will go ahead and take public comment. As usual, we will start with folks here in the chambers. If you would like to speak and haven't filled out a yellow card already, please make sure you fill out one of these yellow cards. They're located in the back and the front of the chambers. And then we'll move to folks wanting to speak virtually via Zoom. We do have quite a few folks that wish to speak today here in the chambers. We will allot the full 3 minutes, but because there are so many folks, normally I give a couple seconds grace period. I will be cutting off at the 3-minute mark today just to give ample time to everybody that wishes to speak. When you come up to the dais, you'll see 3 lights. When the yellow light goes off, you have 1 minute remaining. When the red light goes off, your time has expired. We'll start with the first person in the chambers. That will be Carol Goyburn. Carol, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Council Member Maxwell, fellow council members. I am deeply grief-stricken because of the genocide taking place in Gaza, as reported by various organizations such as the Fresno Bee, The Intercept, Al Jazeera, Time, Center for Constitutional Rights, the United Nations, The Economist, Democracy Now!, Black Agenda Report, Chris Hedges Report, and many more. I am asking you to use your power as an elected representative to propose that you and your fellow representatives make a public position statement calling for a ceasefire, because what Israel is doing to the people of Palestine is destroying them child by innocent child, civilian by innocent civilian. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, Yusuf Robinson. Good morning, Yusuf.
Good morning, Mr. Maxwell. I wanted to talk to you directly first because I feel like you and I, after doing some research, we have a little bit in common. We both love cats. I love cats. I actually have 4 cats. Their names are Shadow, Gigi, Sasha, and Cheez-It. Cheez-It, her name is Cheez-It because I rescued her a few months ago in a Cheez-It box. She was stranded in the street, in the dirt, surrounded by a bunch of red ants. And even though I knew I had too many cats at home, I still took her home. I feel like you would take her home too. However, and so since most of you guys didn't comment last week about all the dead children, dead babies, dead elderly, I want to know if you guys will comment about all the dead cats. All of the children, all the elderly cats that are being slaughtered, all of the families that are being massacred, all of the animals that are left without families. I saw a video of a little girl that she was crying her eyes out, a Palestinian girl crying her eyes out because her little bird died. Children are surrounded by death. We spoke about Karbasi over there. You spoke about child's mental health. What do you think that's doing to that child's mental health? And I want to know if you guys have the ability to just pick and choose when you care about things. Pick and choose when you care about animals. Pick and choose when you care about kids' mental health. And I want to make it clear that I'm aware, and a lot of people are aware of the strategy. I'm glad I got to speak first, because what Jerry Dyer came up and did is nothing but a strategy. It's not genuine. I don't believe that. If it was genuine, there would be an apology. Okay? There's nothing, all he did was strategically, all he did was come up here to try to deteriorate what we were going to say. Okay? Because if he cared, there would be an apology. Bredfeld, you spoke about transparency and accountability, which is funny that you mentioned that. You said last week there's been, it started on October 7th, December 1947 Village Massacre, 1948 Village Massacre, 1956 Camp Massacre, 1970 School Massacre, 1982 Camp Massacre, 1994 Mosque Massacre, 2002 Camp Massacre, all Palestinian massacres by Israel Zionists, okay? So all of you guys, I know you started off because you had good intentions, you want to make things right, you want to use your voices and your platforms to make a difference. It's not too late. Start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, Janan Jawar. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you everyone for coming and listening to all of us that we have to say. I'm a fourth grade teacher. I got my master's and my bachelor's from Fresno State, and I am here to represent everything that I teach and everything that I believe in. For me, it's very important that I take in every child and I treat them like my own. I come and I listen to their problems. I listen to their dreams and their aspirations, and they come to me and they expect that of me. And I need to deliver that. And if I'm not here and addressing justice, I am not doing my job for them, and I'm hiding everything that I am teaching. I will not allow that. But if a student were to come up to me and said, someone hit me, would I say, oh, because you started it? I'm just gonna blame you and you get the consequence because you started it, even though they didn't. No, I would call the other student and say, hello, what happened to initiate this? Why did this happen? Because there might have been a past microaggressions that happened before there was an explosion from the other child. That is exactly what's happening here. There have been past aggressions for the past 75 years on Palestinians. All the time for the past 75 years, and no one has taken a stand for them. But I take a stand for all of my students, and I will take a stand for Palestinian students because they're no different than the kids in my classroom that I love, that I teach, and that I trust, and they trust me. I will never let that down. Also, I do want to mention, if as a teacher, there has been this kind of saying that's been going around that if there was a school intruder coming in the building, would we blow up the whole building just because there's school shooters inside? Obviously not. What if someone's using a school shooter is using a child as a human shield? Would I shoot that student to save all the other students? No. I would not. Because maybe that might be okay that you can say, I'll save some for the many, to save the lives of many. That might be okay for the other parents who their child didn't lose their life. But it's not going to be okay for the parent who has to go home and spend every birthday going to a grave, crying over a tombstone. Will that parent forgive me? Or will they blame me and say, why did you think my child's life was less than all the other children? That's what's happening right now in Palestine. There are officials who have a say, who can help them, and they're not helping them. They are dying. They want to be more than just a limb with a name on it because it was blown up. They want to be more than what the government and our government has given them. I will not raise my hand for a flag that praises liberty and justice for all when it is not true. Not here and not in the classroom. When I get liberty and justice for all, I promise you I will put my hand on that flag again. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Layla Darwish. Layla, I know you've kindly asked for 4 minutes. Unfortunately, I won't be able to accommodate that out of fairness to our other speakers.
That's fine. Good morning, council members and the mayor who was here, and I don't know if he's still here. Nothing has changed since my last address on November 2nd, more specifically with our constituents. Mayor Dyer did not meet with me, but with a few select members of the community, brought with him 2 rabbis for support and insisting on meeting at a specific mosque, a mosque that's known to be apolitical and still has refused to condemn Israel for its war crimes, killing over 11,000 Palestinians. However, today, Mayor, you attend, and I can't help but feel you did so for damage control. Because you see, Mr. Mayor, you already knew some of the Palestinian community members before you made your speech, your hateful speech and bigoted speech during the raising of Israeli flags on October 12th. As of yet, you have not raised my flag. So I ask you today, Mr. Mayor, will you raise my flag? And will you speak up on behalf of Palestine? And since my last address, Bredenfield said that the resistance attacked Israel first on October 7th, but the occupation started 75 years ago, and the siege on Gaza began 16 years ago. What did you expect? Armed resistance under military occupation does not breach international law under the 4th Geneva Convention. I cannot express that enough. Since November 2nd, more UNRWA schools were bombed with white phosphorus, and my family in Gaza was bombed once again in an UNRWA school that they were seeking shelter in. More hospitals were bombed. Al-Shifa Hospital, Gaza's largest hospital, vicinities has been bombed, has been under siege, and has been raided twice, where doctors, healthcare workers were forced to remain in one hospital room. Since I last spoke to you, bodies have been piled up, buried up in mass graves, then not buried in mass graves because Israel wouldn't allow Palestinians to bury the bodies that lay all around the hospital or risk getting killed. 2 were killed. Wild dogs came and started eating the carcasses while doctors, healthcare workers, and patients had to watch helplessly or risk being killed. These are war crimes. The Israeli occupation responded with unlawful attacks on medical facilities, personnel, and transports, and further destroying Gaza Strip's healthcare system, and should be investigated for war crimes. Israel has failed to provide any evidence that hospitals like Al-Rantisi and Al-Quds are used for any resistance purposes. The same as it failed to provide any proof of evidence that Al-Shifa Hospital is being used by the resistance. What's happening in Gaza is primarily to the hospitals is the mother of all genocides and war crimes. Al-Shifa Hospital, the largest hospital in Gaza, has been raided. Conveniently, happens to be a hospital that was first constructed by the British occupation in 1946, then later remodeled by Israeli occupying architects in 1983, that already has operating rooms and bunkers and tunnels. There is no telling what more lies Israel plans on planning to tell Americans who are unaware of the history of Palestine. And since the last City Council meeting, more women and children have been killed. Thousands, 11,320 killed, 4,650 of them children. A child is killed.
We'll have to move on to our next speaker, Linda Merson. Linda? Good morning, Linda.
Good morning. On November 8th, the city of Cudahy in Los Angeles County joined Oakland, Richmond, Providence, Rhode Island, Carrboro, North Carolina, and Easton, Pennsylvania, to show their support by passing a resolution calling for a ceasefire. It said the city of Cudahy takes seriously the entreaty of never again, and that the historical memory of the Holocaust means fighting ethnic cleansing and apartheid everywhere. The city council continued, City of Cudahy mourns the loss of all civilian lives lost from October 7th to the present, and also throughout the decades of displacement, occupation, oppression, and blockade endured in Gaza and the West Bank. The city stands in solidarity with the Palestinian people of Gaza who are currently facing collective punishment by the State of Israel. Fresno City Council can join that list and make its mark on the right side of history. Years from now, when we open our textbooks, and it is asked again, how did we let this happen again? Who was there to oppose such atrocities? Fresno will be there in the beginning, written in stone, that we called for peace and justice. I'm hopeful when I hear our mayor say he just wants peace and love in Fresno, because the only way to combat hate is with love, humanity, and compassion. We can make sure the world knows Fresno is a city of love and acceptance by passing a resolution calling for a ceasefire. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, let's put our words into action. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Philemon Lopez. Mr. Lopez will be allotted 6 minutes as a Spanish speaker.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Filemón Benito López.
Buenos días. Good morning. Is this on? How do you turn? Okay. Good morning. My name is Filemón
López.
Mi domicilio es 929 North Monte Avenue, apartamento A en Fresno, California, 93728.
And my address is 929 North Monte Avenue in Fresno, California, 93728.
Quisiera que se haga 3 cambios a las reglas para aplicar para fondos.
I would like it to be 3 changes for the rules so we can apply for funds.
Número 1, se debe revisar
Un
o
momento, por
incluir.
favor, señor.
Okay.
Mr. Morales, is this related to the speaker is, he'd like to submit this? Okay, I'll accept it.
Okay.
Gracias, señor.
Muy bien, gracias.
Ahora sí.
Ya, ok. Repito, como número 1, se debe de revisar e incluir en la aplicación la condición de la audiencia y el tamaño de la audiencia. Número 2,
Number 1, they should revise or include in the application the composition of the audience and the size of who is the audience.
número 2, debe haber suficientes fondos para nuevas organizaciones y organizaciones chicas. Se le debe requerir a fondo las organizaciones rellenar las aplicaciones completas.
There should be enough funds for new organizations and also small organizations. It should also be required the organizations fill out the application completely.
Y número 3, los que apliquen deben escoger una o 2 opciones: dinero para apoyo general o para un proyecto en las artes.
Number 3, it should be in the application should be required that they either choose one of 2 options: money for the general fund or money for a specific project in the arts.
De mi parte es todo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
On my behalf, thank you for your cooperation.
Muchas gracias, señor. Next in the chambers, Suleiman Alga Rabli.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Al-Garabli. I belong to the big Arab Muslim community who will have a big influence in any next election, plus the big numbers of the friends from the other communities who's supporting us. I'm originally from Palestine, the country where my grandparents were kicked out of their houses and lands in 1948. So it's not about October 7th. I stand before you today with a plea for humanity. The ongoing genocide in Gaza has taken thousands of innocent lives of civilians, with more than half of them being children. Imagine. Israel cut off the electricity, the water, and the internet. Israel bombing the hospitals, the mosques, and the church, the place where the civilians enter to save their lives. Then again and again, Israel says that Hamas using these places and the civilians as a human shield, and this is lies, with no evidence. And still, our government funding them from our tax money. Israel just wants to keep killing the people, to clean up, to steal more lands of Palestine for no reason. So every single one of us has to stand and use his influence, use his resource, use his power to advocate for the ceasefire. So let's work together toward bringing an end to this senseless violence. Let's make a future. Let's make a future for the children of Gaza. Let's make a future for the children of Gaza, and let's make a good future for all the kids all around the world, not only in Gaza. I would like to ask all of you guys to close your eyes and imagine if we are in their situation. I mean, the people in Gaza. Imagine we are losing our kids, our family members, our friends, and we see them in front of us.
Thank you, Solomon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Gloria Hernandez. Good morning, Gloria.
Hola. Buenos días. I'm going to do this modern stuff that everybody does. No kind person, no caring person, no credible person would support or endorse the death and destruction caused by Hamas on October 7th. However, we should never forget that Israel needs to be held accountable for committing the crime of apartheid against Palestinians. I'm going to bring it home. Oh, shit, I don't know how to do this. I'm going to bring it home because here in Fresno, oh, I'm sorry. You know, I was raised to believe that we're all connected. We're connected to the land, we're connected to the air, we're connected to anything and everything. And so I feel very connected to the struggle that's going on right now. This issue is personal to me. It should be personal to all of you because human rights issue in Gaza and right here at home. Oops, I can't handle this. Oh, I lost it. I'm sorry. I've seen as a Chicana, I've seen so many parallels between what I've lived and the plight of the Palestinos. As a Chicana, I understand racism. I understand oppression. Our own police department has a terrible relationship with communities of color. Black and brown people don't trust the police. Mayor Dyer, the former police chief, has an awful relationship with communities of color. We all know what happened on his watch as chief. He claims to want one Fresno, but fails to convene a human rights commission that will bring together more voices and diversity and put us in one group at one table instead of isolating us in different silos. He claims to want the police department to be more accountable to communities of color, yet he refused to accept several of the key recommendations from the Commission on Police Reform, which I served on, that would help improve the relationship between the community and the department. Yet this issue is personal to me, but it should be personal to us because it's a human rights issue in Gaza and right here at home. The betterment of the world should be a collective struggle. If any neighborhood suffered, it impacts all of us. I will not stop making noise. I pay taxes. I have a right to speak my mind. I believe in one democracy. I believe in our Constitution. I believe in the Human Rights Declaration. And I believe we must all stand up for what's right by standing up for Palestinos and demanding a better Fresno for all of us. I'm asking for a ceasefire. I'm asking you to stop sending police to be trained in Israel. I'm asking us to do a resolution calling for a peace agreement. I think that this is a human rights issue. It is not about religion. It is what we went through. I am an ancestor of many that own land in Texas.
Thank you, Gloria. Next in the chambers, we have Brandy N. Brandy, good morning.
Thank you. Okay, I guess I'm going to be down here. One moment. Okay, I have several things. Thank you for your time. I feel like I I've been here twice before, but need to address it as it's important to stand with my community that feels unheard, and they have felt unheard and felt like they were less of community members than others in the community. And in response to Dyer, you can do something. You may not be able to control things around the world, but you can control what you do. You can control speaking up. You can control using your position to speak up, and I ask the council and the city to do so, to speak up as well as recognize and respond appropriately to those who are feeling like in the actions that the city has done, they have been minimized. What happened in the last 2 weeks when I brought that list of children is that there is 1,700 more children that have died since then. That is 4,600 and more. And while many have spoken up in the last 2 weeks, many have been arrested, including many from our Jewish community and other groups, because this is not serving. This is unjust, and people know it, and it is not helping, and people know it, and people are being silenced. I want to thank you. That, in light of Board of Supervisors cutting people off after 15, 20 minutes of speaking, that you do allow everyone to have a voice during this time to speak during here, no matter how long it takes. And I just want to express my appreciation. But I ask as well with those who are here that something concrete, that you do what you can do in your control to end this ethnic cleansing. I want to support what Miguel's motion with 1M. And I also want to speak up for our community, our unhoused community. I'm appreciative of the community's meetings, but when I spoke to one of our unhoused people, they had mentioned to me, what's the point of asking what we need when all of our things are being taken by the Heart Police and team? And asked, because we fund outreach, but there is no place for them to go. And in the meantime, they are being kept from being able to get the help they need because important documents, because things that keep them alive are being taken, as well as ask for you to ensure that there is accountability for shelters. I met a woman who was put out because she had a disability and she was a liability. This is the second time I've heard that, where someone had a medical issue, and rather than finding a safe place for them to transfer to a more appropriate facility, they were put out. But there is no accountability at these, and I ask for that. Thank you so much.
Next in the chambers is Hina. Hina? Good morning.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. Okay, so my name is Hina, and I understand that maybe you may not have direct, involvement in the federal or the international decisions that are being made, but I do believe that you can take our voice to the people who do make those decisions. I have many titles. I'm a doctor, and I'm also a civil rights activist, but I choose to stand here today as an American. And why? Because America stands for something much bigger than, it stands for justice and peace in the entire world. That's what we claim, right? That's why we came here. And, and when I serve my patients here, I do not look at their religion or their ethnicity or their background. If a cold-blooded murderer comes to me for treatment, I wouldn't say, oh, I won't treat you. Or I wouldn't say no to his family or to anybody, to his neighbors even, or his, people in his city, just because I do not like the actions that man did. Okay, so then another very big example that I wanted to point out was when a school shooter, and one person already talked about it, when a school shooter kills 20 elementary school kids. Do we go and bomb his house? Even though it was provoked, do we go and kill his family members? Do we go and bomb his neighborhood, his city? No, we don't do that. we go after him. If there's a hostage situation, we try our best to save as many casualties. We try to evacuate that building before going in. We do not just go in and bombard and, we're like, okay, this is, it's a collateral damage. We try to save as many lives. And so that's what we stand for. That's what I stand for as an American, okay? And, not in my name. This cannot happen in my name. It cannot happen with my money. We know they are explicitly and blatantly saying again and again that this is ethnic cleansing. It's not self-defense. It's ethnic cleansing, and I cannot allow that to happen with my money. Take my money and serve the homeless here. Take my money and build homes for the veterans here. Please do that. I'm all for you. I'm all for everybody, but not to kill the people in Gaza or in Iraq or anywhere. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, Patricia Wills. Good morning, Patricia.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to address you as one human being to another, and I'm also a part of the Women's League, International League of Peace and Freedom, and Peace Fresno, and I've been protesting at River Park whenever I can. But I want to ask all of you to think about what President Joe Biden was saying on television about how they're going to try to pull back a little bit on the killing, and then they're going to have a pause, right? So they can pause for 4 hours, and the next 20 hours, they can just go ahead and bomb the hell out of them, right? So this is really insensitive. It is ridiculous. I live in this city. I've been living in this city for how many, 40 years now? I moved from the South to live here. And, my neighborhood has not seen any improvements. I'm in District 3. The streets are the same. The homeless people are the same. There are more homeless people. It breaks my heart every time they camp out there under the bridge. And then a few days later, here comes the city, and there they are crying. They took all my stuff, yet we have the money. Joe Biden has the money to say $14 billion to a nation that is destroying another nation. It's not even two equal. It's not a war. It's an invasion. And it's very insulting to me that this president thinks that we're all, I don't know what he thinks that we are. For him to be saying that he wants less death, but then he turns around and sends bombs and missiles to kill innocent children. And for those of you who haven't seen it, please watch Al Jazeera, the electronic intifada, and you can see what they aren't showing on the mainstream media. And I think that we Fresnans, we have a right to be a better city. And okay, you're not going to take care of the homeless, you're not going to take care of anything else, then you have power. Gentlemen and ladies here, you have the power to put together a resolution to ask for a ceasefire. And if the mayor really loves all of our communities, how about having an event where you apologize to the Palestinian community for putting that flag up and put another Palestinian flag at half-mast? Wouldn't that honor and love everybody? I'm a Chicana, but I got to meet some wonderful Palestinian musicians in the World Music of Struggle, a group named Sabrine back in 1990. 1990! How many, 40 years ago? 30-some years ago? And they told us how they were living, about checkpoints, not enough food. They couldn't even get together to practice that much. But luckily, they were so excellent, they came together to play for 2 weeks with us at the World Music Festival of the American Folklife Festival. And I just have to say, I'm appalled that everything has gone downhill. And in this country, I was born and raised in this country. Does the mayor really believe what he's saying? Do you guys have a heart?
Thank you,
As
Patricia.
one human to another human being, cease fire.
Next in the chambers, Brunette. Good morning, Brunette.
My name is Brunette, and I'm with the Heat for Southwest Fresno community. I'm listening to all of the Palestinians talk. We're in the same position that you're in. The point is we have a a panel up here. We have supposed to be a person that represents our area, which is District 3. Everything that he's proposed in this agenda, we object to. You guys are about to gentrify our entire community. And we understand where the Palestinians is coming from, because that's what you guys are doing. You even have an attorney that don't even know the rules and regulations of what you guys are not supposed to be doing. You guys don't have community meetings. You continue to follow Miguel. Miguel, we study come here and tell you guys, we don't have any community meetings. He decides that he's the voice for Southwest Fresno when he don't even have community meetings. You guys together with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, it doesn't even make any sense. You guys haven't even came to our community. Now you're doing citywide, where you don't even have to talk to us. When the Palestinians talk about all of the stuff that they went through with, we can go back from the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s of what this country has done to their own people. And for them to come and ask you for anything, they shouldn't expect it, because we don't get it, and we live right here in Fresno. We live in Southwest. We got a mayor that won't even meet with us. We're not going to eat him up. He's nothing to eat. The point is, he's supposed to represent us, and he doesn't. You guys sit there, and we constantly tell you he's not giving community meetings. He'll sit there and skin and grin with you guys, and y'all skinning and grinning with him, including the attorney. You guys need to stop what you're doing. You're gentrifying a whole community. You're stating that we're the dumbest people in the state of California, our little area. You won't even pick up the book and look at it that you guys agreed to. It's an insult. And you guys continue to insult our community. You're taking it away, you widen the streets, you're doing whatever you want to do. We're tired of it. It doesn't make any sense. And you still ask for funds. And HUD give you funds off of lies that you tell HUD. You guys don't have community meetings, and we constantly tell you that you guys don't. And I don't know what they're asking for, but they're not going to get it here.
Next in the chambers, we have Anjum Afshan. Anjum. Good morning.
Good morning. Honorable members of the City Council. As a concerned citizen of Fresno, I come before you with a very heavy heart and deep concern regarding the reports of alleged war crimes in the ongoing conflict in Israel and Palestine. The recent events have raised alarming allegations that demand our attention and action. We respectfully urge the City Council to consider the following actions. First, to issue a formal statement expressing concern over the war crimes happening in Gaza and extend support within our means to humanitarian aid efforts directed towards the affected civilians in the region. We acknowledge the complexities of international conflicts and recognize the importance of a balanced approach. However, it's our moral duty to advocate for justice, human rights. It's our duty to stand for justice, and it's our duty not to advocate genocide. Thank you.
Next in the chambers is Diane Smith. Morning, Diane.
My name is Diane Smith. I'm a resident of Southwest Fresno. I was looking at the substantial amendment that the 2023-02, where you're reprogramming money under HUD, supposedly under HUD federal guidelines. You list a lot of things in here, but you don't tell why it wasn't done or where it was done to. You have The 9th Street improvements, which Miguel pulled off, which was $785,000, $494.22. He didn't want that reprogrammed, but it was on this originally. You have other programs on here that you had a demolition of $1 million, didn't expend any of that, and you transferred that money for reprogramming, but you didn't tell what program, what was supposed to be demolished. There's no transparency. These things come out to the community. We don't know where they are, but it looks like a majority of them are from District 3. And then the money being reprogrammed is going outside of District 3. I understand what you guys are going through. We've been going through it for generations. Southwest Fresno is being gentrified. Every mayor that has been here, we've asked to meet with them. Dwyer has refused because he said, oh, I didn't get your letter. So we know a letter came here because I wrote it. Okay, what I'm saying is this. You want to gentrify an entire community to raise a tax base because we don't pay enough money over there. We've worked hard for what we have. We own it. You're building new houses in our community that are over $300,000, not compatible to what we already have. So what happens? We get moved out, new people get moved in. You're building a base of homeless people throughout the United States without doing anything for the people here in Fresno. You spend money like you're wealthy. You're not wealthy. You're using our tax dollars to buy our own property and taking it away from us and then giving it to somebody else. When the reckoning arrives, I would hate to be around because everyone that's sitting up there, everyone past and present that's worked on the city council is going to hell because that's where you belong.
Next in the chambers is Yvonne Gordon. Yvonne? Good morning, Yvonne.
My name is Yvonne Gordon. I'm from the West Side. I'm part of the HEAT organization. I am here to also to eject all the items 23, 15, 78, 16, 27, 15, 97, 16, 23. All these items that have been put in this plan have nothing to do with the community. They never have a meeting with us to discuss anything that pertaining to the West Side. I've been here since 1962. I've been living on the West Side. Now, I'm proud of where I'm at, where I'm living. In my home, I don't work hard. I'm retired, and I'm not moving. Now, they can come over there to try, they already trying to gentrify our area. And they purposely getting money from the government, but not using it as they proposing to get the money for. They're not helping anybody on the West Side. It's still the same business that had existed, no longer exists, and then they build places where they can't afford to live, buildings that they can't afford to go back to. So we are tired and sick and tired of Fresno dividing and conquer the city. You got people, you have low-income area, you get government money to help the people in that area to rebuild their homes, to fix it up, to bring it up to code. Instead of you doing that, you want to gentrify these people out who have been working all their lives to keep their home. They have a set income that they can afford to stay there. Now, you move them out, where they gonna go? We already got a whole line of people on the street who need a place to stay. You got all these old hotels. You need to revitalize them and put them homeless people in there. So you're talking about bringing Fresno together. No, this city is divided. It's divided, and y'all purposely doing it, and we are sick and tired of it. And the mayor, I'm calling him out. He needs to meet with the HEAT. We've been trying to get a hold of him, but he can dance around and parade around. But then when they come down, his doors is open. Open for who? Because the doors that he said is open for anyone, but we don't send him 2 invitations. But he keep that door closed to HEAT. So we're sick and tired, and the West Side is a multicultural area, and we want to keep it that way, but we want to keep it affordable for everyone who lives there.
Thank you, Yvonne. Next in the chambers is Bobby Parks. Good morning, Bobby.
Well, I'm not going to repeat what has already been said by Heath. I'm just going to add to it. Yes, I am in West Fresno. It has always been West Fresno, but they have conveniently renamed it as Southwest Fresno. But that's what happens when people are ready to rob you and take things away from you. They begin to change names. Well, you can't change what is an original. West Fresno is Golden West Side. It's priceless. And we know that there are a lot of thieves and people have been trying to rob it and steal it for many years. But you forget that there is a mightier source greater than you. And you can't take what is not and does not belong to you. There was a voice of a sister over 40-some years ago, Barbara Hunt. She echoed it for many years, and the city and the city council persons, when she would speak against what the city is doing, they would mock her right here in Fresno in the city council chambers. And she echoed many a times is that they're coming for West Fresno. And they want it because it is the Golden West Side of Fresno. This city has been trying to reconnect with what the people in the community have built up. Yeah, you have blighted it, you redlined it, you've done all sorts of things, but you cannot destroy. When the universe put a pat on something, you cannot take it away. Because before you do that, hey, the universe had the last say. I object and I oppose to any and everything that is happening in District 3 because of lack of communication with the public. If you do not talk with the people, you will not get the results that you think you're entitled to.
Next in the chambers, Yasser Amare. You could request if you like. Yasser Amare. Is that you? Yes, now is your time to speak. Well, unfortunately, he's not obligated to be here during this time.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll talk either way. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I appreciate all of you, last time we spoke, staying quiet. That's a lot better than telling lies or mentioning propaganda that we've lived for about 75 years. I want to also follow up on what Mr. Bredfeld said to the news after we spoke about 150 babies killed with absolutely no proof. That number dropped down to 40, and then the White House just retracted that statement. None of them were killed. Enough lies, enough propaganda. There is, however, over 5,000 Palestinian babies dead. And I'm not going to repeat everything my colleagues said. And Ms. Patricia Smith, we're not all Palestinian. We're human beings. That's why we're here. I want you all to look behind you and tell me what it says. Never mind, I'll tell it for you. You say, "In God we trust." Does your God allow the killing of babies? If it does, change your religion. That's my advice to you. I want you all to also think when you go to sleep tonight, because I know you're all good people and you judge yourself while you lay in bed And I want you to think, did I do the right thing today? I am doing the right thing, and I would do it for Israelis if need be, because it's the right thing to do. However, Israel has no right to self-defense. The Fourth Geneva Convention, Laila talked about, gives the right to every citizen in any nation for armed resistance. And that's what Palestinians are doing. So when you lay in bed tonight and think about being a Palestinian, what would you do? I know all my friends told me that there will be one pissed off Palestinian, and I know you guys will be, especially you, Mr. Maxwell. The council member from District 3, I think you should pay attention. Things are different this time. People know the truth. District 3 is not happy. They're going to replace you if you don't do the right thing. And that's the same for all of you guys. You work for us, you do what's right. Our demands are really simple. Just like you raised the Israeli flag, I want Palestinian flag raised. I want the killing of innocent people denounced, just like I would denounce Israeli babies being killed. And I want you guys to come up with a resolution of the city of Fresno to take a stand and condemn what Israel is doing. Enough Zionist propaganda, enough lies. And again, Mr. Bredfeld, thank you for coming back. There was no 150 people, Israeli babies dead. There wasn't even 40, like you mentioned in the news. Show me a proof of one.
Thank you very much.
Hey,
for your
hey,
time.
Palestine.
Next in the chambers today, we have Jada Hussein. Jada, good morning.
Good to have you back, Councilmember Bredfeld. We left our jobs to come be here, and we took time off, so, I would appreciate if you would stay here and listen to us. Yes, sir. Since we were last here 2 weeks ago, and you chose to ignore our calls to stand with Palestinians, about 3,000 more people have died. You and the rest of our government is complicit in that. Bredfeld, on November 2nd, after we were here, you spoke to the media and acknowledged that both sides were suffering and said that we all grieve over innocent lives. But why did you only cite how many Israeli citizens were killed? Why do you refuse to acknowledge the Palestinians with the same sympathy? 1,200 Israeli citizens were unfortunately killed by Hamas on October 7th. But on October 8th, 9th, 10th, and every single day since, 11,000 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli army. At this very moment, Palestinians are dying at the hands of Israel and the United States. Is terrorism not terrorism when it's inflicted on black and brown folks? Because all of your silence and selective condemnation has told us that you don't care about Palestinian lives. Palestinians have been occupied for 75 years. So when you and many others claim that this started on October 7th, you're actively erasing history. Israel has had control over Palestinians' food, water, and electricity for decades, which has allowed them to kill innocent lives through means of starvation, dehydration, and access to medicine, and of course, the continuous bombardment and ground invasion. By continuing the carpet bombing, Israel is also putting the Israeli hostages' lives at risk, and I know that they matter to you a lot more than the Palestinian life, so maybe that's just something you can consider. So with that, how do you still think that Israel's goal is to get the hostages back if they're actively putting their lives at risk? Like, it genuinely just doesn't make sense. This is not a Muslim-Jewish issue. Palestinians come from all walks of life, and although a majority are Muslim, many are Jewish and Christian as well. We have seen so many amazing members of the Jewish community stand beside us here in the Central Valley and across the globe because most of us understand that this is a settler colonial problem fueling the agenda of the Western world. Dyer, if you really love Palestinians, do something about the Palestinian children here in Fresno being harassed in their schools. Write a resolution condemning the Israeli apartheid and demanding a ceasefire like Richmond did. Turn your useless, pretty words into action, because we don't care about the words that he shared a few moments ago. We can't bring back the 11,000 lives lost, but a ceasefire takes place. We have to look back at history.
Thank you, Jada. Thank you very much. Next in the chambers, we have Sarah Shire.
So I'm Sarah Shaef, and I just came to observe, so I'm just going to state what I observed. What I observed was you guys care way more about animals than you do humans, because the mayor stood up here and was like, oh, look at this puppy, it's so cute. What about the children that are in Gaza that are dead right now, that are beheaded? Do you guys think that's cute? Do you guys think that that's something that you guys should be telling the world about? I wasn't aware of the statement that you made, but according to them, you made a statement about 150 Israeli babies and then 40 babies. Where's the statement about our babies? Where is that statement? When are you going to stand in front of us, the Muslim community, and state how you don't support us being killed? And I'm speaking to you specifically because they were talking to you. You, Mrs. Georgina, stood up here and you were talking about how you just wanted to sympathize your feelings and let everybody know how much you care about them. So why don't you speak up and let people know how much you care about the Palestinian kids or the Palestinian people that are dying? Over here, I'm watching you guys. You guys can't even look us up in face-to-face. Sorry, my words are going to break. But you, sir, Mr. Todd, you just stand there with your head down. Same thing to you, same thing to you. Why are your heads down? Why can't you guys pick your heads up and look at the people that are here to actually speak? Where is our apology? I have 4 children that are in high schools, 2 actually that are in high school and 2 are in the elementary. My 14-year-old has had her headscarf pulled off of her head because of statements that you made and statements that Dyer made. I've spoke to him and I've let him know my concerns. My son's high school teacher told the class, hey, let's not piss him off so he doesn't make another bomb threat. How am I supposed to feel safe and how are my children supposed to feel safe when you guys are the ones up here telling people that there are beheaded babies and there's all this propaganda going on? So where's our apology? That puppy got a moment of, oh, happiness up here. You got a moment to celebrate Thanksgiving and all the joy that you're going to get with your family. What about these people? Where's their joy? So that's all I have to say is I just wanted to let you guys know how your body language is moving and what you guys are really saying without your words.
Next in the chambers, we have Hugo Morales. Good morning, Hugo.
Good morning. My name is Hugo Morales, and I'm the founder and executive director of Radio Bilingüe, an arts organization here in Fresno, public broadcasting. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on Measure P guidelines. This is an extremely significant opportunity for the arts ecosystem in Fresno, and it's important that we try our best to get it right from the beginning. It's in your consent agenda. I have 3 concerns that can be easily be addressed with simple changes to the guidelines, as noted in the notes that I passed out earlier. The current guidelines don't emphasize the central purpose of Measure P, which is to increase access to arts and culture. The narrative application fails to ask the applicant who is their audience is and how they plan to increase it. Without knowing who the current audience is, how will we know if Measure P had any impact? The second concern is around equity. Specifically, are enough funds designated to allow for small budgeted organizations and startups to participate fully? And third, my third concern is that organizations are currently allowed to apply for both general operating support and specific project funds. This feels a bit like double dipping, since an organization's projects are a part of its overall budget. My issue here is that the double dipping will draw down the funds available to the smaller organizations not eligible for general operating support. My request is that the applicants must choose either general operating support or specific project support to allow enough funds for the small organizations that are so vital to our community here in Fresno. And I have printed the changes that could be easily be made to the guidelines, and you have those before you. Thank you very much for this. And I also want to, I'm also the chair of Civic organization, and I'm also a member of your Immigrant Affairs Committee. And I ask that the item to accept funds for the state to support local immigrant integration and inclusion be accepted by the City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Abdul Karim Abanafal.
Assalamu alaikum. Oh, don't freak out. That just means peace be upon you. Now, you obviously don't care for dead children, so I'm gonna try this. Did you know that hospitals in Gaza have an acronym that is WCNSF? Guess what that stands for? Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. So, let me break down my day for you guys ever since October 7th, since you guys think that's when all this started. I wake up, try to call my family in Gaza. First, I hope that it rings. After it rings, I hope somebody picks up. When somebody picks up, I hope that's my grandma on the other end of the phone and not somebody telling me that they've died. So, something else. Let's focus on the word terrorist, since our mayor, Dyer, said he stands against terrorism. Terrorist, by definition, is a person that uses unlawful violence to intimidate or kill people, especially civilians. Now, let's think about that for a second, right? The person that is the reason behind that acronym that I shared with you kills children, leaves wounded children without family, and aims for political gain. Not to eliminate what they call terrorists, because they have funded Hamas in the past. Our mayor stood and said he stands with Israel and stands against terrorism. Now, I have never heard a sentence that contradicts itself so fast, because Israel is the terrorist here. And I appreciate you finally looking up and looking at us like a decent human being. Now, that's all I have to say, but for the remaining time, I'd like to, like you guys do, take a moment of silence for the dead children and people in Gaza. It was an absolute displeasure. Thank you.
Next in the chambers, we have Lisa Nielsen Reinhardt. Lisa?
Lisa's not here. She had to go take care of the parking meters because has gone, but we're hearing the same response.
Please identify yourself for the
My name's Dennis Ducharme.
Please proceed.
I'm here to support the business of lock-in. I understand that there is entertainment issues in which you're willing to pull specific licensing and permitting for entertainment to take place in this particular business. I happen to know the owner. I happen to have been there on many occasions, and at no point in time did I see anything that would disrupt the idea of having entertainment at this particular facility. The owner in which I'm speaking of, she's here today, and I know that I felt very comfortable in the place, and at no time did I think that things were going awry or that the entertainment piece should be, in fact, removed. This is a minority woman who's running a business, and I believe that business should be a good thing for Fresno, and that the individuals that come there, we're just there to sing, have a good time, and any past history that may be linked to this particular location and where the business is actually doing quite well at this point in time, I think it would be a disruption and a disservice to disqualify or to remove any type of entertainment permits that would be required. I understand that the city planner, one of the city planners, Ruben, I believe is his name, is at the forefront of this. The people that actually go there are people just like myself. I'm a retired school administrator. I wouldn't ever put myself in a place that I would think that there would be some sort of activities that would be linked to crime or things that may be very concerning to myself. Everybody that I know that actually goes there really enjoys their time. So I would hope that the appeal in this case for the entertainment licensing and so forth would be something that you would consider and actually support small businesses here in Fresno to do anything in regards to removing this license would be putting in jeopardy the ability of the owner to make a business for herself successful and to support her family in the process of that and support the community. There's not a lot of places to go for entertainment in Fresno anyway. Many times they're very overcrowded or they're non-existent. So this is a small place. It's a place that we enjoy going, and we're hoping that it will be able to continue. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate whatever support we could get.
Next in the chambers, Reza. Good morning, Reza.
Good morning, council members. Excuse me. So I have had the pleasure of standing here before you so many times before, either to offer prayer, to call for an end to police violence, to call on more just water situations, more access to food in the way that we offer tax breaks to businesses, over housing issues, healthcare issues, refugee and asylee issues. And many of you chose to stand with us. And I ask you, don't Palestinians deserve those same rights? Don't they deserve our prayers for peace? Don't they deserve to not be battered and bruised by police forces and unjust police force? Don't they deserve housing access and healthcare access and food access and potable water? You cannot, I repeat, you cannot be a part-time humanitarian. It makes no sense. I ask that Fresno takes a stand and signs a resolution calling for a humanitarian ceasefire and stand with the people in your districts that are calling for peace at this time. I expect some of you to hold your positions. Mr. Bredefeld, I expect you to hold your position. That's okay. Mr. Carbasi, I expect you to hold your position. That's okay. I wish Mrs. Perea and Mr. Arias were here, but I talk to the rest of you particularly. I know why some of you support the genocide and apartheid. I pray that you are held to account for the blood on your hands. Because I am sickened to have learned that many of you stayed silent or stood on the wrong side because you were afraid of losing donations, you are afraid of future donations, and you're afraid of losing future positions. I ask you to look into the mirror, because in your silence, you are no less guilty, and there is no less blood on your hands. Because in the end, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, we're not going to remember the words of our enemies. We'll remember the silence of our friends.
Next in the, you know what, I do believe the rest of my comment cards are related to the 10:10 scheduled hearing. It would be more appropriate to take those comments at that time. If anybody in the chambers wishes to speak on unscheduled communication, consent agenda, contested consent or closed session, you can come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself for the record.
Okay, and name is Mo. Utilizing U.S. arms, Israel has killed 4,600 Gazan children alone in this continued massacre. Yet it doesn't seem they are killing many enemy combatants, as video evidence of this is lacking. At this rate, by the time Israel finishes Hamas, if they happen to succeed, it would seem they would have to A, kill tens of thousands of more Gazans, possibly exceeding 100,000, along with many of their own hostages, or B, effectively expel the Gazans, after which Israel would very likely annex Gaza. This is actually the recommendation of Israel's Ministry of Intelligence. Both options would be gravely unjust and create more militancy against Israel long term. Many have said, what about the October 7th attack on Israel? Acknowledging that, I reply, are we willing to actually look into the root cause behind all of this violence, which stems from before October 7th? Let's look at some history. Recent studies demonstrate that the majority of Palestinian Arab DNA stems from the Canaanites. These Canaanites preceded the Israelites that Israeli Jews claim to be their ancestors. Therefore, there is no basis to the idea that Palestinian Arabs can be treated less heinely because of Jews being there first, like Zionists would like us to believe. Zionists have expanded Israel through systematic murder of their indigenous Arab hosts from the start. The Nakba began even before the creation of Israel. Plan Dalet called for the destruction of Arab villages and expelling those that resist. Read The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by historian Ilan Pape in website decolonizepalestine.com for more details. Following this plan, Zionists killed and dismembered Palestinian Arabs. A father was forced to watch his son get thrown in an oven. Babies' skulls were cracked open. Women were raped and burned alive. The first prime minister of Israel explicitly endorsed white villages being wiped out. Know that when this city raised the flag of Israel, it was raising the flag of a country that was founded on inflicting terror, terror that has continued since. The result was 80 to 90% of Arabs in what is today called Israel were expelled by the Nakba. The majority of families who live in Gaza today are refugees from that event. Now Israel is bombarding them as they've done many times before, in hopes that these refugees leave Palestine altogether. In fact, Ariel Kalner from Netanyahu's party explicitly called for a second, even worse Nakba to take place in Gaza. So what is the solution to this crisis? I demand that the City Council form a resolution that Israel must cease fire now and that the U.S. must immediately force Israel and Palestine to meet on and finalize a settlement deal that is actually reasonable. Not the preposterous offer in 2000 Camp David where Palestinians would receive only 15% of their original homeland, only partial autonomy. The settlements could take place between Israel and the PLO with Hamas excluded and with a condition that Hamas disband. Reasonable terms could include a full prisoner exchange, full autonomy of Palestinian territories, full restoration of prior borders, and the right of return for refugees of Nakba. Palestinians finally being given a reasonable settlement offer would be the best bet at ending the 75-year occupation and all of the related violence once and for all.
All right, that's it for in the chamber. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up via Zoom?
Yes, we have Dr. Shapard.
Good morning, Doctor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Great. I'm Dr. Sohaib Qadri, one of the neurologists in town. I'm watching in horror as Israel continues to bomb and raid vital medical infrastructure in Gaza. They started with bombing Al Ahli Hospital on October 17th and even admitted it on social media. But when they saw the blowback online, they deleted the tweet and falsely blamed it on a failed Hamas rocket. Well, honestly, they still had some shame back then. Internationally recognized Medicine Sans Frontiers, Doctors Without Borders physicians were part of a conference that made it crystal clear that Israel was responsible for the Al Ahli hospital bombing that massacred 500 innocent civilians. But when Israel realized the international community didn't sanction them for this heinous act, but in fact condoned their lies, it made them confident they can get away with the worst of war crimes, bombing hospitals chock full of patients. After that, they just became belligerent and decided to bomb the Indonesian hospital in Gaza. They whipped up fanciful 3D renderings of a hypothetical Hamas base under Gaza's largest hospital, Shifa, as if that's sufficient evidence to justify a future attack on the hospital. When nobody pointed them out on that, they bombed the hospital complex with Hellfire R9X missiles. These missiles, by the way, are made here in the US, funded by our tax dollars, and have 6 giant blades that, on impact, would fan out and maim, dismember, and sever the limbs of innocent patients at Shifa Hospital's courtyard. Now they've done the unthinkable and physically stormed the hospital, cut off its electricity, killed babies inside incubators by suffocating them as it ran out of oxygen, and put up an Israeli flag inside as if they have conquered the place. Honorable council members, hospitals are not legitimate targets. Israel needs to be immediately sanctioned. The city of Fresno must make a stand by passing a resolution in favor of Palestine, in favor of stopping the bombing of doctors and hospitals. These resolutions are what our lawmakers use as reference to demonstrate public support for a cause. And we, as a peace-loving residents of Fresno, should be at the forefront on this matter. Lastly, I would welcome all the council members here to join us in protest against the ongoing genocide in Gaza every Tuesday and Saturday at 5 p.m. on Blackstone and Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Hira.
Hi, I'm Hida Sheikh. I'm a constituent of Fresno. I'm a Muslim American. I was raised here in the city, graduated from Buchanan and Fresno State. I'm going to start with condemning the actions of Israel and the IDF, who have themselves stated their intent to expel and kill Palestinians indiscriminately, referring to them as human animals. I condemn their long-held occupation, terrorizing of Palestinians, bombardment of hospitals, and slaughter of children, women, and elderly. If you don't take our word for their intentions, take their own words. They've made their intentions very clear. So I'm speaking against the genocide, one that's justified generally by an insistence that every conversation should start with instead a condemnation of Hamas, so that we can justify everything once we've agreed that they're terrorists. This is so that we can say that we're not able to negotiate with them and that Israel has no choice. But the Palestinians would feel the same way about a state that continues to kill their children and settle on their land illegally and is immune to international law. If the Israeli Zionist government that calls and treats Palestinian children as human animals with all its terrorist war crimes is apparently open to negotiation, then Hamas can be negotiated with too. So give the Palestinians their right of self-determination rather than keeping that exclusive to the Jews as the Israeli constitution does. Everything else will follow. So allow this to happen for the sake of those dying children. Do it for your constituents who are losing their family members. I'm asking for a statement of support of a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Next, we have Manpreet.
Hi, my name is Manpreet Romana. I'm a Sikh American. I was raised in Fresno, and I am a current psychiatry resident physician. I was raised in Fresno, and I demand that my Fresno City Council members stand in solidarity with Palestinians. It's the height of gaslighting to be expected to ignore the decades-long oppression that the Palestinian people have been forced to live under. Stolen homes, apartheid, imprisonment, occupation, and dehumanization, and much more. And this is all funded and unequivocally supported by US taxpayer money. This is money that I and many others work very, very hard for. You know, as a doctor, I don't want to log on my phone and see hospitals in Gaza being blown up by money that I give to my country that could be better used for my own community. We have many issues in Fresno and across America that could use better government support. We could use better social infrastructure. We could use better public transportation. We could fix homelessness. We could fix any number of issues that we, the American people, give our tax money for, rather than using it to indiscriminately bomb children, women, and innocent men on the other side of the world. Like, it's not something that we can just ignore, like we have been ignoring for so many years. And seeing first-person accounts of the detriment of what we're doing to these people is wrong. It's just not okay. And as Fresno, something that I've always really loved about Fresno is that we are a very diverse population. We have a lot of immigrant communities. We have a Yemeni population. We have a Hmong population. We have an Ethiopian population. We have, of course, like myself, we have a lot of Punjabi Sikh people here as well. And that is the pride of Fresno, is that we understand the plight of other immigrant communities. We understand that, everyone has a basic right to, self-determination, and they deserve that as well. And so I hope that Fresno stands on the right side of history by passing a resolution that demands an immediate ceasefire, the safe release of hostages, and an end to the U.S. aid to Israel. Thank you.
Next we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everybody. Is my city council person in the room, or is she still absent? Hello?
You have your 3 minutes, Lisa.
Yeah, I'm asking if my city council person's in the room. That's a yes or no. And then I'll start my statement, please.
District 1 is absent from the chamber at the moment.
Okay, so she's been gone for quite a while. All right, well, then you guys can take notes and tell her. Well, congratulations to Jill over in Public Works. I'm still waiting for a phone call. You know, you got that fabulous award about Washana Avenue, but you still have striping design issues at the corner of Washana McKinley, in our neighborhood at the 1600 block has some issues, and we look forward to seeing you at the end of the month. I just want to let everybody know that we actually finally got a meeting date with our city council person and a member from Public Works. By the time the meeting occurs, we will have hit the 60-day mark. Excuse me, not the 60-day mark. That's too nice. A 90-day mark. I'm on day 70-something. I still don't know what the dust I ingested back in August was. I'm still having side effects. Do not know, would like to know. Jerry, you care about Fresno so damn much. How about caring about me and picking up the phone and giving me a phone call? Because currently, the only thing I have as any sort of substantial information about that fugitive dust was from your ADA coordinator, and he told me to Google it. Mr. Jans, you're getting a review of your work in closed session.
Lisa, let's please make sure we're addressing the council during this allotted time as per the city council rules and procedures.
Oh, I am. You guys are doing a closed session item about doing a review of your city attorney's work. I'm still waiting on the outcome of what was in the fugitive dust. My attorney is still waiting for a return phone call from, what was it, May or June? Every time I call the city attorney's office, I get voicemail. You guys don't even know how aggravating it is to get voicemail. And that's it. You know, you guys really need to up your game of the quality of service and community discussion that you have, because right now it is severely wanting to the point of, well, it's not to the point. It is actually very disrespectful. And Jerry, I have an opportunity coming up with the city on January 22nd. I've left numerous phone calls to your office regarding a meeting that the California Air Resources Board is having, and would like to work with you on that. But
Thank you. Next we have Amy.
Good morning. My name is Amy Kitchener. I'm the Executive Director of Alliance for California Traditional Arts. I work and live in the city of Fresno. I'm speaking to item 1J, Measure P, Arts and Culture Guidelines. And I would also like to express respect and solidarity with all the speakers today, uplifting injustices to Black, Indigenous people of color in this chamber locally and internationally. My issue today centers on racial equity in arts funding in Fresno. Measure P Ordinance, Section 7, 1506, Expenditure Plan, Section 4 lays out the purpose of expanding access for arts and culture, which makes up 12% of the tax bucket of funding, estimated at approximately $5 million per year. And in Section 4E, it states that this funding shall prioritize organizations and programs that support and expand diverse public or youth engagement and equity. It's important, I'm requesting today that you make 3 critical changes in the draft you are considering for approval today. We're following and supporting the handout that you've received submitted by our colleagues at Radio Bilingüe. And just to review, these requests have also been part of the public comment process informing the Parks Commission, Parks Recreation Arts Commission. My three requests are that the application and review process look at audience size and composition. The applicants need to say who their audience is. What's the racial composition? What are the ages and other demographic features? Otherwise, how can we be accountable to increasing access to arts and culture, which is the purpose of Measure P? Number two, we need to make sure that funds are available for small budget orgs and startups, and also require that all of the applicants fill out all of the full application. This is also about equity, and that there be enough funds designated to allow for small budget organizations to participate fully. And finally, with we should not have double dipping with applicants dipping into the operating support and the project support. Currently, the guidelines let organizations receive up to $500,000 across both categories. That would mean that only 10 organizations would be funded if they received the maximum. And we know that there are over 150 eligible arts and culture nonprofits in the city of Fresno. So thank you for your attention to these concerns.
Thank you. Next, we have Amber. Amber, you want to unmute yourself? Okay, going forward with Des Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I would like to say thank you to Mike for his assistance on this family. Also, I would like to state that I am in solidarity with the Palestinians, and I just want to say, raise the flag. Next, Fresno, California has over 4,000 unhoused individuals on the streets and nowhere to go. Daily sweeps and stolen property have broken the only hope of any of us have ever had left. Shelters are closing. Lack of affordable housing and the cost of living has risen so high that the ones that used to be able to help us can no longer help us. We have come to an understanding that we must work together in order to help break the growing numbers of homelessness. No vet, no child, no elder should ever have to suffer the harsh conditions of for the survival struggle on these streets. More unhoused people have been murdered in Fresno than any other. Suicide rates are the highest amongst the unhoused here in Fresno County. How many more people in this community, born and raised here, have to fight to survive every single night? How many more individuals is the mayor going to allow to be dying on these streets? How many more children is the mayor going to allow to be freezing on these streets in this cold weather right now? We have absolutely nothing for our LGBTQ sober home rehab detox or NAAA specifically for the LGBTQIA community. Yes, they are accepted in these places, but the people in these places don't accept them. Hundreds are back on the highways. Santa Clara is full again with tents on the sidewalks like it's been for the past 50 years. We need safe camps, lots, parkings in every district of Fresno. The mayor needs to stop putting Band-Aids on these Fresno open Goshen wounds and support his community as one Fresno as he claims. Also, I'd like to state that the city and the county has been giving these HHAP meetings and the annual meetings. You guys are confusing us because you are combining the annual action plan meeting that covers 4 or 5 years in with the HHAP meeting, and you guys have totally confused us. I would like to request or have somebody reach out to me to tell me how do I request for these meetings to be reopened and redone to the community in areas, and more advertisement needs to be done. There was only probably 85 to 90% of the people that were inside these rooms that are not ADA compliant were staff from the county and city. This is not a community outreach meetings. We need more community members, and that's going to take more outreach from your staff on both sides of the county and the city. But I am requesting another meeting to be done because you guys did not notify us that there was a combined meeting of the annual action plan meeting and the HHAP meeting that should not be legal to do, since you guys do have to have community meetings. So please redo that one for all of us.
Thank you, Des. Next, we have Sadaf.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Siddharth. I just want to make sure that this is public comments, open for everyone.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm calling in to express my solidarity for the people of Palestine, and especially the situation that that they're going through right now. I do appreciate you guys considering this, and I just want to tell you something very personal. A few weeks back, my daughter got sick. She had pneumonia, and she was in the hospital. And she was on a breathing machine for some days because she couldn't breathe on her own. And, you know, I was hearing about this yesterday, that in the hospitals in Gaza right now, they don't have any fuel or electricity or oxygen left. And patients are actually dying because they don't have any breathing machines, any life-saving machines. And I feel like people over there are in the same situation that I was in a few weeks back. And those mothers have nothing to protect their children with. So I do call upon you guys to call for an immediate ceasefire and let the humanitarian aid go in, let the fuel go in, let the food go in for the people. So.
Thank you. Next, we have Lutfi. Lutfi, you're on mute.
Can't hear me?
Yes, there you go.
Oh, sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I just want to concur with previous public speaker regarding that Fresno needs to stop sending police officials to Israel for training. Israel has a history of creating a tunnel vision for Americans, whether it be elected officials, chiefs of police, online influencers, actors from all industries, and will even pay for your trip so long you come back with a positive image of them and tag them. A previous speaker also mentioned the Shifa Hospital, which is the largest hospital in Gaza and is treated like our children's hospitals for kids. And they're being attacked, killed, terrorized without finding any Hamas members or anything like that. What he didn't mention was Israel actually built that bunker and connected tunnels underneath that hospital when they ruled Gaza in 1983. You can look that up along with all the lies that they tell. I DVR and skim through all local news media, and they are no longer showing what is really happening to Palestinians for fear of gaining public sympathy. One of the largest pro-Palestinian marches happened on November 4th in Washington, D.C., which had estimates of over 200 to 300,000 people, yet the media did not report on it. I could barely find news articles on it from any mainstream outlets, and the one or two I did find, you know what they called it? A mob outside of the White House. A mob. It was anything but. If you are on social media and your interests are in line with justice, fairness, equality, those pro-Palestinian videos should be flooding your feeds like most people. I want to end with asking for all elected officials to show concern towards all people, apply the same standard to all parties, and listen to your community members. We are passionate. Our members, our family and friends are being affected. We are persistent, and we will stand for injustice, all injustice. And I hope each one of you can show the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Motion by Chavez, second by Esparza. Get that right? Okay.
And Councilmember Arias is not online, so we don't need to do the roll call at the moment.
Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0. Okay. I'm going to apologize to our arts and culture friends in advance. It's unlikely that we'll get to you before the lunch hour. I think that conversation requires robust dialogue, and I don't want it to get interrupted by the lunch hour. What we will do at this point, we will move on to contested consent. We will get through as much as we can. I think a lot of these items on here will probably be pretty brief for most of our city staff. We'll try to get you out of here and back to work. When we return from lunch, we will immediately go to closed session to hear both items. When we return, we'll take the scheduled hearings, beginning with the 10:05, the 10:10 item, which I know a lot of folks in the audience are here for, and then we'll move on to the 3 o'clock item. If we could fit parks in there, we will do that. If not, unfortunately, we'll have to wait until the latter part of today. So again, my apologies. We're gonna start with contested consent item 1E as in Edward. Approve a consultant services agreement with Magellan Advisors for project design engineering for last mile broadband deployment. Councilmember Carbasi, this was pulled by yourself. I'll let you have the floor at this time.
Clerk, I believe Brian Horn is on Zoom.
Okay, excellent. Brian, do we have you on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a question. Is it possible to pull up the map? I should have asked you earlier. It's okay. There's a map. We have it in supplementals. Don't pull it up, it's fine. But basically, the map identifies a lot of locations in Northwest Fresno that actually are going to benefit from this. I think it's a $460,000 plus grant from the state. I just wanted to know, Brian, if you can let me and my residents know, if we approve this today, what's next? And then what is the timeline to make sure these areas will have connectivity? What does it look like?
I got Paul in the audience. Actually, this is for design. I'm going to have Paul Dow come up and talk about that a little bit, about the locations.
Okay.
This actually item is for design, not necessarily implementation. So we get the design done, and then we go after grant funding for the actual implementation. So this is in preparation for like last mile funding and last mile grant. And let me have Paul talk to you a little bit about the timeline and what we're looking at. Of course, the map that you have is new. In October, we went to council and we approved the receiving of the funding of the latter grant. And at that point in time, we had identified a couple areas, but since then the map has changed. And so, Paul, can you address a few council members for concern?
Brian, I'm not seeing Paul in the chambers.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is design.
Here he comes, hot up, he's running down.
Okay.
Running down the aisle, Paul.
I can address it. I just think he can do a better job.
Paul, do you want me to repeat the question again?
I think it'd be good. I'm guessing he was in transit.
Sure. So basically, Brian explained this is for design. My question was, there's a lot of major pockets identified in Northwest Fresno District 2 that don't have that last mile connectivity in areas you wouldn't think have that issue. So my question was, what does this mean for actually getting connected? Brian said it's design. The map has been updated. If you could tell us a little bit more about the steps and maybe a potential timeline if we get funding for that, the remainder.
Sure. Yes, definitely, Councilmember Kabasi. Paul Zell, project liaison with the information
Closer to the microphone, Paul.
Yes. Sorry about that.
You can take a minute if you want. If you take a breather. I know you ran down. Thanks for coming here.
Paul Zell with the Information Services Department, project liaison. So what Brian said, the mapping, the CUPC has provided better direction. It still has errors in it. As far as Northwest Fresno, yes, the consultants will consult with the community along with the council, so to better understand, because the CUPC gave us the map, there's errors in it. We found low-income areas that are misidentified. For example, the area of Beheimer and Maple identify as low income. We dispute that. Along with, for example, Roding Park, 87 locations that don't have broadband. The zoo giraffe feeding area doesn't need a broadband. We know that. And so that's where the consultants would work with the residents and work with council to identify it.
I didn't see any areas that were removed in District 2 from the last map. Did I miss something?
No.
I feel like if anything, there was more. Okay.
So the map that is on the
Supporting
agenda, that's where the CUPC identified. That's where the funding will be.
Okay.
And so it's not everything. We are going to go for additional funding for if there's another round of the federal funding account or the upcoming broadband equity access deployment.
So this is just the design, but it'll
Yes.
put us in a position when there's a grant, we're more qualified to get that grant to actually implement the work.
Yes.
Or hire a contractor with the funding to implement the work.
Yes.
Is that correct?
So the design is shovel ready.
Got it.
And to get the money for the shovel, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. Then with that, I make a motion to approve. Thank you for the information.
I got a motion by Carbasi and a second by Bertefeld. We don't by chance have folks from Magellan here with us today, do we, Paul?
No, we don't.
Okay.
No, we do not.
Director and Paul, maybe you could answer this. I know there's been a concern of members not present here today of the lack of this infrastructure at our community centers throughout town, which I think was an understanding of some initially entering into the agreement and contract. And it seems like there might be a hesitation or a resistance from the contractor to prioritize those or include those. Can you speak to that?
We have 10 of them, 10 sites for community centers are included in this.
Can you remind us what those sites are, Director?
So they are
Go ahead, Paul.
Mary Errol Brown,
Okay.
Ted C. Wills,
Yes.
Highway City Science Community Center, Pinedale, Quigley, along with Melody, and the West Fresno Center right on Elm. I'm just going off the top of my head.
They did
but-
pretty well.
So
Thank you. I think
I
that
got
was sufficient.
8 of them. The issue that we see is they are being identified as served. So we could
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
those community centers, they are identified as served. What that means is there's no funding in the future for bringing broadband to those locations. And we at ISD work to provide a connection to those. For example, Ted C. Wills has an AT&T fiber connection there. And so when we submitted for the grant, it wasn't available, and we were going to go and have it shovel ready for anybody to bring it there.
So you're saying they're in the plan, but they're unfunded?
If we continue to design to those locations, there's no funding that we see that will be available, whether it's from the state or the federal funding.
Yeah, going forward. I mean, we can do the design on them. That way somebody can come in and come from behind and implement it. But there isn't any funding going forward. We'll keep looking for funding. Funding keeps coming up here and there. We're going to keep looking, so.
This agreement is just for the design, though?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, understood.
So the next step would be last mile funding, which we've applied for. And we have not heard back anything yet, so.
Okay, we have pending grant applications.
Yeah,
Yes, we do.
we expect to hear from the CUPC on that application first quarter of next year.
24?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. Director, I don't see anybody. Oh, Councilmember Carbasi. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Seeing no other discussion, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you
gentlemen.
very much.
Yes, thank you. All right, that'll take us to 1P, as in Paul. Approve the First Amendment to the Professional Architectural Service Agreement with Temple Anderson Moore Architects in the amount of $60,000, increasing the total contract amount to $187,000 with the remaining contingency of $10,000. This was pulled by myself. Allow me just a moment to pull up my notes. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thank you. Can you go into a little bit of detail on the scope of this project, please?
Of course. Well, I'll start off with a good morning.
A little bit closer, and you could raise the podium too if you need. I know you're a tall guy.
Good morning. My name is Armando Cervantes. I'm with the city's Capital Projects Department. A little detail regarding the scope of work for this project. This is the community center remodel project. And with this amendment, we will essentially execute the south building tentative improvements that were per the original plan of the agreement for the overall project, with addition to a new HVAC system, a VRF type system for the north building, and some minor structural remediations at the south building as well. Currently, the north building is occupied under a temporary structural remediations. However, we are working to execute permanent structural remediations under a separate agreement with Provost and Pritchard Engineering Group.
Thank you. I don't know if this is something for you or Director Aguirre or somebody to address, but I know we had opened the north building on that side. We had discovered some infrastructure issues that required the location to be temporarily closed as we made those repairs. We're going to open it up and make some more long-term repairs through the continuation of programs at that site. I know initially the south building on that complex was slated to open up, I want to say initially around this time. I'm seeing now a completion date of 2025. Is that because of a similar issue with the infrastructure that we had on the north building?
No, it's not related to those structural related issues. This is essentially due to the need to repackage the previously approved plan set to then bid out the south building improvements for construction as per was originally planned for the
Why do
south
they
building.
need to be repackaged, and why at such a late time?
They need to be repackaged because now we also need to include the north building HVAC improvements for that VRF system at the north building, and then the minor structural remediations at the south building, which aren't impacting any closure to the building for the south, but it's just for to do our due diligence in order to make sure that the situation that occurred at the north building doesn't occur at the south building.
Could some of those projects concerning the north building be packaged separately in order to expedite the opening of the south building? I'd hate for the south building to be delayed, another year and a half on top of when it was due because we need to do more things to the north building, which is already up and running.
We can look into those different scenarios. As of now, we currently have planned to package it together with the additional
I'd like to
design
know
elements.
before I approve this item. I'd like to know what that plan is or what those possibilities are before I'm asked to approve this item. Do we have any other options available to us? Director.
Good morning, Randall Morrison, Capital Projects Director. I think looking at the improvements that are within this amendment and that are needed in the south building, it's important to do them all at once. We don't want to have to open it back up and then close it back down again for additional repairs.
For the south building,
for the south
agreed,
building,
but
yes.
the projects concerning the north building, I heard the HVAC, some long-term improvements for the trusses, infrastructure. Can those not be packaged separately in order to help expedite the completion of the south building, Director?
They're unrelated to the south building. The south building scope is defined. I don't think it's going to.
But I'm being told this project is delayed because you are repackaging improvements that need to be made with the north building and with the south building improvements.
No, that's not entirely accurate. So it's repackaging the south building. The architect had originally put together a set of plans with the north building at one point. I think that was a question that had come up from your office previously. Why didn't we move forward with both at the same time? Due to programming, working with parks, we delivered the north building separate and first, and then the south building was coming at a later date. So it's taking those previous drawings and refreshing them, also addressing the structural roof truss issues that came to light within this package. So it's just repackaging what was previously worked on. That's what we're
regarding the trusses. I mean, we discovered those prior or after opening the north building. We made some temporary repairs. We're now going to make some long-term repairs. Could we not make those same temporary repairs to the south building just to get it up and going? Once it's operating, go forward with some of the long-term repairs just like we're doing with the north building?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that the temporary repairs on the north building were only to reoccupy it and get it back open because it was already open. It doesn't make sense from a use of public funds to do temporary repairs, open it up, and then close it back down for permanent repairs and the TIs that we're including in this package. It makes sense to do all of the improvements that are needed to the south building and then open it up.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't have nothing else to say. It is very disappointing to see a lot of these projects go beyond the 4 years I've been allotted in office. So wish you well and hope it can be expedited whatever way it can. Thank you. Make a motion to approve. Second by Karbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 5-0. Okay, that'll bring us to item 1Y, as in yellow, actions pertaining to the First Amendment to the service agreement with Kachurgan Farms, composting to comply with Senate Bill 1383, short-lived climate pollutions. This was pulled by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple questions. Do we have the representatives from Kachurgan here?
Yes, Councilmember, we do.
Okay. Just wanted to kind of get an idea, since we had this conversation, and obviously with the new law that we have to implement as a result of, you know, the legislation and be in compliance, kind of wanted to get an idea of what their plan looks like. I know we're all planning for the organic diversion requirement that we have. We did hear from the folks over at Republic, and I think it's Mid-Valley, but I wanted to kind of get maybe their overview of what their short plan and then long-term plan is for compliance with this. So maybe we have the representative give us an overview.
Hello, my name is Katrina Kachurgan with Kachurgan Farms Composting. I'd like to introduce David, our consultant, who's been working with us on our 1383 compliance plans to answer those questions.
Esteemed Council President Maxwell, esteemed members of the Council, thank you for having me here today. My name is David Button with Armanino. I am a solid waste, organics, and recycling lead for our company. I've been doing this approximately 18 years now. I was brought on recently to help Kachurgan Farms basically find a way to survive and provide the city of Fresno with a viable option for 1383. As part of our plan, we know that there's now going to be more food waste in the system. With the increased food waste tonnage, the plan for Kachurgan is to invest in additional equipment such as depackagers, upgrade current screening equipment from old equipment into the new age in order to help comply with this. In time, we hope to be able to increase our processing capacity as well, and in the future comply with ZEV rules.
Okay. What is your capacity right now?
100 tons a day. The full capacity, 100 tons. 1,000 tons a day at KFC and 500 tons a day at Green Valley.
And I'm trying to nail down on this as we're having a conversation, and City Manager, I kind of give you a heads up a little bit about just some of the line of questions I was going to ask. So with regards to what we're doing now, how much volume are you actually processing right now?
For the city of Fresno?
Yes.
For the city of Fresno, it's approximately, it varies year to year a little bit. We looked over the last couple of years, but approximately 32,000 tons a year. The current contract can hold as much as 40,000 tons from the city.
We're doing 32,000 tons currently.
With us.
With you. Just the city of Fresno that you're handling it for.
Yeah, there's the city of Fresno.
And what do we anticipate the volume increasing to as a result of this?
Well, with the increase in food waste, everybody says amongst it, the increased volume per city on average is going to be roughly 18%. However, that doesn't necessarily correlate to an increase in increased processing at the same time. There will be more weight, but a lot of it's going to be, like I said, investments in technology such as depackagers and items like that that'll help remove unwanted items from that. In conjunction with city plans for outreach and education, hopefully we can get these streams cleaner and get the tonnage rates down to a more manageable level as well.
Okay. And what I'm trying to figure out is we had the conversation with the other haulers. Mott, you remember the chat we had with those folks. So as we're getting less stuff in the gray bins, theoretically, and more stuff in the green bins, that, like, what is that going to mean for our residents, right? And what is the percentage of actual participation that we anticipate for our folks?
Good question. So currently, just like David, hi David, said, last year they processed about 33,000 tons of organics for us. Now we are expecting possibly an increase of up to 18%, but that's all dependent on our outreach and education, which will kick off once we approve this. We already have a consultant and a plan online to start the outreach and education for our residential customers, right? So before we tell our residents to put your food in the green, we need to have the ability for our facilities and partners to accept that change. So this is where we're at this step of to be compliant with SB 1383. Capacity-wise, last year we did 75,000 tons altogether. And technically half goes to Kachurgan, the other half goes to other vendor, which is West Coast Waste, which we are still in negotiations with them. No resolution yet. So, and of course, they have their plans to expand and improve their facilities to further accept more. Now, according to their permit, they have limits of how much they accept, but so far we haven't had a problem. And this is all, we'll put everybody on, to make sure that they are able to serve us and we fulfill our contract with them.
So they currently are processing, like you said, 33,000, but their current agreement says up to 40,000 is what we are entering into agreement with them?
No, our agreement with them is to bring them organics. We're not limiting, we're just saying we have 2 vendors. For example, sometimes they're down, I take everything to the other vendor and vice versa. So we need redundancy in our organic disposal and processing, and that's why we're here. So.
Okay, and I know as we're kind of going through this new compliance requirement, there will be adjustments and things we need to modify with our model. And just so we're clear, the last time we came, the folks came before us, they were going to be handling the educational piece or the commercial piece, all that.
Absolutely.
We, as a city, are going to be handling this component. So Kachurgan or the other vendor will not be doing any outreach or any of that. Is that correct?
You're correct. We are leading the outreach and education. We secured some funds via grants from Calorie Cycle, and we have an ongoing consultant that we are meeting weekly to produce that outreach plan.
When will you be coming to the council for that outreach plan?
I will discuss with the department. Not sure if that's something that we bring. We approved the consultant agreement where they have their scope of work, and that's what we're going by.
I don't know if
City
the
manager.
actual plan needs to be approved by council, but I'm certainly happy to share it and get feedback and all that.
Not to the point where it's approved. It's
Right.
already approved in the
Correct.
in the item, but council, I think, needs to know exactly
100%.
what that will look like.
Yep.
And here's where I'm going with this. This is probably one of the most popular issues over at League of Cities as we're going through this conversation. There are other cities that are a little bit ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
We've been working with them. I know our staff has been working with them. They've done various different programs incentivizing what they're called, composters that they can put in their own property, trying to use that as garden fertilizer. So as we're going through the conversation, I would just like to know what our plan is, our outreach, so that we can communicate that to folks. Because I know as much as we've done, the compliance, even for recycling, I don't think is what we expected it to be from the beginning. So that's what I just wanted to flesh out today, and that was the purpose of those questions. And so I'll circle back with our folks, city manager, and with you, Ahmad, on that. Those are the questions that I had. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Chavez, second by Carbasi. See nobody else punched up at this time. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Assistant Director. Thank you for being here today. All right, Public Works, let's knock out 1BB here really quick. This is actions pertaining to professional consulting services for the ATP. Approve of professional consultant services. This was pulled by myself. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning. Jill Gormley, Public Works Department.
So I understand this is like a routine. Every 5 years we have to update our ATP. My understanding of ATP, consultants identify weaknesses in our system, recommendations for policy or infrastructure improvements. And so I was caught a little off guard when I saw included in the scope of services to have them prepare 30% design preliminary engineering plans for 3 high priority active transportation projects. So this is consulting services. Is it typical that we also have them design projects concurrently?
We've used consultants to do those design services. We're looking to maximize our contract with them, given all the projects that we do have in the pipeline, and take advantage of having this team, work a little bit more than just preparing the plan, but also preparing some designs that we can move forward quicker.
Jill, what are the 3 projects?
We have not decided those yet. That will be part of our community outreach and processes through the plan that those will come up to the surface and what those projects will be.
I'm sure the community provide ample feedback. How will they ultimately be decided upon?
We'll look at what's already planned. We have in our current plan, we have priority networks. We have different projects, in different plans in our Class 4 feasibility study. So we're going to look at all the options, including all of the community output that we get, ideas from your offices, and try to figure out what those best 3 projects will be.
How come only 30% as opposed to 60, 90, or the full design of the projects? And similarly, why only 3 projects? Why not use this as an opportunity to try to get more of our backlogged projects in the design process?
It's what fit into the scope, given the rest of the work that has to be done with the actual plan. We thought 3 was a good number, and that 30% got us far enough along to be able to apply for more funding to actually construct those projects and take them to the next level.
Okay, even though we're not sure what those projects are just yet.
Correct, yeah. Once they're identified and once we have those plans, then we can go out and seek that additional funding to move them across the finish line.
Okay, would your office set a reminder just to notify our office when those projects have been identified? We'd just be curious to know.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Esparza. I do have Councilmember Carbasi punched up to speak. Councilmember.
No, thank you for bringing this up, Council President, and thank you, Jill, for the information. My only concern is, look, we do land use and budget. That's the responsibility of the council. We're talking a bit of budget because we're talking about allocating money for something that's now going to identify 3 projects. Now, Council Vice President Perea and myself have, with the help of the council city manager, did the traffic red light study to discuss what areas are in the most need in terms of red light runners. Council President and myself are working on different initiatives related to traffic safety on another front as well. It's difficult for me to approve this not knowing what those projects are, because I don't, in the same time, I think it's more in your wheelhouse setting that, city manager, but I want to make sure there's some inclusion by this body so we can say, well, this is an identified priority, because there are a lot of things that go underreported, but our constituents report to us and let us know, hey, this is how we feel. Clinton and Van Ness, my brother actually had an accident out there. He was hit, but that you brought that up yourself, Councilmember Esparza. So can you just reiterate how exactly are we as council members going to be included in this process? Because it's not decided yet, but it will come up. So at what point will it come up? Will you decide what projects they are?
So our current active transportation plan identifies a lot of projects, and they're priority projects or longer term projects. So it would be a similar list of projects at the end of the day as far as the plan goes. There's going to be a lot of community outreach with this project involving your offices, the public, and we will keep everybody involved as we move through those processes and identify different projects.
Okay.
Council members, I don't think it's a problem unless we have a timing thing. If we come back to you with a list of recommended projects, we do that with SB1. We do that. I don't think there's a problem with that. I mean, obviously, we're going to allow the traffic professionals to make a recommendation based on all of the traffic and public works standard guidelines. But once those are identified as a priority, I don't have any problem with you guys.
How would that work if we approve the contract today that includes that scope of service, though?
What do we need to do? Do we need to do a caveat that the list will come back to council for approval?
City manager.
I'm fine with that.
You guys are amenable to that?
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Carbasi? Yeah, okay. Well, we have a motion and a second to approve the item as amended, to have that portion come before council for ultimate approval. I appreciate your understanding. Seeing nobody else punched up, is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion as amended passes 5-0. Thank you. We will be back here in the chambers at 1:30. The city attorney will at that time announce closed session. We'll head back there. We'll come back out for the remaining open session at that time. See everybody back here, 1:30.
And just to clarify, that last item was 4-0. Chavez was out of the room.
4-0. My apologies. Thank you, City Clerk.
Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Veronica A. Flores versus the City of Fresno. Item B, public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session.
Back to our open session agenda items at this time. We're going to close out our contested consent calendar. At this time, we have one outstanding item. That's 1J as in John. This is a resolution adopting the Measure P Expanded Access to Arts and Culture Grant Guidelines, sponsored by Parks Department. This was pulled by myself, Councilmember Arias, and Councilmember Chavez. I do have a host of questions I'd like to start off with before I hand it over to my colleagues. I don't know if the Arts Council or Parks would be the most appropriate person to answer these questions, but I'll ask and you can let me know.
Good afternoon, Council President Aaron Gary, Parks Director.
Hey, Director.
As you know, we have a service agreement with Fresno Arts Council, so technical questions regarding guidelines, I'm going to ask Lilia Chavez, the Executive Director, to come up and probably answer and speak
Might
to
be
those.
good to have her up here on standby. Yeah.
There she is. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, Ms. Chavez. My first question is pretty general. How does this plan define cultural arts?
That's the $50,000 question, but it's actually very easy. In order to apply as a cultural arts organization, you have to have self-identified in your tax reporting as a cultural arts organization. And so since only 501c3 organizations can apply, they have to have had some tax reporting. And we can find them through ProPublica and other informational resources.
And that's the Form 990, is that correct, where they would self-identify?
It's the Form 990 where they self-identify, but if they're not doing the 990, they still have another tax reporting form that they have to fill out that they would also identify as. I don't know the number of that one, but it's for organizations under $50,000.
That their annual operating is under $50,000.
Yes.
So
they don't have to submit a 990.
Okay, and each of those forms, are they due on an annual basis, Ms. Chavez?
They are.
Okay. When you say self-identify, I've never filled out a Form 990. Is this a box I check off?
It's a box.
And it says what specifically?
It identifies what kind of organization you are. In the case of it actually says arts, culture, and humanities. You can also identify as historical societies or historical activities.
Okay. So either of those two boxes are checked off, you'll accept them?
Yes.
Is there, and again, I'm not familiar with all the different options that somebody can check off. Is there something similar that someone might check off on there? Maybe they provide some cultural value, but they might not specifically check off that box to best define their organization.
That would be what I've mentioned is what we will be looking for.
Okay. You don't happen to have a copy of that document, do
I
you? But
don't.
Okay. I should have looked it up ahead of time. My apologies. As far as applications, is this a fixed time frame or rolling applications throughout the year?
We will start with a fixed time frame, but we recognize that in this first year, we may not respond to all of the issues in the cultural plan, and so we may have to go out with a specific call for items that are in the cultural plan that weren't addressed by any applicants.
So I'm hearing kind of a fixed time frame, but there could be some open calls depending on ad hoc or specific projects throughout the year?
Yes.
Thank you. Remind me, why is it your recommendation that the Fresno Arts Council's recommendation need to go to PRAX for final approval?
Why?
As opposed to just being decided by the Arts Commission directly?
Yeah. The Fresno Arts Council never intended to usurp the role of the commission. The commission was established to be the oversight body of all Measure P funds, and so it only seems appropriate that the final review or acceptance of the grants goes through the commission.
Now, is it your understanding that when your recommendations go before PRAC, that they will simply have the authority to vote up and down, or will they also be able to make line item adjustments or changes to your recommendation before approving or disapproving?
They'll just be voting up and down.
Is that correct, City Attorney? Is that all the authority that they would have to vote up and down a recommendation, not make adjustments or tweaks?
The way it's drafted, that is an interpretation, and we can clarify that in the
That's your
guidelines as well.
interpretation?
Huh?
That's your interpretation?
That is my interpretation.
Okay. I did see one item in here that gave me some trepidation, Ms. Chavez. It says you would be ineligible to receive this pot of funds if your budget is allotted money through a line item in the city of Fresno's budget. It didn't discriminate whether that was $5 or $50,000. Can you explain what the logic behind that was? Because I don't want somebody to miss out because the city set aside a couple $100 for a specific project, and now they're ineligible for millions of potential dollars down the road.
Yeah, and I hear that, and of course, in my world, we always make exceptions. But in this case, if that's indicated and that's what was approved by the commission, because this was approved by the commission, then it was to ensure that we didn't have other public programs or city programs getting this fund as well. It's like, technically, if we didn't make that exception, the Parks Department could take money from this fund.
My concern is that it's casting a little too wide of a net.
I hear you.
Yeah, and you kind of touched upon something that I wanted to speak about as well. Obviously, we receive line items from ourselves. What if the city was interested in, this is something you and I had talked about privately, public art, right? If we wanted to fund a public art project that had the backing of the community, we would be ineligible to access those public dollars for that purpose?
What?
To at least apply and have your consideration.
Under this, yes, but that's what partnerships are for. The city could partner with a community arts organization and the project could apply for funding. So
in what way?
There's never, the door isn't closed, so to speak.
But the city cannot apply?
Not directly.
Not directly. How would they do so indirectly?
They would partner with, let's just say, in your district, you want to put up a sculpture, and there is community interest to do so. You would identify a community arts organization, in your case, maybe the Fresno Art Museum. They would submit the application on behalf of the project, and the project could be done.
I think what would make me comfortable is some sort of revision that specified if the line item equals a certain percentage of somebody's overall budget, that then they would be ineligible to apply for those funds. Because again, right now the language doesn't discriminate against an artist or art piece receiving $10 or $10,000. And and I think the city does try to be helpful in certain ways in using our general funds or other means of revenue to support the arts. I see this as supplemental, potentially. I think there might be a disagreement there, but I'm letting you know. I think that's what would make me feel comfortable is some more specific language outlining if the organization receives a line item that accounts for X amount of their budget, certain percentage. At that point, they would be deemed ineligible.
Do you have a percentage in mind?
I don't, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm wondering maybe we could potentially pass this today, because I don't want to hold it up anymore, bring something back on the 7th regarding specific language to that point. Would you be amenable to that?
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. I got a few more questions. I don't know who would be the best individual to answer these. I think community provided some input. Councilmember Arias added some red line language, which I think the red line language is included in what we're considering today for a vote.
Yes.
Okay, let me look through here real quick. I had a few questions. I did take issue with the redlining that required emerging artists to answer that entire list of questions. I think that's pretty prohibitive.
I agree.
Was that your original recommendation?
Our original recommendation was that emerging arts organizations only answer 4 of the 6 questions, making it easier for them to apply and making the process less cumbersome and intimidating.
I agree with you on that. Councilmember Arias, are you present? I know that was your amendment. Can you shed some light on that language and why you think that's needed?
Can you repeat the question again, Councilmember? I just got back onto reception.
Your redlined language would require emerging artists to answer the same host of in-depth questions as large organizations, which myself and Ms. Chavez and the Arts Council deem to be prohibitive to these folks. So I'm curious why you added that language in there.
Yeah, so my rationale is pretty simple, Council President. The principle of Measure P, as those of us who made an effort to pass it, was to expand the amount of arts and culture in the city of Fresno to Fresno residents. So we wanted to make sure that we received some really good baseline data for the first years of the grant making, and that an organization, whether they're a one-man organization or a 5-person organization, should be able to complete the full application and provide us a description of their primary purpose, their target audience, and how many people they intend to serve, so that the public and the city could assess how many more opportunities for arts and culture did we create as a result of awarding arts and culture funds. And that without that information, we would not be able to give a clear assessment or an annual report as to what additional opportunities were created. And I see this almost like as like the basic, when we do a contract, irrespective of how large the vendor is, they're required to have basic insurance requirements. So that was the rationale for it. It's not to create more burdensome, but on the sections that are not applicable, they can simply say not applicable. But I do believe that a basic description of who they are, what their primary purpose is, and who their target audience for these funds would be, and how many folks they intend to serve, would be something that anyone receiving public funds should be able to address and should have readily available as part of their 501c3 status and their tax filings that they would be submitting annually.
Okay, I think we disagree on that premise, Councilmember. A couple of other red line edits in here I had questions about. Projects or services funded through the Measure P Grants Fund must be displayed, operate, run, et cetera, within the city of Fresno. I think overall I agree with that premise, but would this language, Councilmember, then prohibit exhibits from being displayed anywhere else outside of the city of Fresno, even temporarily? A lot of artists take their work on tours or display it elsewhere for competitions. Your language is a little broad.
That's not the intent of the language. It's not to allow them to exhibit it in Parlier or in Clovis, but the intent is to ensure that the funds that they use to provide, for example, a performance would not be held in the city of Clovis versus the city of Fresno for folks to be able to enjoy, and vice versa. So this money is generated by Fresno residents, and it is my intention to ensure that the services and the programming is offered in the city of Fresno, and the money isn't used to relocate an arts organization to provide expanded services to a neighboring community who isn't funding the Measure P efforts.
Okay, I think there's some common ground here. I agree with your premise. I think if a performance type of art were to be funded through this monies, it should be in the city of Fresno.
Correct. So,
but I think we could loosen
an
the
example
language a
would
little
be-
bit too, council
Yes.
member, where it comes to like a permanent art fixture, a physical piece of art, maybe amending the language to say the permanent home or the permanent display needs to be in the city of Fresno, but not prohibiting it from traveling or being displayed outside of the city of Fresno.
Yeah, I'm agreeable to that, Council President. I'm simply trying to make sure that these events are held in our city and they're not relocated outside the city. But we definitely want the artwork to be circulated across the state and the country if the opportunity arises.
Okay, so let's consider some alternate language then that would give us some more flexibility. My last question regarding the red line, applicant shall provide a discount to City of Fresno residents for events funded in whole or in part through Measure P grant funds issued hereunder. Again, I agree with the spirit. How, Ms. Chavez, would you reconcile this language if it were to pass? How would that get determined? Who would determine that? Who would determine the amount, et cetera, et cetera?
I don't.
You could be as frank as possible.
No.
It's helpful for me to meet you.
I want to, actually, I very much agree with the recommendation to require a benefit to the citizens. The process for doing that, I don't have an answer for. I think it's going to create somewhat of a challenge for organizations, but I think it's possible. Because so much is done online and people are buying tickets online, it's difficult to prove that they're residents of the city of Fresno if they buy their tickets online. So, so there's going to have to be some system set up, which is going to be hard for some organizations this first round. Eventually, they'll develop those systems and it'll be commonplace. We'll know how to do it, but nobody's had to do it. So, so I think we'll figure it out, though. I don't disagree.
How do you respond to that, Councilmember Arias?
And Council President, this is exactly the conversation I wanted us to have as a body, because I'm not naive enough to believe that the first draft of language is going to be perfect, but I want the spirit and the intent to be there. You know, we do something similar with the Fresno Chaffee Zoo. Fresno County residents get a discount in their membership when they live in the county because they're paying the Measure C tax.
Are we able to buy those tickets
residents.
online for the zoo, council member? And if so, how do they prove the residency online for
It's a zip code. It's a zip code, and it's not intended to be perfect, you know, but I would be happy to allow the Arts Council a year to figure out how they try to meet that spirit. And I'm open to not making a shell as they must, but as allowing the grantees and the applicants to provide their creative ways on how they would give a discount or find a way to give a more direct benefit to City of Fresno residents. And I think, you know, I think we can find some middle ground there, and it doesn't have to be as submitted. It was intended to initiate this conversation on how we ensure that if we're funding the symphony and the symphony is selling tickets for $150, that Fresno kids who want to go to the symphony or Fresno families would be able to get a discounted rate if it's funded by Measure P. So I'm trying to, you know, engage in how we pursue that idea.
Okay. I think I agree with your other red lines here, Councilmember Arias. I know we got a couple other folks punched up, but what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to make a motion to approve with the following changes, and we'll see what happens with my colleagues. So I make a motion to approve with the exception that the line item language be omitted and be considered for revision on December 7th.
Right. Are we changing the number of questions?
Well, I'll get into that too. Okay. I'm speaking specifically right now on that line item issue. So let's omit that for now and revisit to bring back maybe a specific percentage of somebody's budget. Maybe we could figure that number out and bring that back on the 7th, Ms. Chavez.
Okay.
My revision will also include to omit the questions for the emerging artist as was originally drafted, to add more flexible language for art pieces. I don't want the language to be construed that these physical pieces of art cannot travel outside of the city of Fresno as long as their permanent fixture remains within the city. But to what Councilmember Arias said, when it comes to a performance or live art, I mean, if city funds are being used for that, it should remain here in the city of Fresno. And with Councilmember Arias's advice and blessings, to provide that one-year extension to come up with a plan for offering discounted rates for city of Fresno residents. That's my motion as amended, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So the red line that Councilmember Arias submitted, I'm trying to figure out which you're making changes to. Are you making changes to the original version or to the version that Councilmember?
The version we're considering right now includes the red line language.
Okay.
That is what's up for an up or down vote.
Thank you.
Yep, you got
I wasn't sure.
Okay. Next, I see Councilmember Carbasi punched up. Councilmember.
First off, I want to thank Councilmember Arias and his staff for going through this and suggesting some good red lines. I saw some good changes there. Lilia, you are a very patient person, and I really thank you for all your work. I know that we took action, we've tasked you, you've gone back and forth with PRAC to come up with these guidelines. They look really good. I'm very impressed. I do have one area of concern. Earlier, you mentioned that the PRAC is the ultimate authority on how Measure P dollars are spent. There is some conflicting language in the original Measure P, and I will say this, typically when it comes to tax dollars and how they're spent, budgeting is one of the core functions of a council member versus the administration. Yes. So I love the spirit of what you meant by that. I do think, though, it's very difficult for me to take away that authority on how dollars are spent and give it to an unelected body. Because in the end, if we make a mistake, the voters have a right to remove us from office, and they have that ability. It's a lot more complicated when it's an unelected person. People are seeing the same thing when it comes to the utility rates and the California Public Utilities Commission. They're unelected, and they're wreaking havoc on all of us. But going back to this issue, I'm prepared, as I seconded the council president's motion, to vote today. But I want you to know when this comes back, I'm really considering making a friendly change that will at least keep some ability for the elected representatives of this body to have some oversight if there is a particular issue that proves to be problematic. And I'll give you an example. And this is just preliminary, but I want to get it out here on the record. What I'm considering doing is adding, and I think it is on, oh gosh, I forgot what page it is, towards the very end of your guidelines, just adding a section that once it's sent from your organization to the council to PRAC, and they make their recommendations, before it goes back for implementation by the council, the Arts Council, there will be a short appeal period where 3 council members, if 3 council members have an issue, they sign a letter, there's a minimum of 3, then it will go to the full council for appeal, but they'll also have the ability, again, if this can pass legal muster, if there's a particular portion of it, so we don't hold the whole item up, it'll be like a line item appeal. Okay. We're going to be exploring that, but expect that to come forward soon. I'm happy to meet with you if you have any questions or concerns about that.
Sure.
I'm open, as we're out here, to hear my colleagues if they have any thoughts on that. I want to have good balance, but I always want to make sure that final authority does rest with the elected representatives of the taxpayers. That's all.
Councilmember Chavez? And then I can't see if Arias has his hand raised, so you'll let me know if he does. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Ms. Lydia, from one Chavez to another. We're not related, by the way. A lot of people think we're related. I want to thank you for the work you've been doing. I think you and I had the first conversation, God, I want to say probably about 7, 8 years ago when there was no money. I think right now we're in a good space where we're having a conversation about investing in the arts, and we haven't had that opportunity. But I know the work you're doing is not easy. It's oftentimes difficult, but it's worthwhile, because I think as a big supporter of the arts, I think that's what enriches a community. I think that's what gives us our identity and something to be proud of, and I think we have an opportunity to get it right. I agreed with some of the modifications that Council President Maxwell did. I'm a little bit more open to allowing and creating that space for the arts community to kind of outline what this looks like. And the reason for that is because you guys have been doing it for decades. And oftentimes you've been doing it with shoestring budgets. You've been doing it with, pennies and nickels. Now we have an opportunity to do it with dollars. I did want to just ask a couple questions along the lines of some of the points of clarification that were asked earlier. With regards to smaller and emerging artists and organizations, which I think we should do everything we can to kind of capture that, because I think that's how art begins. And I would challenge anybody to define what art is here in this building. I think it's very difficult because it's subjective, but it captures a lot. So on page, I think it's page 7 of 24, and it talks about, it's where it deals with ineligible organizations and then eligible organizations. And I think under the subheading of eligible organizations for folks that submit a proposal, it says that they would use a fiscal sponsor as part of their application packet. Was that designed for an artist or smaller organizations that don't have that Form 990 yet, or that category? Is that what kind of the commission envisioned?
Yes. The ordinance specifically states that funds have to go to a nonprofit organization. So just an independent member of the public cannot apply. So it has to go through a nonprofit. A fiscal agent is a nonprofit. So they serve that function and allow us to fund projects that are emerging, that haven't yet developed fully, and need that extra boost, but also need the oversight and support from an established organization.
Okay, and that would obviously be part of the proposal. And I'll give you an example. I had some young kids reached out. They do these beautiful murals, right? And whether it's lettering or even some drawings, and they were just curious about how they could get involved in trying to secure some of those grants. Because I think now we're in a space where we've done a couple of murals in our city. I think the last one that we did was over on First and across from Roosevelt, First and Cedar and Tulare, and that was great. So I'm trying to figure out how, even with the work of the commission, we can capture a lot of those oftentimes artists that don't get the recognition, or like you mentioned, don't have the legal knowledge or the management knowledge of codifying that and having those opportunities. I think it was Mr. Hugo Morales that mentioned the point about smaller organizations trying to have access to that. What is your take on the, I should say, how easy it is for an emerging or a new smaller organization to apply and go through this process? Do you think that this captures that?
Yeah, one of the reasons that the commission and the committee that worked on this identified that category of emerging artists was to address exactly your concern, and also to address the concern that underserved populations have not always had the capacity and or ability to apply for funds like these. So the emerging category, the opportunity to apply with a fiscal agent, the reduction in questions, all are to make it easier for those new organizations, those individuals that haven't done this before, to be able to do it. I'm going to take an opportunity right now to just kind of say that the issues that Councilmember Arias brought up with regard to data collection and demographic information, if you look on page 21, there are specific questions there that cover that. So it is our intent to do that. But to your point of emerging organizations, because they haven't been established and no one has expected it of them, they don't have those methods for collecting the data. Those are things that we're going to have to teach, help them identify through technical assistance and support. So we want to make sure that everybody, from individual artists to the Philharmonic and CMAC, all qualify for these funds.
And along those lines, Chavez, so for example, and I like to just kind of like, simplify things. So a group of artists, say from Roosevelt School of the Arts, that are just coming up, they have talent, but they haven't been able to capture it. The way the process would work is they would go meet with a recognized, eligible organization, and then the organization would sponsor them, and then they could apply for some of these funds, correct?
Yes.
That would be allowed?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we put that on the record. The last kind of question I had was with regards to the point that was brought up. So an organization that applies and secures funding for their operating budget, right? And the way it reads now, they would also be eligible to apply for a specific project. Yes. In practical terms, what would that look like? Obviously, their core mission, they would get funding for that, but would this be for like a sculpture or a mural or something like that? Would those funds be specifically for just the project or also for operating?
Project-specific grants are for projects, but with any project, you have people who are working on that project. So there are going to be some administrative costs related to a project. So an organization that applies for project-specific grants will be able to outline in a budget all of the costs related to the project and apply for those funds. Now, there's no guarantee that they would receive 100% of their request because it's all dependent on available funds, but they would have the opportunity to apply for it as a project-specific activity. Operational dollars, and I just feel really fortunate that we're going to provide operational support because operational dollars are the hardest for organizations to get. Big funders, everybody wants you to do that great project. They want you to invent something new, but your general operating costs are still there. And so with operational support, you can pay for the utilities, you can pay for the rent, you can pay for staff support. Those are the core operating dollars that organizations need. Now, when you look at a small organization, that's why being able to apply in both categories is so very important, because if you're a small organization and you have a $50,000 budget, then that's not even enough to pay for a full staff person, and you're going to apply for operational support. So now you're going to have some money for the foundation of your organization. But how do you pay for projects? So if you can't apply for project grants, so you need to make both opportunities available. Otherwise, those small organizations are the ones that will suffer. Now, for larger organizations, that's not such a big issue. And we have 6 organizations in the city of Fresno that are $1 million or more. And those organizations will be eligible for a larger percentage of funds because they have larger budgets and grants are made based on budget size. But they may not need the project-specific funds, and so maybe they would just apply for operating support. But if they did apply for project-specific funds, they could still do so, but they would have to compete with everyone else who's submitting a project. And your kids from Roosevelt might submit a better proposal than one of the large budget organizations, and it may be more in line with the cultural plan. So that large organization might not get funded, and the kids from Roosevelt would.
That was really the rationale that the commission came up with, is kind of putting this together. Having worked with grants, I know that traditionally there's a cap on how much you can do for administrative. Has the commission developed a cap, or is that still, or is it flexible?
The general percentage in the field is 10%.
Hasn't changed. This has been like that for a while.
It has.
On there. Those were all the questions I had, Council President. Thank you.
Councilmember, did you have take any issue with my proposed amendments?
No, the only one that I'd like to get more information on was the one that Councilmember Carbasi mentioned.
Which we'll revisit at the 7th?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, on the
Fair
7th. Maybe I'll chat with him and kind of go through what that would look like. I just don't want to get into the space where, and this is just us being realistic. I think council members come and go. We cycle in and out, but I think the Art Commission, will be there a little bit more permanent, and sometimes it's good for an organization to have institutional knowledge and the background, and I just don't want to be in a space where they essentially aren't free to kind of cultivate the spirit of what the art should be, right? Which is expression and trying to do that. That's just my personal take. I'll chat with Councilmember Carbasi on the details.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon. My questions are a little bit of a different track. Just out of curiosity, how will this grant program be advertised?
We are actually ramping up. Fortunately, we have some set-aside dollars that are Arts Council dollars because Measure P funds didn't allow us for marketing. So we are going to create a large outreach program. We'll be using social media. We'll be using any public media source to get the word out. But what we know is that word of mouth is the best way to get people to come. So we will start having workshops, and those will be over a period of time, so that when one person comes to the workshop, they'll tell someone else, oh, you have to go because these funds are available. And that's one of the key ways that we're going to get people involved. But we'll be using all media to get the word out.
Yes, anything and everything, yeah, I'm sure. Another question I had was, how many panelists will be sought in terms of the adjudication panel?
We'll be looking at 5 to 7 panelists per panel.
Okay.
And it's going to depend on the number of applications that we receive, because depending on how many applications we have, we may have to create more than 1 or 2 panels.
I see. Okay, so there could be multiple potentially.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I know the schedule is probably still being kind of put together, but roughly how many workshops or webinars does the Arts Council plan to hold prior to the application deadline?
We plan to have at least 3, but we also are working with Fresno City College to do a grant writing workshop specifically to help people that have never written a grant. And the Arts Council does grant writing workshops, but our hands are going to be full doing a lot of other things. So we're using our community partners, and Fresno City College has agreed to do a grant writing workshop that will be open to students and the general public.
Okay. And then lastly, sorry if I missed this, but is there a cap on the amount of specific or the project-specific grant applications that one organization can submit?
You mean can they? They can only apply once to
okay.
each program.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a couple questions for Ms. Chavez. Ms. Chavez, how are we going to control for, say, a larger organization who applied for money, got awarded for operations and a project, and has yet to expend the money, and the next round of awards are coming, and they apply for another award? Have you considered how you control for that?
That's really a great question. And what we intend to do is, before a new application can be submitted, final reports have to be submitted, and they have to demonstrate how they expended the prior grant before they can apply for a new one.
Great, thank you. And then I just wanted to mention to Ms. Chavez and to the public, you've done an extraordinary job of getting us to this point. And unfortunately, the more difficult body of work is still ahead of you on the awarding of the granting and the oversight of it. So I do hope that we all, as a community, give the Arts Council grace as you guys take on this huge endeavor of executing the vision of Measure P. So thank you for your effort. And I also want to acknowledge the conversation around operations and projects and kind of the double dipping. In my view, it works both for small organizations and for large ones. But I'm willing to give the commission, the Arts Council, a year of grace period to see how all these, well-intended guidelines, play out, and see if we have to revisit them downstream to really hit the target of what the community wants. My last suggestion, Ms. Chavez, is that as you do the advertising, I know that we did not allocate money for the council and the commission to do a lot of advertising. But I would encourage that as you do what you can with the limited resources you have, is that you ensure it goes out in multiple languages and in multiple platforms, because I don't want, any of our diverse communities not to be aware of it, because the RFPs, were only advertised on Channel 30 or, some other platform that doesn't reach, as diverse of a community as we serve. And then my last comment, Council President, to Member Carbasi's, thoughts on the panel of 3 council members, as an appeal body, I would just caution us as a group. I don't know 3 of us council members that can color code our outfits. And I definitely am not an artist or an expert in that area. And I would just caution us with, creating a process that would have us in a position to debate on a monthly basis whether somebody considers a statue or a kind of art piece art, or whether they consider it to be offensive in their perceived experience. So, but I'm looking forward to the conversation and seeing how we work through it. I would just caution us with going too deep into that space, because the world of art and culture is actually, run by some significant experts that know way more than I do on what is art and what is not. So with that, Council President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Member Carbasi, can you close us out, please? Do you have yeah, go ahead. If you could close us out on comments.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate, I didn't share my thoughts with any of my colleagues, and I really appreciate in the public space getting that feedback. I actually agree with Council Member Chavez. I am not the person to determine what is art and what is not, and that's not my role. But we're talking about a whole new system and a whole new process, and we have a lot more experience giving out grants. We are learning this process. That's why we're even coming next week with changes. You are learning this process. But my concern is, should something happen in the process, given the level of experience we have, we can help. And that's why I'm suggesting the council retain that ability to bring it back in a public process on this body. The other thing I want to add is I actually agree completely with Councilmember Arias. It's difficult to get 3 council members to agree on anything. That's why it's not 1. I'm saying 3, because if 3 council members agree there's a problem, then there is a problem, and it should come to this body. Again, I look forward to the conversation, and we will see what we come up with by the 7th. So thank you very much.
Okay. I don't see anybody else punched up at this time. We have a motion to approve as amended. We have a second. Is there any opposition?
You have to
Oh, please, roll call.
motion to approve as amended by Council President Maxwell and second by Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
6-0.
Thank you very much for all your
Thank
time
you.
and effort. Laura, if you're listening, please schedule a meeting with Ms. Chavez ASAP. All right, we are unfortunately a little bit behind schedule today. We are going to go ahead and move on to our 10:10 a.m. hearing, consideration of an appeal filed regarding CUP, application number P23-244, and related environmental assessment to the property located at 3045 West Bullard Avenue. This is located in Council District 2. I do have a script provided to me by the city's attorney's office that I will be following throughout this hearing. We will open with staff presentation. Good morning, Phil.
Good afternoon, Council President, council members. Philip Seegers with the Planning and Development Department. I'm filling in today for Luke Reisner, who is the planner who processed the application, but he is also available online via Zoom to join in, address any questions the council may have. Okay, so this next item for your consideration today is related to a conditional use permit, or actually related to an appeal for the approval of a conditional use permit, application number P23-0244. Go next slide.
If I can make just a quick announcement, if you're here for either this hearing or the 3 o'clock, it's unnecessary to fill out a yellow card if you wish to speak. It's unnecessary. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the subject application pertains to Locked In Sports Bar, which is an existing restaurant with alcohol located at the southwest corner of North Marks and West Bullard Avenues in the Marks and Bullard Shopping Center. This is located in Council District 2. The subject property is located in the Community Commercial Zone District. Located north of the subject property and a shopping center is an existing commercial shopping center, as well as a retirement community and single-family residences. And to the northeast and east, there are professional offices, as well as multifamily residences. To the east is an existing professional office and multifamily residences, and to the south and west are existing single-family residences. So the subject application, the existing restaurant is currently operating under a state of California alcoholic beverage control type 47 alcohol license. This alcohol license is most commonly associated with restaurants and are utilized by restaurants, and it allows for the sale of and consumption of beer, wine, and distilled spirits on the premises. The existing establishment is currently authorized to operate from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, as authorized under a previously approved conditional use permit. In addition, the restaurant does have, on occasion or several nights a week, live entertainment at the establishment, including open mic nights. And under the subject application, number P23-00244, they're requesting to extend their hours of operations from to 8 a.m. and 2 a.m. And according to the Development Code, restaurants with alcohol, as well as bars and nightclubs and lounges, are permitted in the Community Commercial Zone District with an approved conditional use permit and subject to additional regulations in accordance with Section 15-2751. And before going a little further, I want to kind of explain some of the key distinctions between the different types of establishments, eating and drinking establishments that are addressed in the Development Code. And so restaurants with alcohol, as you would assume, it's primarily allows for the consumption, actually the consumption of alcohol is subordinate to any kind of food service that's provided at the restaurant. Whereas with bars and nightclubs, the consumption of alcohol is the primary use, and any food that's served is subordinate to the service and consumption of alcohol. In addition, another key distinction between the different types of establishments is with restaurants and alcohol, the time to stop sales, and service, and consumption is 12 o'clock a.m., and with bars and nightclubs, the time to stop service is at 2 o'clock a.m. And for permit purposes, if a restaurant does seek to stay open after 12 a.m., it shall be considered a bar or a nightclub. And also, establishments can operate under dual modes of operation, such as a restaurant that would transition over to a bar or a nightclub after 12 o'clock a.m. And so based on the requested or the proposed hours of operation of going from 12 to 2, the existing establishment would operate under two modes of operation as a restaurant transitioning to a bar. And during the review process for the conditional use permit, the Fresno Police Department protested the extension of hours due to concerns related to the establishment being operated more as a nightclub rather than an actual restaurant, as well as excessive calls for service. However, the police department did provide a list of requested conditions to be included in the conditions of approval if the planning and development director authorized the extension of hours. Some of those conditions included additional cameras be provided, the employment of licensed uniformed security guards, condition for the kitchen to remain open and operational during all hours of business, and another condition that no live music be permitted on the premises. On June 12th, the Council District 2 Project Review Committee considered the application and recommended denial with a vote of 3-0. And on July 20th, a notice of intent to take action was mailed out to surrounding property owners within 1,000 feet. Staff did receive several responses from neighbors in the immediate vicinity, and some of them expressed concerns related to increase in intoxicated drivers, safety of elderly residents, proximity to neighboring residential uses, loud music, as well as increased calls to the police department. And on August 7th, the Planning and Development Director approved the subject application, authorizing extension of the hours to 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. instead of the requested 2 o'clock. And also subject to compliance with additional conditions as recommended by the police department, including the prohibition of live music. And on August 17th, the applicant appealed specific conditions related to the hours of operation, specifically the limitation that they could only operate till 12 instead of the requested 2 o'clock, as well as the prohibition of live music. It's also noted that in between the date that the director took action on the project and the date that the item went to Planning Commission, the property owner did provide staff with authorization that the establishment could operate until 12 a.m. Instead of the 2 o'clock a.m., but also authorized no live music occurring past 11:30 p.m. So the appeal related to the hours of operation are kind of void, is given that the property owner did not authorize them to go past 12. And so the subject application or the appeal was considered by the Planning Commission on October 4th. And the Planning Commission denied the appeal and upheld the director's decision authorizing the extension of hours only until 12 a.m., but added live music could be permitted only on Fridays and Saturdays and only until 10 o'clock p.m. And so based on the hours of operation authorized by and conditioned by the Planning and Development Director and the Planning Commission, the establishment would be operating under one mode of operation, would be considered a restaurant with alcohol. And on October 11th, 2023, Councilmember Carbasi filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision due to concerns related to potential impacts in the surrounding neighborhood. And therefore, the subject application has been referred to the City Council for consideration. And on November 3rd, a notice of today's public hearing was mailed out to surrounding property owners, and to date, staff has not received any comments in support or opposition. And I should have gone to that slide earlier, but we can skip ahead. And so staff recommends that the council deny the appeal and uphold the action by the Planning and Development Director and the Planning Commission to grant the extension of the hours to 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. and allow live music to occur only on Fridays and Saturdays until 10 a.m. as the Planning Commission amended. And that concludes staff's presentation, and staff's available to answer any questions. I'd also like to note that Detective Chris Hodge from the Police Department is also in attendance, as well as the applicant, Valerie Richardson. She's also in attendance to address any questions.
All right. Thank you, Philip. I'll entertain questions by the council after we've closed the hearing portion of the agenda. Thank you. I will now allow the applicant to make a presentation at this time if they choose to do so.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Richard Lima, and I'm a representative from the law offices of Melania Barra, who we represent the applicant, Valerie Richardson. As indicated in the staff's presentation, the recommendation is to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of October 4th, 2023. And we urge this council to adopt that recommendation. Just a couple items that I'd like to point out is that in the excuse me, in the presentation, the staff bases the recommendation upon substantial evidence that shows that the existing business of Ms. Richardson with the conditional alcohol sales is compliant with all of the provisions of the Citywide Development Code and consistent with the Fresno General Plan. There's nothing that she's doing in her business that violates the Fresno Municipal Code or the Fresno General Plan. In fact, her business is promoting the Fresno General Plan. It's a small business. She's a successful businesswoman. She's running this business. She's also working with Angels of Grace and doing foster care for foster kids. So she's wearing different hats in this community. And part of her dream was to open this business, which she did. A lot of it, there's a lot of history associated with this location because of the past owners and the past name. She's done her best to distance herself from that reputation, I should say. Also, the police condition of no live music and Councilmember Carbasi's concerns, there's nothing in the municipal code that prohibits live music to a restaurant of this type. In Mr. Carbasi's appeal letter, which is Exhibit O, he mentions, I'm sorry, Exhibit P, he mentions a concern that there was mention at the Planning Commission of being able to revoke the ability for her to continue with live music if her business was to reach a predetermined threshold of any complaint calls. Well, that's a little vague. Complaint calls can be anything, not just noise related. And I do want to note that in that 1 year period from, I believe it was July of last year to August of this year, there was 17 calls to the establishment or to the address. Out of those 17 calls, only 8 of them, 8, were related to some sort of noise complaint. 8 calls, not all 17. The other concern Mr. Kobasi raised is the impacts to the neighborhood. Well, as you heard, staff has received nothing in opposition to this, to its recommendation to the city council since it sent out the public notices. So I just don't see how the neighborhood is concerned. In fact, there was a meeting held at Locked In back in May for the neighborhood to express the concerns, and out of the whole public, only 3 people showed up. So if the neighborhood was really concerned about any type of noise situation coming from this establishment, I think they would have come out more so in opposition to her having live music. The important fact is that when she opened this business back in May of 2022, from day one, she had live music, live entertainment. Now, because of Detective Hodges' recommendations and the Fresno City Police recommendations, they want to take away this situation for her to have live music without any type of due process. Ms. Richardson is a businesswoman. She provides jobs to the community. She provides a venue for people to come out and enjoy themselves, to eat food, to listen to live entertainment, live music, and to support her business. And I think that's all part of the Fresno General Plan to promote business activity. If this council has any questions for Ms. Richardson, she'll be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. Would that be the conclusion of your presentation?
Yes, it would.
We will hold comments until the closing of the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate the fact that a lot of folks here in the chambers fill out a yellow card to speak. When we do these hearings, I usually just ask folks to come forward in a specific order. So we are going to go to public comment on this matter at this time. If you would like to provide public comment in favor of approving the conditional use permit, please line up behind the microphone. Everybody will be afforded 3 minutes. When the yellow light goes off, you'll have 1 minute remaining. When the red light goes off, that'll be the expiration of your time. Please be respectful of the 3 minute time limit. Please introduce yourself for the council. Please proceed.
Hi, can I start?
Yes.
Hi, I'm James Barr. I'm a neighbor to Locked In. And one time I was looking for the address. I missed that public hearing, and the county jail came up. I go, #locked up. So I thought that was unfortunate. I want to say I'm a public high school teacher, 25 years. I started at Edison, and I saw, as a math teacher, I saw one of my students at Sierra Billiards. And they have entertainment, right? They have alcohol. One of my former students, Roy, was there, and he remembers in the winter of '97, he was always late. And I said, what's your career now, 25 years later? Bail bondsman. So all roads lead back to the county jail. But now he's on time. But I just wanted to say about it's a sports bar first, right? And or a restaurant sports bar. I'm not a sports person, but it's always been friendly there. It's always been neighborly. They have the dry cleaners next door, Domino's Pizza behind it, and they have it's a quiet corner of the mall. and I enjoy the food. I don't need my belt this time coming back from lunch, but I just want to say I promote it for the friendliness and the safety of it and security. And it's not a dance club, right? It's not that. It's an adult establishment, and I just want to say thank you. And I don't appreciate her saying that I look like Steve Martin. I like to represent myself as a fat Richard Gere. I'm available for appearances.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tim Lowe, friend to Val. We have hosted what's called a Sunday Fun Day at her venue where people just come out, have a good time, dance, listen to her live music. From what I understand, there has not been any issues, any fights, police calls, shootings, and all that. And it's on a Sunday from 2 to 6 p.m. Usually all the businesses in that parking lot is closed. The only people that's in that parking lot is the individuals that come to the event. And we keep it calm. We have the security out there. And, you know, Val's a great host. She's a great person. We bring people to her business to support because, you know, throughout the week it's not really that many people there. Val, she's just a very nice lady. When I first met her, I thought she was super cool. She cares a lot about her business. She do try to keep any drama away from her business. So if it's been any issues, I'm not quite aware of that, but I know that there has been, you know, times when we're there on a Sunday Fun Day event, and, you know, we dance and we hang out just like they do at quite a few places I've been. I've been to, you know, Cocky's on a Sunday. You hang, and to me, it's just an event to just come, let your hair down before you get ready for work. You've been dealing with your kids all week. You probably even had a stressful weekend. You come on that Sunday, we leave, wrap it up by, you know, 6 p.m., clean up, and we're gone. So to me, during the daytime, you know, if I know that it is a neighborhood right there, so we do try to keep it, you know, during the daytime and not late at night or whatever. If there's any issues with the music, we will cut it down if need be. But it's just something where we just, you know, came out and had a great time. There are several different type of people there. Even this line of people sometimes be there, and we just have a good time. We high-five each other. And like I said, it's an event to come and just let your hair down and just, you know, get rid of all that stress and get ready for the week. Because Monday is coming. That's when we have to deal with our kids. We have to work, and we're super busy. So this event, and I've had people come up to me and even have came up to Val and just said, you know, thank you so much. And it's only once a month, if that, maybe even every other month, but it's usually always on a Sunday. And that live entertainment is, you know, needed because we would like to have the DJ, you know, come in, set up, and then, you know, break down, leave. But it's nothing that that I've seen have brought violence or anything to that community. Like I said, Val is very careful with that. If there is any issues, and we always say, and we'll even make an announcement, if there's any type of issues, we're going to end the event right away. There's like no ifs, ands, or buts about it, zero tolerance. She don't want the police at the place. She's even hired the police to come park out there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mike Alexander. As you can see, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a musician, but also a former teacher. As a former teacher, I was teaching social studies. I want to thank you guys for doing your civic duty, for sitting on the board. This is not an easy job. So I want to thank you guys. And now that I buttered you up, I just want to say this venue has been a great place to play music. Most of us, we're long past our playing devil's music, as it were, you know, that our parents used to yell at us for. It's been a great crowd. I've been to several music events here. And as a working musician, I, along with others, we've been in bars and venues that don't have live music, where the music being piped over the sound system is actually louder than some of the stuff we do. So it's, this has been a calm crowd. I've really enjoyed hanging out with all these guys. I travel a bit, and whenever I go to towns, I try to see what the music scene is like. And There are some towns that have really good music scenes, and I'd love for Fresno to be known as one of those that are friendly to musicians and friendly to this art form, because for so many of us, this is a passion. This is something that we love to do, and we live for this. And, you know, considering the neighborhood, I've been in this place, I've been in other places, and this has been a great place. It's not loud. It provides a great service for us all, and I would like to see this continue the way it is.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Sandy Renteria. I am coming on behalf of myself and the lock-in as well. It is a very well-established, family-oriented place to be. I just got done throwing my daughter's 39th birthday there, and it was awesome. The music wasn't loud. It wasn't out of context or anything of that nature. It was a very well-organized, very calm. We're more like family all there. We have become family with a lot of the musicians, a lot of the talent, the DJs as well. Val is a very humble leader in this community, not just as a foster parent, not just as the things that she does for the community as well as for her establishment. She has given her wholehearted into everything she does. She has never gone out of her way to, you know, distract or upset or any of those establishments that are around her. She has been very adamant about the concerns and anything that anybody has. I've been there several times. I pretty much hang there quite a bit, and I enjoy the music. I enjoy the karaoke. I enjoy open mic. I enjoy just the music itself, because there is so many people in this community that want to vent and want to express themselves and want to sing music and stuff like that. And I think that's just the perfect place. So I hope you guys consider to extend her hours, and I would really greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to say good morning and good afternoon to the council members. I've been here long enough to where I feel like I know you guys personally. I'm going to miss you when I leave. My name is John Clifton, and I am a professional musician around Fresno here, and I also travel the world playing music. I've been doing music in this city for, I don't want to say how long because I'll date myself, but since I was 18 years old, so take a look at me and figure out how long that is. Anyways, 50. Thank you. Anyways, I am the host of the open mic at Locked In, and I have also done other events at the Locked In. Now, I'd like to just go over quickly with you what the open mic is, okay? The open mic, what we offer is a platform for performance artists, okay? Singers. We have R&B dancers, we have country western singers, we have gospel singers, we have Latin singers, we have poets who are spoken word artists, we have other types of performance arts. We have literally a plethora of people that come to this open mic. Many of them are seniors like myself, so we're not out there hooting and hollering, you know, and causing a lot of trouble. And what Valerie has done is she's allowed us a place where we could all get together, and we're actually bridging a lot of gaps here. We're bridging a lot of divides between race, between age, between sex, gender, all of these things. We have all different types of people that come to our open mic, and she's opened her doors for us to do that. It's also a place for performance artists who don't have a platform to perform, okay? It's a place for them to come out and have their 10, 15 minutes worth of fame. A lot of people work hard. They work really hard all week long, and some people work real hard and have meager and meek lives and bleak lives and live, you know, not very happily. And they look forward to this Tuesday night open mic because it brings some brightness to them. And it is It is a really important service that we do, and she allows it to happen at her club. We're not out there. You see the people that are here. A lot of these folks are attendees of our open mic, and you see them here, and they're old folks like me, man. You know what I mean? We don't cause that much trouble. And I've done Sunday events at her place as well, the Sunday Blues Party, where I've had 100 people that are my age or older that come out on a Sunday afternoon because they can't stay up late evenings to watch live music. So we're doing live music. We're not causing trouble. Take a look at us. This is what you get. So, Council President Maxwell, you said earlier that the city of Fresno wants to support the performing arts. This is an opportunity for you to do it very thriftily, I may add. It won't.
Thank you very much.
I want to say hello to the council. My name is Anthony Martinez. I am co-host of the open mic. And the open mic is actually on Tuesday from 7 to 10. But it doesn't just happen at 7 to 10. It takes X amount of hours to prepare for it. It is controlled volume with 2 speakers, not 20. And we have some professional entertainers there. And we also have, what was failed to mention up to this point, we have ex-public defenders performing there. We have lawyers performing there. We have ex-sheriffs, retired sheriffs performing there. And two of the biggest requirements that are available to anybody that walks into the family-oriented locked-in sports bar is friendship and handshakes. There are no drums there. There's no real loud noises. I think the nursing home was mentioned. If you're familiar with Fresno, which I know you are, it's the distance like from here to, say, Ventura. So it's not immediately right outside the doors. There are some apartments right across the street. We do everything in our power to keep our shows as clean as possible. They may not work on a Friday. They may not work on a Saturday, but doggone it, they're working on Tuesday night. Take it away from people like us. Is it better than watching a 9 o'clock movie? I would say so. Because you have friends, you talk, you enjoy, you share stories. I respect everything that was said here today by everyone. You take a woman like Valerie that has taken either all or most of her life savings, and you want to strip some of that away? I stand up here and all I listen to is, my doors are open. Don't shut one on her. Thank you very much.
My name's Gary Miller, also known as Cornbread. Been a musician now for about 20 years around Fresno. Started out not even knowing how to play guitar. Started going to open mics. Started learning a lot. It's not just music. People just say music. Well, it's more than music. We gathered there as friends. We exchange chords in the guitar. We exchange music theory. We do a lot of things like this that, you know, it's not just walking into a bar and listening to some loud band playing. The open mic is something that it's hard to keep it going. I've seen a lot of places close because they can't, because they go broke, okay? What Valerie's doing, I support her completely. Closing her up on Friday and Saturday nights that early would probably harm her. I don't care about the business part that much, though, but I do want to say that the atmosphere there is great. There are no, I've never seen any scuffles. It's not like your old bar where everybody's getting drunk. Everybody's very civilized about the whole thing. And hopefully you'll be allowing her to do as she needs to keep her business alive and vibrant. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bill Clifton. I'm John's brother, and I'm a retired business owner in the Fresno area. Me and John had Valley Well and Pump Company, a well drilling service, and for years, and we know what hard work is, and we know what business is. And it takes a lot to plan a business and run it, and it's your heart and soul, you know. And I'm also a musician. I traveled with John around the world, you know, playing music, and I go out on Tuesday nights for the jam session, just because there's a great bunch of people there, a great staff, and they're friendly, and it's a place where a guy can sit there, come in a three-piece suit, shake hands with a guy in a t-shirt and pair of jeans, and they'll buy each other a drink. And that's just the atmosphere there, and there's no loud music. It's like we just said, it was acoustic based on the jam session night, and it's very low key. I mean, the average person might walk in there and get bored, you know, because it's not wild there at all, and it's just a friendly spot where you go to have fun. And like people were saying earlier, there's a certain amount of folks that this is their opportunity to get out where they normally would on Saturday nights are usually too late for folks that come out here, and they look forward to this all week long, you know. And I still play around town on Fridays and Saturdays. I don't need to go out there. But I go out there almost every Tuesday just because it's a fun atmosphere. It's easy, and I see these friends and the camaraderie going on there, and it's important. And I think it's important to spread that kind of thing around the community. And this is a spot that you could really do some good with it. So I'd appreciate your thought on that. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Castro. I had this speech all worked out on my phone, but I'm not gonna use that today. Today's been an experience for me today. This morning we sat here and we listened about children being beheaded and kidnapped and killed in Gaza. We heard all this about the cultural arts things and stuff like that. And here we are arguing about keeping entertainment in an establishment from a hardworking woman. This lady is a hardworking woman. She's given to her society. I met this lady because I went into her establishment because I was depressed. My daughter was recently murdered. And I thought, you know what, I need to get out because I was stuck in my house. I walked in there and I felt like I was part of a family. She bragged to me about how much she gives to this community. She's just a hardworking woman. This is a good establishment. I've been to bars like Nick's Bars, the Top Hatter, Old Town Saloon, some of these old bars from back in my younger days where there's parking lots full of police, stabbing, shootings. Nothing like that goes on in this place. Nothing like that. You see a bunch of these guys? Look at these guys. These guys look like troublemakers. Do I look like a troublemaker? This is a nice place to go, enjoy a good meal, have a nice drink, and listen to some good music. Thank you.
Hello, I'm your next governor of the California. You know, I'm a genius saxophone player, and when I get to Washington, D.C. with my partner from Hillary's college, Wellesley College, we want to know that we come from a place called hope, not no hope. Despite all of our different colors, we're all part of a coat of many colors. We're all a part of American quilt. And maybe you're right to ban live music. Hitler banned jazz. Nixon banned the hippies and protesters. I say rock the vote. It all comes down, we got a cancer in our society. It's called the politicians. The government is the problem. We got to face the problem, that the government's the problem. We got to take our big eraser and erase the people on the ballot and replace, face, place, and relace. Rock the vote, get people that commit felonies off the city council, and get people that we trust up there. I mean, it comes down to that. And I want to tell you what. I'll tell you one thing, Hitler banned jazz, Nixon banned the hippies. So fear us, because we are the voice of the people, and we will not be silent. Viva la raza. And a lot of times people say, well, what can one person do? There was one man at Calvary. There was one man named Martin Luther. There was one man named Martin Luther King. There was one man named Bobby Kennedy. And I dream, people ask around Fresno, why is this a disaster? Why is it Hell Valley? I say, they ask why. I dream of things that may be and ask why not. At the eve of the red dawn of riots and revolutions, we got to say one thing. It's time for revival, baby. Tuttle is coming to Sacramento. So be wary. Peace out. Thank you very much. Rock the vote.
City Clerk, do we have anybody wishing to speak via Zoom in favor of the approval of the CUP?
Yes. Lisa Flores?
Hello, Lisa. Are you here to speak in favor of the approval of the CUP?
I'm here in support of the business owner because I actually attended one of the meetings. I believe it was the Planning Commission meeting. And I was appalled at the Planning Commission meeting when you had one of the reviewers of this meeting really spew some, how could I say, patriarchal bullshit about the way women were clad at this business, how they were dancing at this business. They had a video, and all it was women in shorts, not even real short shorts, just dancing, kind of doing a little twerk, which was not a big deal. Because if it was, you would be shutting down every single family event I ever attended in Fresno. So there's actually a bias toward this business because it really wasn't based on anything, and she should be able to run her business the way she chooses to, on the day she chooses to, and during the time which she chooses to, based on, the legislative, whatever your guidelines are. However, do not shortcut this woman from operating her business, because you would have been appalled by the city employees' review of the business. I mean, it was so condescending. It was so patriarchal. It was one of the worst planning reviews I've seen in a very, very long time. And this kind of, you know what this kind of reminds me of, guys? Footloose. Let them dance. Let them sing. What is the problem? Anyway, well, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to her having her business open on Friday and Saturday. Longer than, anyway. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Council President, that is all the support we have.
Is there anybody in the chambers that now wishes to give public comment opposed to the conditional use permit? If so, please come forward at this time. Seeing nobody in chamber, City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up electronically? Okay. I am going to close the hearing at this time, and I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and proceed then. I'm going to close the hearing at this time. We'll bring it up to the dais for council member comments and questions. I'll start with the order that they're punched up on the screen, starting with council member Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for holding off on the recess. I just have a couple of questions. Thank you so much. And thanks, everyone, for your patience. Sometimes things run late. We had a lot of public comment today, and I appreciate everyone for speaking up and being here. I want to just make one statement to start. So there's this thing called quasi-judicial matters. I'm going to explain what that is. I'm going to read from a public memo provided by our city attorney's office, because the applicant has reached out to me several times wanting to talk to me about this before this hearing. I legally can't do that, and I'm going to explain why. Quasi-judicial matters, and look at that word judicial, are matters that are a type of decisions that affect a particular applicant that come to the council in which the council members are essentially acting as judges and must base our decisions solely on the evidence presented on the official record. That's here. So ex parte, which means outside the public hearing, communications or evidence gathering is prohibited. And violations could be a violation of due process requiring recusal of a council member or providing an opportunity for a legal challenge by the applicant or any other interested party. I am the council member for Northwest Fresno. I was born and raised a stone's throw away from this location. I'm not going to give up my legal right to represent the community or the applicant by essentially creating a scenario where I could be forcibly recused by any interested party. And that's why this is the first time that we're talking today. So I have some questions for staff. I'm going to ask Director Clark of the Planning Department if you wouldn't mind coming up.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Clark, Director Planning and Development.
Thank you, Director. So I want to start off by saying something. Some folks are making, based on what was presented today, the assumption that whatever we decide today is going to shut this business down. I don't think that tracks with reality, because even your recommendation of to the Planning Commission didn't affect the business in terms of shutting them down. You actually extended their hours. Is that correct?
Correct. We did extend, the original review of the application resulted in an extension of hours, which was then appealed to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Correct.
Can you tell me what the baseline is right now? Like, what are the terms of their current CUP?
Correct. So currently, the business is permitted to operate between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. As a restaurant with alcohol sales, and there is no either prohibition or specific permission for dancing or live music. It's silent in the CUP, which means that it's permitted because the code permits it.
Okay. Now, this may be a more appropriate question for law enforcement or for code enforcement, but are you aware if the applicant has ever violated their current CUP?
I would need to defer to either code or PD.
Okay, understood. Can you give me your definition of, the planning department's, our definition of what a nightclub is?
Right. So there are different levels of establishments with alcohol sales. So restaurant with alcohol sales can operate until midnight, as Mr. Segrist said in his presentation, and dancing and or live music can be incidental to the primary purpose of the restaurant. A bar, again, its primary purpose is to sell alcohol or beverages with incidental, potentially music, dancing, and food. And then a nightclub would be primarily dancing or entertainment, but there is also the permission for alcohol, live music, and food sales. So they're very blended together in the code.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe, and if you can answer this question, do you believe, based on what the applicant is requesting, that this will essentially become a nightclub? And you can consider some of the things that were said today on public comment as well. Yep, just that question.
Right. So the code, again, would say that this particular use, as it is applied for, and again, I'm not looking at how this individual operator is operating. So our role in planning is to look at whether or not this use is compatible, and whether or not it is compliant with the code. So the use of a restaurant with alcohol sales until midnight is a compatible use and a compliant use within the code. If the establishment begins to operate outside of those confines, outside of the rules, then it could be considered a nightclub. But at this point, I don't have enough evidence to say it is or is not operating as a nightclub.
Okay. Are there any rules about a nightclub being located near what I would call sensitive use areas? For example, there's a county library in that shopping center, a public library. There are two churches just across the street, maybe 100 feet away, North Point and Champion Center Church.
So no, specifically the code identifies proximity to sensitive uses as being schools and either alcohol or drug abuse treatment facilities.
Okay, thank you for that. Can you tell me, if based on the research, who has live music in the vicinity? Maybe that's a question for PD as well, I don't know, but are there any venues in the area that do have that, what was kind of described today?
Right. So there are other venues that have karaoke nights and have open mic nights that are in the vicinity, but I would probably defer to PD since I personally have not been out to any of the establishments. I wouldn't be able to give you that information.
And I think there's a big difference between like an open mic, local artist, karaoke type of thing versus DJ, nightclub, dancing, party kind of a thing. I think there is a bit of a difference there. Okay. Can you restate your recommendation that was presented to the Planning Commission?
So the Planning Commission recommendation was essentially to extend the operating hours to midnight all days of the week, not just the weekends, and to comply with the conditions in the police department memo that was an accompaniment, which include security measures as well as a prohibition on live music. The PD letter does include DJs as live music.
Okay, got it. And that differs, again, so I asked you in the beginning to present kind of a baseline of where we are. So ultimately, your recommendation versus where we are now, they will still be in business, but you're actually giving them 2 extra hours of business every day of the week.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm just curious, why did you allow the hours to be extended to midnight? The area, for example, in the area, I believe there's Ovidio's. They're a little bit different, but they are a restaurant. They have alcohol. They have a new bar, I believe, in the renovations. So would their hours versus, what was your reasoning for extending the hours to every day till 12 a.m.?
Right. So, again, we were looking at the operational statement, which specifically said it was a restaurant with alcohol sales. In our code, we define a restaurant with alcohol sales until midnight. And so we felt that that was an appropriate use within this particular vicinity. There is a variety of hours of operation of similar operating businesses in the area. I would say Ovidio's is really primarily a restaurant with alcohol sales on the side. It's not really an entertainment venue. It's to go out to a nice dinner or lunch.
Okay. Is there an opinion from the property owner, the landlord? Are they comfortable? I think the applicant wants 2 a.m. Does the property owner share that opinion?
The property owner, right. In Exhibit F, the property owner states that they would be comfortable with, or they would permit the business to stay open until midnight with no live music past 11:30 p.m. And that is in correspondence, and it's in Exhibit F of your packet.
Who is the property owner? I'm sorry to ask you on the spot. Is that in the information there?
Yeah, property owner is Marks Bullard Investors, care of A.J. Burden.
Okay.
So Jim Burden.
Okay, thank you. So I think I'm going to move on to public safety. Before I do, if you want to comment on this, I still have more questions to ask. I'm going to ask the applicant some questions too. Just a little confused about the scenario. You get a young adult, let's say they're open till midnight or 2 a.m. A young adult legally can, 18 to 20, for example, not old enough to drink, but they're able to go to a venue. They're old enough to drive, but they can't legally drink. And we're talking about Bullard, which is a stone's throw from Bullard and Palm, where we had street racing problems out there. We've had terrible problems with drunk driving. And I'm very concerned about that with the Bullard Loop and now Veterans Boulevard opening. It's always a concern when we make a change to any business. How is it going to impact the public and drunk driving and opportunities for more drunk driving? Under your recommendation that you sent to the Planning Commission, what happens to that 18 to 20 crowd? Are they able to go until midnight if there's live music and entertainment, as has been described by some of the public comment, and participate in those things where alcohol is being served after 10 to midnight?
There is no prohibition for anyone under the age of 21 within our code specifically for this type of establishment.
Okay. Those are my questions. I do have a question for, one clarification. The District 2 Project Review Committee, which is a layer, let's say first them, then it goes to the Planning Commission. I just want to confirm what I heard. They unanimously voted for denial?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the planner, Mr. Sechrist.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Oh, do you want to say your name again if you want to?
Philip Sechrist.
Okay, sorry. The applicant's attorney said on the record that there was no opposition, but I don't think that tracks with reality because I believe you said earlier there were letters of opposition. And you stated what some of the concerns were. Can you restate that for the record?
Yes, the comments that were received are included as, what is that exhibit? Exhibit N of the staff report, and those would be emails and letters that staff received in opposition.
Okay, that's my only question. My next questions, let's see. Sorry, I took a lot of notes during this hearing. Give me a second. I have some questions for the applicant. If you wouldn't mind, feel free, Ms. Richardson, come on up. And thank you again for your patience. So I think a comment was made earlier about the Planning Commission and why it was appealed and something in the letter. And I do agree that it was very vague when they put certain criteria. So that's why I mentioned in the letter I appealed it, because it was very vague. What is the triggering mechanism for potentially mitigating any negative effects of how the business could operate? So that's one of the reasons why I appealed it, as indicated on the record in the letter. Can you tell me what you do? The reason I ask is I'm a little confused because it's a little bit all over the place. I've heard the word dancing. I've heard the word sports bar a few times from the public when they were commenting. No, not from you, from what was it on the record. I heard the word during public comment, open mic night, the word family oriented. Yet, so are you a sports bar? Are you a restaurant? What exactly are you guys doing now and proposing to do with the changes you'd like to see?
Okay, Mr. Richardson's business is a restaurant that serves alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
And the primary purpose is her food sales. Okay. Incidental to her business, she provides live entertainment.
Okay.
That draws in, as you saw, these individuals.
Right.
Okay. And I do want to clarify something. I did not say that there was no opposition. I said there was no opposition after the Planning Commission made the recommendation on October.
I don't think that part was mentioned, but you clarified it on the record, so thank you for doing that.
Would you allow me to clarify it on the record?
You just did it right now. Thank
no,
you
I
for
didn't.
That.
You cut me off.
Okay.
Okay. I said there was no opposition after the October 4th Planning Commission decision.
Am I cutting you off by going to the next question?
No.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Richardson, but you're welcome to answer it. Ms. Richardson, how would you describe your business to compare it to maybe another business in Fresno? There's lots of restaurants out there. There's lots of sports bars out there. There's nightclubs out there. Can you give me a better way to understand what exactly would you compare yourself to?
I would probably compare myself to Bobby Salazar's. The reason being because we do have live entertainment, but we also do show all the soccer games, all the football games, all the games. But yeah, we are a sports bar.
Okay, like Bobby Salazar's, like the one on Olive, for example.
The one off Blackstone.
Okay, okay.
Wait. Is that Blackstone? What's Tower District? Yeah, well, Tower District, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, next question I have for you. If you can. So, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. And that was very helpful, by the way. Thank you for providing that information. I just, what does entertainment mean when you say entertainment? I've heard the word entertainment mentioned. You provide entertainment. What does that mean? You're a restaurant. I understand your attorney stated that. But what does entertainment mean?
Entertainment, as far, that's entertainment, that's a broad,
that's my
that encompasses a broad area. It really does. Okay, so is there a question specific to an establishment as far as hers is concerned, or entertainment in general?
I'm specifically concerned about this location and how Ms. Richardson wants to operate her business with any changes that are made. What will entertainment mean for this particular location?
It would mean allowing live bands as already approved by the Planning Commission on Friday and Saturdays. Entertainment also would encompass the Sunday Fun Days. They would encompass the karaoke night, the open mic night. And if there's a special event that's reserved at her place, like a birthday party, for a DJ.
Okay. So potentially there could be a DJ. Just want to clarify, you stated that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I just have one question left right now. With that DJ, I'm assuming they're come to be dancing. Now, would that be a public event or a closed event only?
It would be a public event.
Like a birthday party?
That would be reserved by someone, you know.
And if you're having DJ dancing at the reserved event, would under 21, anyone under 21 be permitted to participate at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
It's open to public.
Understood.
Ms. Richardson does not close her business for private events to the public. She is a public venue business. She keeps her doors open to everyone who comes in, who wants to come in to utilize her business to eat or to drink or even for the event.
Just to clarify, you said you don't close your business for non-public events, so you don't have private events at the business?
No, we do not have private events.
Okay.
I know I did tell Officer Hodge one time that we were having a event, and I don't know where private kind of got in the
I'm
mix.
asking because your attorney just mentioned that.
Okay, and also, if we're only going to be open till 12 a.m., anybody past 10, there would not be anybody 21 and younger in my establishment. The reason being is because we will be selling alcohol. So I will
That
have,
helps. You have to clarify. So you're saying after 10, if you're open till
after
12,
10 o'clock, yes.
you will not have anyone under 21?
No.
And you will regulate that and make sure they're not there?
Yes.
Okay. I really do appreciate your comments, Ms. Richardson. That's very helpful to this process. I think that's the only questions I have. I want to go next to whoever's here from, whether it's the Detective Hodge, if you can come up here, please, and answer some questions I have. And I appreciate the patience of my colleagues on the council.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Detective Hodge, Fresno Police Department.
Thank you. Detective, can you explain what your position is for the Northwest Police District?
Yeah, so I'm the Northwest District Problem-Oriented Policing Officer. So I work with planning, doing the police conditions for alcohol sales, the new cannabis regulations, et cetera, as well as deal with problem addresses, problem locations within my district.
Now, on that second point, so for example, if a resident reaches out to me because an establishment is causing issues or repeat residents on a particular location, I would go to you as part of your position and say, these are the reports we're getting, and we would try to resolve those issues.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you provide a history of the calls for service at this location? Are you prepared to do that right now?
Yeah, I can. So I had taken a sample date from July 10th of 2022 to September 26, 2023. Within that time period, we had a sample of 17 total calls for service. One of those was an alarm call, which is nothing too much to note. During that time, we had 9 music complaints, or loud music complaints, 1 fight at the location, and 6 other disturbances associated from that location.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for the sniffles, everyone. I'm getting over a cold, so I apologize if you're having to hear that. Got it. How does that compare maybe to other establishments in the area? Do you have that data?
I do. So I compared that address with several different locations with the same type of license, the 47 license in the area. We went through that, so that same time period, we did Caliche Town, Texas Roadhouse, Casa Corona, Ovidio's, and the Elbow Room. Just to give an example, Caliche Town had 11 total calls, Texas Roadhouse had 9, Casa Corona had 3, Ovidio's had 0, and the Elbow Room had 1 call for service.
Okay. That says something. Got it. Okay. Do you know if this establishment has ever violated the terms of the current CUP?
It has.
Can you provide me with some information on that, maybe examples? whatever are the most serious ones?
Okay, well, the most serious one is...
Do you have a total number that you have, like a raw number of how many times there's been a potential violation, and then maybe give the more serious ones?
I don't have an exact number.
Okay, all right.
On the violations. The most serious one on 9/17 of 2022, officers were dispatched to this location for a call for service. This was noted at 23:30 hours, which is 11:30 at night. Subjects are seen in the by officers drinking inside the location, as well as people behind the bar serving alcohol. I was told by the owner that she had shut down the location for a private birthday party, and the party was still kind of going.
Just a minute. So at 23:30 hours, they're allowed to be open till 10, which is 22, correct?
Yeah,
So
correct.
they're open an hour and a half later for a private party. Now, she just said they don't do private parties, not open to the public, and there was a call for service.
Yes.
Okay. And there are others, I don't want examples now, but there are other potential, and that is a violation of the current CUP, so the current conditions they have.
Yeah, it's a violation of CUP as well as ABC.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question. I hear what you're saying. It would help me to get maybe some other examples. Are there any other forms of evidence? Are there videos, 911 calls that we have hear from that show some of this, so we can know what we're talking about? Because you had a lot of really great people, artists, karaoke, open mic, those are good things, and they were here tonight to represent that, but I want to make sure that paints a full picture of what we're actually seeing, because not everyone from the public is here today.
No, and I understand that. So we do have some body cameras, some videos. We do have social media postings of advertisements for parties at the location.
You said that social media?
Yes, social media.
Do you have that we can see?
Yeah. Well, I've got it on here. You guys should have had.
Do we have that available? I'm sorry, I didn't give you notice beforehand. Yeah, they should be part of the exhibits.
That's the video of the 11:30 at night sales.
Yeah, I'm looking for, I don't want to see body cam, just social media if that's there. Because that's, everyone can see that.
I think that's what, yeah.
Oh.
Is the volume
So
not
there's
gonna
no
work?
audio, correct?
There is audio.
Okay.
Or there should be.
We may not be able to play because of technical issues, but it's happened before. So this is a party at the lock-in?
Yeah, there should be 3 clips, all similar in nature.
Can you describe what we're seeing, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure. So the video depicts some type of party at the location. If you scroll through the individual videos, I know it's a pretty long video. We had to break it up into several ones. We do see people dancing, for lack of better words, twerking, slapping each other on the rear end. And one thing to note is we didn't see much food at the location.
Oh, yeah. And this is right here what we're seeing. And I'm sorry, let's stop that. I don't want, for the public, let's just stop that right now. I'm sorry. So this is what happened at the lock-in.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I asked the applicant a question about, and this is not your area, but I'm going to ask it anyways. I asked her a question of what's a comparable business. She mentioned Bobby Salazar's. I clarified. She said the one on Olive. Yeah. That perked my interest because the Bobby Salazar's on Olive, we're not criticizing the business. How many calls of service do they have? Is it fair to say a lot?
It is a heck of a lot more.
That concerns me if that's the model we're talking about here. Yeah. And I can tell you, I have a small business myself on Bullard, not too far away. So I'm completely sympathetic to folks that have small businesses, but I don't want, with all due respect, that model in this area if it's going to be like this. And this is a private party that we're seeing about, even though there was not supposed to be a private party, and we're seeing activities I'm not going to narrate. Sorry to make you have to do that. That's interesting. So would you describe them based on your experience, if you can answer this question, the social media posts and what we saw, the operating characteristics of this business? Would you say they're a restaurant, a sports bar, or a nightclub?
I would say that based upon the social media postings I'm seeing and the calls for service that have been generated thus far, it's more of a nightclub.
Okay. And then someone mentioned there was contract policing hired for this location. Do you know if that's true?
I do know of at least one occasion where contract officers were utilized at that location.
It's kind of alarming. Okay. I think those are all the questions I have for you at this time, unless there's anything you wish to add.
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, council.
Yeah, I think for now, those are the questions I have. I would, and I'm sorry, Council President, I would like to take a, just 1 second. Thank you. Thank you for that. I would like to offer the applicant, just 1 second, I'm sorry. At this time, I would like to give the applicant a time to come up because some things have been said. I'd like to give you an opportunity to rebut anything that was said. Feel free. Anything you'd like to comment on.
Okay,
The floor is
first
yours.
of all, I do police contracting, and I did use them 4 times. I think I even have the emails. If you have an email you want to provide me or somebody.
I can only consider things on the record. If you don't mind, I can ask you some of the questions.
Okay.
Why did you feel a need to provide contracting at Bullard and Marks? What was it?
The reason being is there was going to be a large group of people, and I didn't know what type of event it was going to be. So
You didn't know in your location what type of event it was going to be?
No, I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I can only help people. If you come in to me, I'm not going to ask what color you are. I'm not going to ask what's under your shirt. Do you have any tattoos? I don't ask any of those questions.
Oh, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to...
If you call me, if anybody calls me to book an event or a party at my location, I will say yes. How many people? And then I would like to see you face to face to kind of get, so I can fill you out. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
But despite that screening, you still felt the need to have the expense of hiring a police officer to be at that location.
I wanted to make a friendship with my police officer, my POP officer, because one of the young men who came up here to do the Sunday events, he got an award by Jerry Dyer. Now, that award that he got, that's message and news that everybody from Jerry's office is telling me, hey, you should maybe try to contact the police, try to do contract services and let your POP officer see that nothing's going on at your business. Try to reach out to the community because you're paying them, which I'm paying them, an additional $1,000 for 2 officers to come and sit down in the car.
Yeah, I think I'm going to give the city manager an opportunity to, well, let's have the attorney respond first. And I want to give this, because you're talking about, that doesn't track with, I think, our policies. So go ahead, sir.
I think basically when Ms. Richardson opened up the business, okay, it was new to her, okay, and there was individuals wanting to reserve for certain parties and stuff, and out of precaution, she didn't know what to expect. This is kind of, new waters for her. She just wanted to make sure that there was no problems that were going to happen at her establishment. She just heard a large number of people were going to be, a party 25 here, a party 25 here, coming to her place. Out of precaution, she was told this was available, She hired the contract just in case as a precautionary measure.
Right.
Not necessarily thinking that there was going to be trouble, just precautionary because this was a new venture for her. And she did speak to some other owners of establishments, and they said, hey, you know you can contract with the police. That's what she did.
I understand. The fact, and I appreciate that. Okay. The fact that, because the fact that there could have been anything that required in the judgment to have the expense of a contract police officer, that is what's concerning to me. Because I'll tell you what. Let me clarify one thing.
Let me answer it this way. We could walk outside this chamber, and there could be someone with a gun on P Street out here to shoot up everyone as we walk out. That could happen, correct?
Statistically, I think it's less likely to happen at
But
Bullard and Marks.
It could.
Yeah, so let me put it this way. I'm not hearing a lot about vetting just for safety cautions for the other patrons. Mm-hmm. And of course, let me put it this way. I went to Malik Elementary down the street, and Nancy Reagan taught me a statement, just say no. I would say that for any business in my district, if you feel like your establishment can create a scenario where you need a police officer because of how the operating conditions, I would just say no. But that's just my take on it.
I think you misunderstand the point. It's not that she believes that she would need the police present, okay? She didn't know what it would entail. It's a large crowd. Anything, when people come in large numbers, and she just wanted to be precautious. She wasn't anticipating any type of situations where police would be present, okay? Right. She was just providing, she goes, okay, hey, I can hire contract police, I'll do it.
Okay. So instead of hiring a security guard, she didn't have an expectation, but she went through the expense of paying extra for a contract officer. She
did do that because she thought maybe, she was told that she can contract with police officers, and that's what she did.
Okay. You would like to comment? Please, Ms. Richardson, if you want to say anything else.
Do you want to say something?
And I just want you to know that, I'm a foster mom, so I have my foster kids all come there to the restaurant. I put them all to work, and my establishment is a family environment. Not only do the social workers come, the therapists come, everybody comes to my location. So it's not just this group of people that stood up, and it's not just Tim's people. There's so many people that come to my establishment because they love it. They're like, oh, great. We're able to bring our children in here? Okay, great. Are you going to have Sunday football? Okay, are you going to have the soccer game on? So it's just kind of frustrating.
In response to Detective Hodges' comments about the calls, we've asked to see the evidence to support those calls. Not once has he provided that information.
I think we just saw a video. That's one example.
That was the second time. We asked for it prior to this. It was not provided.
But it was posted on your social media.
Okay.
That's on Instagram.
I'm not talking.
Sorry, Ms. Richardson or whoever her designee was posted that.
I am not talking about that social media. I'm talking about the service calls.
Ms. Richardson, okay.
Okay. I'm talking about the service calls, okay?
Yeah.
And I do want to stress, out of that year timetable, there was only 17 calls. 8.
Only 17 calls compared to the other businesses the detective mentioned?
Wait.
Because that seems like an outlier. It was a lot more compared to what was mentioned.
Detective Hodge, it was 17, correct?
Please address, I'm sorry. I think you have to address the council at this time.
Okay.
Please.
I heard there were 17 service calls in that year period.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Out of those 17 service calls, 8, from my understanding, 8 were for noise or some sort of complaint in that general category. The next closest one was Culichi Town that had 11 calls, total calls. So 6 less than what was called out to locked in for that same time period.
So you're saying it's good that you had more calls
I'm
for service than Culichi Town?
No, I'm saying that the service calls in a year period are very minimum for noise complaints, because out of the 17, 8 were only for noise.
Well, I'll ask you this question.
Okay.
Do you live in the neighborhood to where those service calls impact you directly, sir?
Do I live in the
Yes.
neighborhood? I think that's not relevant to
Well,
this situation.
Okay, I'll leave that. Okay, sure. I really do, and I agree with Ms. Richardson, the people that were here today, these are good people. And I wish this is all we're talking about. Yeah. But from the evidence presented, watching those videos, and from what was said earlier, you know, there were no private parties. Now there was a private party, PD was called out. It's not tracking with reality. And not one person speaking today has talked about the food. That's concerning to me. This is a restaurant and a sports bar. No one mentioned the food.
That's incorrect. There was a couple of people that were stating in support that we go there for a good meal and good times.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, but no specifics, but just a good meal and good times.
That's food.
Okay, thank you. I want to give, if Mr. Richardson, if you want to go, I did want to give the city manager an opportunity to respond to your attorney said about PD and contract policing. Would you like to comment before she does that, or would you mind waiting?
Before.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, I'm 3045 West Bullard. Now I'm section A, section B. Now, so if somebody gets a call, 3045 West Bullard, they're gonna automatically pin it to my location. Why are they gonna pin it to my location? The library, somebody busted all the windows out. That's right across the street. There's cops called over there. I have several pictures of the cops called out there, and guess what? What's their address? 3045 West Bullard.
Can I ask a question? Is the library open at 11:30 p.m.?
At 10. It closes at 10.
Okay, so the call came in at 11:30 p.m. You're saying it was the library's fault?
Well, there's cops right outside of the library.
Okay. I can get clarification on that on the record then from public safety.
I think what she's saying is that all the calls that are generated to that address are not just related to her business.
Well, not necessarily. So my business, we have the same address the entire shopping center, but we have suite numbers. So I don't know if that's entirely accurate. Would you state that there are other suite numbers? Are you saying that the police department can't discern between one business or another?
Well,
is that what she's saying?
She's indicating that there's other service calls to that 3045 that don't pertain to her business.
So which one of her neighbors is the problem?
It's in the evidence with Detective Hodges' information. It's due to unhoused people. It's due to them setting off alarms at the other businesses. It's due to vandalism in the area, not just related to her business. Yes.
But 17 calls for service, which is 6 more than Caliche Town, just clarifying.
17 calls in that 1 year period, okay? That's what Detective Hodges' report says.
Okay. Would you mind, I'd like to give the city manager a time. There was a comment on contract policing.
Yeah, I just really wanted to clarify, Ms. Richardson made a statement that did not set well with me at all. There was an implication that if you pay for contract policing services, you're in essence going to get in the good graces of a POP officer, and that is absolutely not the case. Contract officers are available for businesses to hire to provide public safety, and in a higher level of public safety than maybe security guards. So I just want it very, very clear that hiring contract policing, it's run separately from the POP operation. So to me, that's a pretty uncomfortable and inappropriate correlations. I really wanted to make sure on the record there's no correlation between hiring contract policing services and getting in the good graces of the department for any issues that you may have. I thank you, council member.
Ms. Richardson, is there, you have the floor before we bring it back. Is there anything based on what was said that you'd like to comment on?
Okay, I think there's been a lot of focus on one or two specific incidences with respect to Ms. Richardson's business, which is an unfair characterization of her business, and what she supplies to the community, to these individuals that come in, to the patrons that come in to utilize her restaurant to eat. Every business is going to have some problems. every business owner is going to have to figure out how to resolve those problems. That is what Ms. Richardson is trying to do. She opened this business to provide a safe, fun environment for people to go into, to order a meal, to watch sports, and as you heard, to engage in karaoke, to engage in an open mic night, and on occasion to listen to a live band in the evening. Yes, there are some DJs that play at the establishment. Yes, there's some dancing, but none of that disrupts the neighborhood in District 2. The building is a large building. One part of the restaurant where the music and where the DJs and where all the entertainment happens is on the west side of the building. Far from the east side of the building butts up to Marks Avenue. There's an open patio that butts up to Marks Avenue. Nothing takes place in that open patio. The doors to the open patio remain closed
Where's the party section in the restaurant? I'm trying to clarify. I'm confused.
It's not a party section.
I'm sorry. You said that was where all the entertainment is.
I said, but you mischaracterized.
No, that's why I'm asking you. So would you please provide clarification?
Where the band set up, where the open mic night is, where the karaoke is on the east side of the building, away from the street. There is a patio on the east side that butts up to Marks Avenue. That patio door is closed and stays closed after, well, it closes at 10 o'clock, but it will stay closed after 10 o'clock. No music will carry out of that establishment. There's only one entrance into the establishment that patrons have to use. They go in and out, and that door stays closed.
Okay.
And so what Ms. Richardson is trying to provide is just a restaurant where people can go out and have a good time. Yes, she compared herself to Bobby Salazar's because that's what she knows. Bobby Salazar has been in this community for a long time. Just because she says she compares herself to that establishment doesn't mean that she's going to adopt every single one of what Bobby Salazar's and Salazar's are doing. She just looked at that because of the situation. He has food. He has a 47 liquor license. He shows sporting events. He shows the soccer games. She can't compare herself to Colucci Town because Colucci Town has live, what they call bando music that you can hear way across Shaw into the back of the apartments behind Outback. If you've ever been in that area when they have their doors open and their banda music is blaring, you can hear it through the traffic.
So when I asked her to take a moment to think of any business, she mentioned not only Bobby Salazar, specifically the one on Olive that she clarified, and that does have a lot of calls for service. That's why I brought that up. It did raise a few.
Councilmember, let's
yeah,
do
I'm
this.
sorry.
I want to give them about 2 more minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal time. I don't want anyone to speak over him or his client at this time. I'll bring it back up to you afterwards if you have any additional comments or questions. But let's give them some more uninterrupted time, please.
Thank you, Council President. So bottom line is staff went through all the evidence. They submitted this complete report. They identified all of the potential issues, and they found that there's substantial evidence to uphold the Planning Commission's resolution of October 4th. Ms. Richardson just strongly urges this council to make that same adoption. She would even prefer to have her live music expanded, since this is a judicial quasi-review. She would like to have it expanded even more. Okay? Right now, it's live music Friday and Saturdays. Okay. And she's just a strong businesswoman. She's a very simple businesswoman. And she's been in this business since May of 2022. There's going to be bumps and roadblocks along the way. She's working through them. And we would just urge this council just to support her business and allow her to continue to grow. We will address any other concerns that come up as needed so she can thrive in her business. It would do no good for Ms. Richardson to have a business and then have police activity out there every single day that she's open to shut her down. That's not her business plan. And I would just urge that this council just adopt the resolution from the Planning Commission that was adopted on October 4th. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you for your rebuttal. Councilmember, about 3 more minutes. Would that be sufficient?
Actually, I just have one question for the applicant if you want to come back up, sir. Ms. Richardson, I'm going to ask you a question, hypothetically. You have 2 options, only 2 options. You can stay open till 10, have the live music, support the local artists, have karaoke, all those amazing things. Or you can be open till midnight and be a sports bar, but no music. Of those 2 options, which would you choose?
Neither.
Okay, fair enough. I want to ask Detective Hodge to come back up, please. I'm not asking for anything new. I'm just asking for clarification on whether you can tell the difference between this location, the calls for service, was it specifically for this location that you referenced, or was it potentially for another location?
So during my sample of those calls, including all the 5 addresses I checked, well, 6 including locked in, they are all specifically to the business, not the property. So it would be just to the business locked in, just to the business of videos, et cetera, to all of them.
Thank you. So that's all I have for you. Mr. President, this is all I have at this time. I'd like to come back to this, of course, after my colleagues speak.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Arias punched up. Councilmember Arias.
Council President, I have a question for law enforcement.
Yes. Would you like to speak to Detective Hodge or DC Lynn?
Whomever can answer the question.
Detective.
The condition specific to the live music, whose recommendation was that specifically, and what evidence is the police department utilizing or referencing to suggest that live music creates a problem?
So the live music was one of the requests that I requested, or the no live music, and that was based upon the loud music calls, et cetera, from the neighborhood. We did plot that location as 165 feet away from the nearest residence, and that business had, at least in that 1-year sample, just in the music complaints, there was 8 complaints, but 17 total calls for service, and some of those disturbances were actually not music related, but were fights and or other types of disturbances.
So for the record, when residents call about loud music, that's what led you to recommend that we not allow live music in this establishment?
So that every call we get from residents, we do vet those calls out to make sure they're actual calls for service. And those calls for service did lead us to issue a MORPO violation. So the business was actually issued a notice of order violation due to the music complaints.
And is that the level of noise, the level of sound?
There's nothing that indicates exact level of sound. It's just disturbing the peace.
Disturbing the peace. And this might be for DC, Reed. Is that our standard procedure citywide, that when neighbors complain about the noise of an establishment, that the establishment then gets a notice, and then their recommendations are made to eliminate live music from the establishment?
Deputy Chief Mike Landon here, council member. Our recommendations are based on the number of calls for service. If our police department is responding to, in this example, 8 calls within a year for loud noise, loud music generated from the business, then we reach out to the business through the use of a MORPO, which is essentially a warning letter indicating that your calls for service are excessive.
Can't hear you, council member.
Sorry, in my experience representing the Tower District and the downtown area, we have places that get numerous complaints of noise and level of sound. And those establishments that have contracted policing with the police department tend not to be cited, or their CUP recommended for adjustment. Does the police department have a policy in not allowing contract policing for establishments that have been, violated or have been fined or marked for violations? Or are the police officers free to do contract policing in an establishment that has a record of violations?
I'm not sure I'm clear on the question. Are you asking if we discern between what type of place we would offer contract law enforcement services based on?
Yes. What I'm asking specifically is, if an establishment has violations, why would our police department offer private contract policing service to them when there's a clear record of them having multiple violations of their conditional use permit or the noise ordinance? Do we not do any basic screening on those establishments?
Every establishment,
and who we contract police with?
Every establishment is different, and we will typically, based on the request for contract law enforcement services, if we're able to fill those positions, offer that.
Okay, so here's my challenge with what's been provided on the record. One is I'm very familiar with Bobby Salazar's, and that gives me significant caution that somebody will want to replicate the experience of Bobby Salazar's. They also, the record is also very clear that they have a long list of high calls for service, and they also receive contract policing services from the police department in the city of Fresno. And the city does not discern from who they provide private police services for. In the past, I have brought this to the attention of the police chief, where contract police services were even provided for private birthday parties of private citizens, when we're told repeatedly that officers are not available to do basic patrols, to address encampments, fires that are openly being engaged in the middle of the street. So I think for the city manager, and she's right to clear the record that an establishment having contract policing should not expect differential treatment from the police department. But it's also concerning that, in my experience, establishments who have contract policing seem to expect that the city and the police department would look the other way, even when violations occur. And as noted, we continue to provide them private contracting services, even though we know that they're routinely violating their conditions. So I'm not in a position to be supportive of these changes. I believe that the business operator knew what they were signing up for when they opened the business. An expansion of that operational hours and activities should be based on somebody having a solid record, and not one where the record is clear that there's been violations. And I would also extremely caution the police department not just to take any contract policing job that is offered for overworked police officers, because that sends clearly the wrong message to businesses that they're going to gain some kind of favor from the city or from the governing body. Those are all my comments for the day. Thank you.
I don't see anybody else punched up at this time. If you would please allow me a 5-minute recess, folks. Let's reconvene 4:42. I just need a couple minutes. Thank you very much. And again, Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Yeah, and again, thanks everyone for their patience. This is with due process. Sometimes things take time, so the applicant, to the public, to the council members. I'm prepared to make a motion at this time. I'm going to move to uphold the appeal with the modification that you can continue to operate your business under current CUP conditions with no changes.
I have a motion by Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. I don't see anybody else punched up at this time. City Clerk, can you take the roll call?
Certainly. Motion to uphold the appeal by Councilmember Carbasi, second by Councilmember Bredefield. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
6-0.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the 3 p.m. item. I apologize to anybody that's been waiting in the chambers for us to call this item. And this is to consider Harmony Communities Conversion Impact Report and Relocation Plan. Again, we will go according to City Attorney's provided order of operations, beginning with the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sarah Papazian. I'm with the City Attorney's Office Code Enforcement Division. La Hacienda Mobile Estates, LLC, which is a part of Harmony Communities and the owner of the La Hacienda Mobile Estates Park, has filed a conversion impact report with the city in anticipation of ceasing to use the property as a mobile home park, pursuant to the government code. Both Harmony and the residents of La Hacienda have requested that the city hold a hearing on the sufficiency of that conversion impact report, as is their right under state law. State law requires that the council, as the local legislative body, determine the sufficiency of the report under the government code and make necessary findings, and either approve the report without conditions, approve the report subject to conditions imposing additional relocation impact mitigation measures, or deny the report for failure to comply with the requirements of Government Code Section 65863.7. Staff recommends denial of the conversion impact report based on a failure to comply with multiple requirements of that Government Code section. So the requirements under state law are that first, the conversion impact report must include a relocation plan that adequately mitigates the impact of the park closure upon the ability of the displaced residents of the park to find adequate housing in another mobile home park. Second, that conversion impact report must include an appraisal of the in-place market value of the park mobile homes as determined by a state-certified appraiser with experience in establishing prices for mobile home units. These appraisals must be based on both the current in-place location of the mobile homes, and they must assume continuation of the mobile home park. Lastly, the owner must pay the displaced residents that in-place market value of their mobile homes if they cannot find housing in another mobile home park. So the conversion impact report that was filed by Harmony outlines that the owners, including non-occupant owners of the mobile home units, would receive either actual moving costs or the value of their unit as determined by an appraisal. As further detailed in the staff report, staff has found multiple issues where the report does not meet the requirements of the government code. Among them, first, that the table of benefits, which you'll see on page 18 of the report, doesn't include residents who do not own the units in which they reside. The report indicates they will not be offered the appraised value of the unit and will only receive moving assistance for their personal property. Additionally, city staff had the appraisals provided by Harmony independently reviewed, and that review report concluded that the appraisals were not credible, violated the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, and do not provide reasonable estimates of the in-place market value. To expand on that a little bit, the appraisals reference the impending park closure in multiple places, including the intended use, appeal to market, and marketability sections. They also attach copies of the notices to vacate issued by the owner. Those references and the failure to include any extraordinary assumption regarding assuming continuation of the park, which would be required under the government code, makes the appraisals ambiguous as to whether or not the park closure was considered in the analysis or whether it assumes continuation of the park. Additionally, the presence of the ambiguity at all, the failure to clearly and accurately disclose all assumptions, extraordinary assumptions, things like that, falls short of an appraisal's professional standards. The report review also noted that there were concerns about the adequacy and relevancy of sales that were used as comparable sales data, or comps. Of the 5 comps that were relied on, they used the same 5 comps for all 30 appraisals, regardless of variations in type, size, and age of each mobile home unit that was being appraised. Use of such data is noted as unreasonable, as it could produce a misleading result. At least 4 of those 5 comps relied on don't represent market transactions, which, as the review notes, resulted in a series of errors that significantly affected the credibility of the appraisals and violates the professional standards. The 3 comps that were from La Hacienda itself were actually sold for $10,000 each and were purchased from the same unit owner by the subletters who were already residing within them. This occurred after they were warned by Harmony Communities that Harmony would be evicting any residents who are not on the title for their unit. Secondly, Sunnyside, also known as Ashwood Place, was another one of the 5 comps that were used. The park manager of that mobile home park indicated directly to me that the comp referenced from that park was between family members. Therefore, again, not a market transaction. To illustrate that issue, the review report includes a table, which you'll see on page 8. It shows 16 other sales from mobile home parks in the city that are also subject to the Mobile Home Park Rent Review and Stabilization Ordinance. They're grouped by home type and whether they were built pre or post 1977, which was when some of the laws changed. The overall average sales price of those 16 units came out to be about $46,400. The 5 sales that were utilized as comparable sales data, which don't reflect ordinary market sales, may have been purposefully selected by the appraiser as comps due to the aforementioned reference determinations of poor marketability. So that would mean that they were therefore based on an impermissible contemplation of park closure. All of the foregoing information leads staff to the conclusion that the selection and analysis of the sales data was flawed, the appraisals don't provide reasonable or credible estimates of the in-place market value of those units, and that the selection of those specific non-representative sales as comps led to a significantly undervalued appraisal of the mobile home units, which does not meet the legal requirements of the government code. Additionally, not offering a reasonable estimate of the in-place market value of the unit to the displaced residents will undoubtedly impact their ability to find adequate housing in another park. Therefore, staff believes that the report is deficient under Government Code Section 65863.7, A subsection 1, and that the appraisals are deficient under that same section, subsection A2. In conclusion, staff recommends that council deny the owner's report on grounds that it does not comply with the government code. And I am available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. At this time, we'll allow the owner to give a presentation. Is the owner here with us in person or attending virtually? Via Zoom? City Clerk?
Yes, we have Jason.
Good afternoon, Jason. Are you there with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I could hear you. The floor is yours if you'd like to make a presentation at this time.
Is there a time limit?
There is not, but I would ask you to be respectful of everyone's time.
Okay, I will. So first off, the park owner just received this new updated staff report that he's citing from yesterday, and we have not had enough time to fully digest it. So we previously asked for a 3-week extension, so we'd like to ask for that again. Specifically, the biggest issue is the review of appraisal that they had done. We would like some time for our appraiser to respond. So for that reason, we would, at least on that issue, we would request a 3-week continuance on this before any decision was made. So, and it also requested some additional information that we would have to produce to them. So anyway, we'd like to make that request again because, again, we didn't have a chance to talk to the appraiser and get his comments on what this other appraiser has said about his appraisal. Okay, moving on. Just to be clear, this hearing is on the sufficiency of the park's impact report pursuant to Government Code Section 65863.7E. This is an optional proceeding, that either the owner or the resident may request. It has no bearing on the owner's right to close the park. The government code section does not require city approval for a park closure. I point this out because, well, maybe it wasn't the intent. The staff report seems to suggest the city's approval is required. This is not the case. The owner does not need city approval to close the park and is not asking for approval. The section D that the petition the report portion says, when the impact report is filed prior to the closure or cessation of use, the person or entity filing the report or park resident may request and shall have a right to a hearing before the legislative body of the sufficiency of the report. This is consistent with the California Mobile Home Residency Law, section 798.56G, 2B, that says, if the change of use requires no local government permit, so no government approval, the notice shall be given 12 months or more prior to management's determination that a change of use will occur. Management, not the city making the determination about the changes. It's management, not the city making the determination about the changes. The management of the notice shall disclose and describe in detail the nature of the changes. So there's different sections in the MRL, which governs mobile home parks, about what to do, like if you're, whether you're going to close the park or if you're converting the park or to a different use. In this case, the notice was issued 12 months before to close the park, and we're not requesting a change of use. Moving on, the staff report has 7 bullet points that are prefaced by following. It says the following sections of the owner's relocation plan may benefit from additional clarity. Just quickly, for number 1, there are currently 31 occupants. But space 48 has a stipulation requiring them to move out in December. For the second through 4th bullet point, these have to do with the relocation plan. The staff report specifically states that the relocation plan is a non-issue because because these homes cannot be moved because they're too old and there's no available spaces in the Fresno area anyway. So in other words, the only option is not the relocation plan, but the in-place value of the mobile home. That's second option under the government code. So if they cannot move the mobile home park or relocate the mobile home.
Pardon me, Mr. Delday, I'm going to interrupt. Do you have a better means of providing your audio? It is difficult for us to hear you on our end.
Yeah, we had this on Wednesday. And another hearing before you guys in the same room. Then it seemed to be an issue on your end with the people. In other words, the people on the Zoom were hearing it.
Well, you can proceed if you like. Just be aware it is not very clear on our end.
All right, I'll try to talk louder. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me see what my settings are. See if I can turn up the microphone. Okay. Moving on to the 5th bullet point in the staff report, asking about eviction. Eviction is covered by state law, is not relevant to this hearing. And then same thing for number 6 bullet point. And then for the 7th one, only mobile. The city attorney commented that people that do not own their mobile homes are not going to be offered in-place value. That's correct, because they don't own their mobile home. It's not their mobile home. They are going to, if they're an occupant, they are being provided with moving expenses and other relocation assistance. Regarding the section entitled Staff Analysis and Sufficiency of the report, the first paragraph claims that the council may require, as a condition of the change, that the person or entity proposing the change in use, which the report acknowledges to the owner, take steps to mitigate any adverse impact of the closure on the ability of displaced park residents to find adequate housing in a mobile home park. and that's that government code subsection E2. This is not true. Section E only applies when local government permits are required. In other words, seeking approval to change the use from a mobile home park to something else. That section begins with before the approval of any change of use. We have not applied, again, not applied for any change of use. So that subsection of the government code does not apply. It's pretty clear. And again, the owner has not submitted an application to convert the property to a new use. The owner's application, the owner has only given notice of closing the park. Okay, and the purpose of this hearing is the sufficiency of the report. Not, so the additional findings that are provided in subsection E2 do not apply. Regarding the appraisals, again, we have not had an opportunity to talk to the appraiser because we just got this yesterday. So he has not had any chance to respond. But the in-place market value, I mean, according to the code, in-place market value is determined by a state certified appraiser with experience of establishing the value of a home. The appraiser that did this is a state certified appraiser with significant experience establishing the value of a home. And yesterday I was able to upload, I pulled a copy of Mr. Hall, who's the appraiser. I pulled a copy of his resume from LinkedIn, because I wasn't able to talk to him and get a formal resume, but I did upload that. So, and it does show that he has experience. I think on that it says appraised over 1,000 mobile homes. So he definitely meets that criteria. The second aspect of the sufficiency prong for in-place value is that the appraisals were based on the current in-place location of the mobile home and shall assume the continuation of the mobile home park. The city attorney is claiming there's some ambiguity. Again, we need to talk to him, but I don't think there was an ambiguity. All the comps are taken prior to any notice of the closure. So, so I'm not sure what they're talking about with ambiguity. Again, this is a difference opinion between two state certified appraisers. One who's actually was on site, saw the park, inspected all these mobile homes, and then another that basically reviewed it from an office, the appraisal. And again, they have the same, they're both state certified appraisers with mobile home experience. So, anyways, so those two requirements, that the in-place value is determined by a state certified appraiser with experience establishing the value of a home. That's one. That was done. That's who did it. And the appraisals were based on the current in-place location of the mobile home and did assume the continuation of the mobile park. The city retained Ms. Haskins, who's also a state certified appraiser. But she did not visit the park, as I said before. She did not inspect any of the mobile homes at issue. She did not perform her own appraisals of the mobile homes and provided no opinion of what the value for any given mobile home should be. She provides some criticism, which makes clear as her opinion, not fact, just her opinion. And she obviously did not prepare an appraisal report because she didn't perform an appraisal. Mr. Hall, the appraiser for the owner, did prepare an appraisal report because he actually appraised these mobile homes. He did not do that. What she called in her report, she performed an office review of 30 appraisals. That's how she characterized it. As to the specific issues raised by the owner, again, we need more time to respond to those. We need to speak to the appraiser. So, I mean, the only one that I feel comfortable addressing and is one that the city attorney referenced earlier. Mr. Hall, regarding these three mobile homes inside this park, Mr. Hall relied on the public record. That is the sale amount reported to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And these three spaces reported sales prices of, I believe, $4,000 to the HCD, which is the Department of Housing and Community Development. Ms. Haskins spoke to the resident's attorney, who told her that they paid $10,000 for the mobile home. Obviously, the only thing Mr. Hall had to go on was the public record, and that showed a sale price of $4,000. I mean, this is something that's really easy to resolve. I mean, the residents can just produce council checks showing that they paid $10,000, and that would resolve that issue. But they have not done that. As of now, the owner has submitted the only appraisal for the mobile home addition. Just to be clear, what the review did is it offered an opinion as to the appraisal. But there are no contradictory appraisals that would that dispute the value that Park appraiser came up with. And she talked about this as well as city attorneys. And it's interesting because in the staff report, as I mentioned before, she talks about subsection A1, which is the relocation plan. It specifically says this is a non-issue because none of the existing owner-occupant mobile homes appear movable, and there are no vacant spaces in the surrounding communities that will accept these homes. However, later, in the same section, but towards the end, they say the staff believes the report is sufficient under this section. So that is very unclear. If it's a non-issue, I don't know how it can be deficient. So anyway, now the second basis for it being deficient is again the A2, which is the appraisal. And again, we would appreciate additional time to respond to the review appraisal. But at this point, there's only one appraisal for each mobile home, and that was done as required by a state certified appraiser. And is what was submitted with the report. That's the only thing on record. There's nothing to contradict it. The other the appraisers that did the review did not provide any value or anything. She puts a table in there with some previous sales. No comment on whether they were comparable or anything. So no contrary in-place value has been established, satisfying the requirements above, and those requirements specifically are in-place market value shall be determined by a state certified appraiser with experience establishing the value of mobile homes. The appraisal shall be based upon the current in-place location of the mobile home and shall assume the continuation of the park. That is exactly what the appraisal submitted with the report did. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now take it to the public. If anybody in the chambers wishes to comment in favor of the approval of the report and plan, I'm going to ask that you come forward to the microphone at this time. 3 minutes will be allotted to anybody wishing to speak. Anybody here in the audience wish to comment in favor of approval of the report and plan? City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up that wishes to speak virtually?
We do not in favor.
Okay. I will now entertain public comments opposed to the report and plan to come forward at this time. I'm going to ask folks to line up and give deference to individuals that may have a difficult time standing or walking to go first. If you are unable to stand for an extended period, I can make sure I call you afterwards. If you want to give public comment, now's the time to come to the microphone. You will have 3 minutes to address the council. When the yellow light flashes, you have 1 minute remaining. When the red light flashes, your time has expired. Please make sure you introduce yourself before speaking, and your 3 minutes will begin. Again, if you have difficulty standing, I will make sure I call on you after we get through the folks in the line if you wish to speak at that time. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Patricia Sean. I live at the mobile home park. And just a few things I want to speak about that Mr. Jason had spoke about. When it comes to the park, he hasn't been to the park either. He said that the people haven't been to the park to see what the park looks like. He hasn't been to the park either. And when it comes to the spaces that are empty, they have been fixing them up, yeah. On the outside, cosmetic, so it looks good, but it's not fixed up inside. I do believe that if he gets to close this park, there's going to be several of us out on the streets. I myself I'm one of the people that have to leave in December, and I have been looking and applying and applying and applying and applying. And I still have yet to find a place to go to at the end of December. But according to him, he's giving us, what he thinks, what we need, what our homes are worth to him. Our homes are worth a lot more to us. They're our homes. That's what we have. That's all we have. We've worked hard for it. We've spent our money. We've spent our savings. We've spent our blood, sweat, and tears in these homes. And if the park gets to be closed, that's just bad business. Bad business all the way around. I don't think we should let people like this win all the time. It's time for the little people to win at least once. We just want to keep our homes, that's all. We just want to keep our homes. Thank you. Have a great evening, and please save our park.
We will allow 6 minutes for non-English speakers, just a reminder.
Pues es verdad, como dijo la persona, toda la vida hemos vivido yo he vivido en la 43 por muchos años y la verdad sí da mucha tristeza porque
It is true what the lady stated before. It is very sad. I've been there.
No sabemos qué vamos a hacer porque todo es demasiado caro y la economía no estuvo 30.
I've been there for 30 years. It's been too many years, and I don't know what we're going to do.
Gracias.
Thank you.
¿Su nombre, señora? Señora, ¿su nombre?
Virginia Bustos.
Please make sure you introduce yourself before beginning the speaking portion.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy María Montellano, residente del parque.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Montellano, and I am residing at the park.
Tengo 15 años viviendo ahí en ese espacio.
And I've been living there for 15 years now in that space.
Entonces, pues ahorita estoy muy preocupada porque pues si se cierra el parque no sé a dónde voy a ir.
And I'm really worried right now because if the park closes down, I don't know where I'm going to go.
Con lo que yo gano, pues creo que no me va a alcanzar a pagar una renta completa en otro lugar.
With what I make, I don't believe that I will be able to afford a full rent in another place.
Pues en realidad son muchos los problemas, preocupaciones por las que estoy pasando. En las noches no puedo dormir, me despierto y se me va el...
In reality, it's a lot of the problems that I'm going through. I can't really sleep. It's problems and worries, and my sleep just is not there.
En estar pensando qué voy a hacer, a dónde voy a ir. Al rato voy a estar en la calle viviendo igual que muchas personas.
And I start thinking, what am I going to do? Where am I going to live? Then I'm going to be living out in the streets like a lot of people.
Espero en todos ustedes que en realidad tomen una buena decisión a favor de todos nosotros porque vamos a ser afectados, pues.
I hope that you guys all take in consideration and make a good decision because we're all going to be affected, you know.
Vamos pues al rato nos van a ver en la calle viviendo también porque en realidad con lo que gana uno pues es muy poco para pagar una renta.
And in reality, later on, you will be seeing us living in the streets because what we make is very little to be able to pay rent.
Entonces, pues espero que que nos ayuden, por favor, que
So I hope that you help us, please.
pues que hagan una decisión correcta
Well, that you make the correct decision.
a favor de pues todos los habitantes de ahí. Ya no, o sea, yo ya no tengo 20 años como para decir tengo un futuro por delante.
For all the residents that live there, because I'm no longer 20 years old, that I can say I have all my life, in front of me.
Entonces el que se cierra el parque, pues a mí me va a afectar bastante.
So if the park gets closed, it's going to affect me quite a bit.
Pues creo que es todo. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
I believe that will be all. Thank you for listening.
Es que luego me pierdo. ¿Qué tal si lo leo y después tú lees en mi teléfono?
Just asking permission to read it first, all in Spanish, so I don't lose my train of thought, and then the interpreter can interpret from what I have in my phone.
Is that something you're able to do accurately? If you're okay with it, I'll allow it, but I'll leave that up to you. Okay. Sí, señora.
Mi nombre es Teresa Jaimes.
My name is Teresa Jaimes.
Hace más de 10 años compré esta traila donde vivo. Soy mamá soltera, tengo 2 hijos, uno de 14 y una de 7 años. Así como yo, hay más mamás solteras en este parque. Esta situación me ha traído mucho estrés y preocupación. No sé qué puede pasar con el cierre del parque, dónde voy a llevar a mis hijos a vivir. Con mi trabajo no sé si podré pagar un departamento. Tendré que recortar algunos gastos, algunas actividades extracurriculares de mis hijos de la escuela. Estoy aquí para pedirles que reconsideren el cierre del parque, ya que todas las familias que vivimos ahí estamos sufriendo mucho estrés. Por favor, no cierren el parque. Gracias por su tiempo.
My name is Teresa Jaimes. I've been living there for more than 10 years, where I live as a single mother with 2 children, one of 14 and one of 7. And like myself, there's a lot of women that are in the same situation. And it creates a lot of stress and worry. The closing shouldn't happen because where am I going to live with my children? I don't know, because of my work, that I can pay an apartment. I would have to cut back on certain activities, like extracurricular activities of my children from the school. And I'm here to ask that you reconsider the closing, because all the families that we live there, we are suffering very much, a lot of stress. Please do not close the park, and thank you for your time.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alicia Hernández.
Good afternoon, my name is Alicia Hernández.
Y vengo aquí con el mismo propósito, a pedirles a ustedes muy amablemente que tomen esa decisión de no cerrar el parque.
And I come here with the same reason to ask you in the nicest way for you not to close the park.
Yo dependo de un hijo, mi hijo tiene su familia, sus niñas en la escuela. Entonces, si ustedes
And I
cierran el
depend
parque,
from my son who has his daughters at school. So therefore, if you close the park,
tiene 2 niñas él en la escuela, y si cierran ustedes el parque, ¿a dónde vamos a ir?
and he has those 2 children, he is also in school. And if you close the park, where are we going to go?
Por eso les pido, tengan compasión de nosotros, no cierren el parque. Muchas gracias.
And that's why I ask, have compassion, don't close the park. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes o buenas noches. Mi nombre es Alejandro Bautista.
Good evening. My name is Alejandro Bautista.
Yo desde el 1987 llegué aquí en Fresno.
I arrived here in Fresno since 1987.
Trabajé muy duro para comprarme mi trailita donde yo vivo.
I worked really hard to buy my trailer here where I live now.
Y estuve pagando la renta $285.
And I had been paying the rent of $285 per month.
Ahorita me lo subieron a $300 y pues lo que quiero que ya que no aumenten más, porque ahorita lo que quieren cobrar es a 650 y eso pues para mí no es justo.
And recently they raised it to 300, so please don't raise it anymore. At this moment, they want to raise it to 650, and that is just not fair.
Y por favor, pues que nos ayuden a que no cierren en el parque también, eso es lo que nos preocupa mucho, porque pues no sabemos dónde vamos a ir.
And we would ask that you help us out so they don't close the park as well, because we are very worried about that. Where are we going to go?
Y le pido a cada uno de ustedes pues que nos ayuden, que no se cierre.
And I ask each and one of you to help us out so it doesn't close down.
Gracias todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Leticia. I'm with California Rural Legal Assistance. I want to talk about the barriers to homeownership for people in the park. So people have invested their entire savings into the mobile home park to avoid being homeless. As they cannot afford to buy regular homes or afford rent, a third option for them is to purchase another mobile home. To do that, they need help financing this purchase. However, they're not eligible for loans to finance these mobile homes. People don't have credit, funds for down payments, or have financial or legal English proficiency necessary to navigate really complicated real estate transactions, or the money to afford to pay high interest rates. We have identified only one program that provides loans to finance mobile homes, but even then, it has numerous amounts of obstacles. So for one, it asks for U.S. citizenship, which is more than just asking for the regular legal status requirements. The loan only finances existing homes built after 2006, which those tend to be anywhere between $60,000 to $120,000. And they cannot have been previously installed in other mobile home sites, which, that's very not common. Most of the time, mobile homes have been moved from mobile home sites to other mobile home sites. And if they want to buy newer mobile homes, the dealer contractors need to be pre-approved by the federal government. So there are no other opportunities for home ownership, and closing the park will not only impact the affordable mobile home housing, but it'll impact affordable homes, affordable housing in general. So we encourage you to reject the report. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Victoria Santillan. I work for California Rural Legal Assistance. I've been working with the residents of this mobile home park for 3 years now. I can tell you every single space, every individual in the park lives. I can also attest to their income, what their children's names are, what they do for occupations. It's unfortunate that many of you don't know or have this information. I'm here to please ask you some of the things that residents don't come and feel like they can ask of city council members. Many of the residents have asked whether or not city council would be able to put something in place in regards to their protection of evictions. We currently have a few residents that we represent who have received eviction notices, and they would like to know if there's anything that City Council can do to provide them with some sort of protection against these evictions and any other further evictions. Mr. Bredefield, council member, these are your constituents, many of them who are at the park. I'm asking you to please, if there's any way that you can help them in any which way that they're not able to or feel comfortable in asking you, to please consider that. Thank you.
Excuse me, Brandines Viegas. I am asking Sandy here with them. You've heard more from them in the ways that we can very, very, very profoundly how this will impact people and why closing it would cause homelessness. It would cause displacement. I mean, in addition to displacement. But I ask that you not only reject, but intervene on behalf of them. The city has a responsibility to ensure that this park remains open to prevent displacements and homelessness. We saw the residents come before you. We all were here for that, to plead for the city to intervene, to stop Harmony from taking over the mobile home park, and to propose a nonprofit buyer because of fears that are now justified and realized and based on previous behaviors by Harmony. With the lack of action, this is on the city, and we need to do something. I ask that that the city does what it can to stop the eviction campaign. The park is half vacant, and more evictions are being filed constantly. The evictions are not legal and violate the eviction protections in the park closures impact report. The city should acquire the park quickly, otherwise there won't be anyone left to save. There's been other times where the city has purchased properties and preserved it. We've even seen with the tower how beneficial that has been, and ask that the city pursue this cause. I also want to note that I was at the meeting on Thursday and noted in many cases that inaccuracies, things that show that Harmony is not trustworthy, including findings and information that the city presented that was things that the applicant provided that were not consistent with what the city found, and other things that they claimed that have been disputed. And thus, I wanted to posit the idea of the trustworthiness of this applicant and their claims. But more than anything else, ask that you not only say no to stop the unfair and take action on unfair convictions, seek to acquire the park, and seek a just alternative to Harmony. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm David Willis from 104 East Sierra, currently called La Hacienda Mobile Estates, but it was previously called Trails End Mobile Home Park. The park owners contracted a company called AutoTemp to conduct interviews in the park with residents for the purpose of preparing a conversion impact report. Now, this report, if agreed to by you guys, they got carte blanche. But if you cancel it, the park stays open. And that's a dream come true for us. Okay. So anyway, moving along. AutoTemp failed to interview even half of the park residents, only obtaining responses from 19 of the 42 homes occupied at the time. That's enough right there. The information collected from the residents was limited, and around July the 3rd, the owner served some, but not all, of the terminating residents' tenancies. So here's what happened. In April, I got a 5-day vacate. We went to court, found an injunction with my attorney, Mariah Thompson, and then we didn't hear from him for a while. Then on July the 3rd, which is what, about 3 months later, they give me this thing that says I can stay there for 12 months. I said, what's going on? Anyway, my point is, they operate insufficiently, and this conversion impact report is seriously faulty, which I was the first person that came up here indicated that those conditions. I love that. On May 8th, Trails End, United for Change, and Hacienda Homeowners for Justice advised the city of Fresno of its legal obligation to ensure the park owners complied with all of California's mandatory requirements for closing the park. On May 11th, 2023, Andrew Jantz, who I'm very fond of, city attorney, advised the park owners of their legal obligations, and also on May 11th, Jantz advised Hacienda Homeowners for Justice that the city intends to follow state law and fulfill all mandatory duties throughout the park closure process. Thank you, you guys. I appreciate that harmony.
I wasn't going to talk because I'm all talked out, but if my mom was alive, she'd say that's a lie. Speaking of lies, that's all Harmony has done for us. The good thing they did with their making the park better was when they got rid of all the riffraff that was living there, the homeless people that were really squatting. My uncle is they're trying to evict him saying he's squatting. He's lived there 25 years. I came from Rhode Island. I was homeless, and I came from Rhode Island because he had a trailer that I could move into. No one was in it. And now these people come and they tell me that I can't stay there because I'm squatting. I came post, let me see, 2022. That means I missed both fires that were there. I lived in 26. 27 and 28 burnt, and then on the other side of my neighbor, who's still there also, 24, 23, and 22 burned down, 5 trailers, in a matter of 40 days and 40 nights. And that was just retarded. And then we're waiting for red tape to be done with PG&E, pointing their hand at this one and that one. I didn't have gas for 390 days, no hot water, doing my dishes at my uncle's house for boiling water. Now I hate to boil water. You guys take a month and live like that for a month and see what happens. I mean, Bradfeld and everybody that's involved in this city council to just side with us, please. Let us keep our homes. I know a lot of the homeless, and I don't want to be there. And I'll still feed those guys, even though they steal from me, but, you know, I like my home. But telling us we can't live there, how do you even, want to take care of it now? Because you're telling we have to go, we can't. I got eviction notice, and we won. They're appealing it. So, you know, when they pray judgment on us, I pray judgment on them. That one day they'll wake up and see what they're doing is wrong. Totally wrong. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mariah Thompson. I'm legal counsel for a number of residents, resident associations, and the Rent Control Committee in Hacienda. We submitted extensive evidence and opposition and arguments, which I won't go over again now since they're already in the record, but there are a few things I do want to discuss. At the time that the conversion impact report was submitted to you all, there were 12 evictions pending, I believe they said, and 30 residents that were left. Since then, there have been a lot more evictions. Since you continued this hearing, from the last hearing, I think I know of 6 that have been filed, most of which have been against my clients who are homeowners, including all the people whose comps were used to compare for the appraisals. They're evicting all those people, saying that they don't have a right to those homes, they don't own those homes. But they're using them as the comps. So those are going to keep happening unless something changes, and they're going to keep happening very quickly, and it's pretty hard to juggle so many plates at the same time and try and stop this on all fronts. We agree with what the city found, the city attorneys. We think that was a great review of the appraisal. But there are a couple other things I just wanted to note. Harmony is suing the city of Petaluma over a closure impact report issue. In that lawsuit, they say that the homes are worth so much more because of rent control, where here they're refusing to recognize the homes as being worth anything more than what they say essentially is the Blue Book value. But in that park, they say the rent control provides for up to 10 times as much value in those homes. So I don't think they should be able to argue both sides of that. The rent control here does place a premium value on these homes that is not just the in-place value as has been assessed in the appraisal report. So that's one thing. I just kind of also want to get ahead of the argument that they're probably going to make that these are unconstitutional takings if you reject this report. That is not supported by the law. This investor knew exactly what they were getting into. They were very familiar with the conditions in the park. They are a sophisticated entity with more than 50 parks that knows that when you buy a park like this, you lose money for the first couple years. And then after that, you start making it up again. But they're intentionally losing money here, and they're evicting people, and they're saying that if you force them to stay open, it will be essentially your fault that they're losing money, and that's going to be an unconstitutional taking, and that's just not true. You know, basically, the residents here are asking you to reject the report, but we're also asking you to intervene. We do have a nonprofit that's interested in purchasing the park. We have an investor who wants to partner. The money can come from the state, but we do need some money now to do that because the state cycle is only once a year. So if you are interested in, kind of backing up the residents, we would ask you to get in touch. Thanks.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak in opposition to the report at this time? Seeing nobody in chamber, City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up via Zoom?
Yes, first we have Patricia.
Hello, Patricia.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Patricia Van Dyke, and I am also counsel for a number of residents. I want to make sure that we get one thing very clear on the record, and that is that if I heard Mr. Dilday correctly, is that I think he's saying regardless of whether or not you approve the closure plan, they can close the park anyway. And that's simply not the law. That's not true. They can't close the park without complying with their mandatory obligation to pay relocation. And the only way they're going to pay relocation is there is an approved closure report. So, and I apologize, I'm getting a lot of echo, so I hope that you can hear me.
Sound just fine in the chambers.
Okay, thank you. The other issue that I would like to underscore is that this isn't an either-or proposition. As Ms. Thompson mentioned, we have potential buyers. And, but we need the city's help. One of the things that the owner has claimed here is that there wouldn't be any public impact if there's a closure. And I think that the record speaks volumes to the contrary. One way for certain that we can avoid the lack or an argument or a potential Petaluma case is for the city to step in and either help fund a purchase, to purchase, or to take the property by eminent domain, all of which are well within your rights and I think can be negotiated, but we're going to need to act quickly before all of our clients lose their homes. And what we would hope is that the parties can all come together.
Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good evening. When this all started, you as a city council had the community come to you and tell you, they're going to close the park. We're going to be homeless. This is going to affect our lives. And you actively chose not to listen to them. So this is a problem you created. Now is the time to correct your decision. I sit here and I think of the individuals who are on Social Security who are disabled like me. And I did a real quick little off-the-cuff study. For you to get a single apartment in a senior citizen 55 plus area, you have to wait anywhere from 2 to 3 months for a single place to open up. Then you have to have $1,500 for that one bedroom, if not $1,000 for a studio. You have to do first, last, and a deposit. So you're talking $5,000. I remember one woman who came up and said she lived on $900 and I think it was $38 a month, and that's all she got. Where are these people supposed to go? Are they going to be pitching tents out in front of City Hall in December around Christmas? I am so ashamed of this city and what they're doing to these fine people. You need to correct this. You just need to correct this. We do not need to be creating a new class, a new community of homeless. in November, December, and January in Fresno. The housing stock right now for individuals that don't have a lot of money or $1,500 for that one-bedroom apartment or who have bad credit is really hard. It's almost impossible. And one last thing, remember guys, karma does come back to you. So you need to start treating people right. You need to start treating the community right when they bring you problems and they bring you solutions. And you have been provided a solution for more than a year. You need to take this park over. Thank you for your time.
That's all the time we have today.
Mr. Dilday, you will now be provided an opportunity to offer a brief rebuttal if you wish to do so at this time.
I don't really have anything to say. The point that I think Ms. Van Dyke was talking about that we mentioned, we claim there's no public impact. We didn't make any comment on any public impact. It's not relevant whether it's a public impact for the sufficiency hearing that we're in today. I think she's referring to a different subsection of the government code that applies only, as I mentioned before, if we were applying to convert this to another use. So in that situation, the city would have to make findings and do all these things if they are going to do it before they grant the change of use to a different use. We are not asking for a change of use. We're not trying to convert this property to a different use. Okay, we submitted a 12-month closure report, a 12-month closure notice, termination notice, which is required under the MRL. Under the MRL, if you're trying to change the use of the park, requiring governmental permits, which that would be what we would apply. We'd have to apply to convert it to something else. It's a completely different. You don't give 12 months notice. There's two separate things, and they're conflating two different subsections of this government code. The only one that applies regarding a hearing to closure is subsection D. It's very clear. It's really not that ambiguous at all. And I don't know why the staff, the city attorney's office seems to be conflating these. And it seems like Ms. Van Dyke, who's the attorney for the residents, is also. Subsection E does not apply for park closure. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dilday. I'm going to close the hearing at this time. I'm going to bring it up to the dais for council member comments or questions. Councilmember Bredefeld, this is your district.
Yes.
Would you like to take the floor?
Yes. I first would like to commend our staff, our city attorney, Sarah, for all the great work in the report to the council. We have a resolution with 18 findings. I support the report and the resolution. It clearly indicates that the conversion impact report has many problems with it. It doesn't comply with the requirements of Government Code Section 65863.7A. It doesn't include a replacement and a relocation plan that adequately mitigates the impact upon the ability of the displaced residents of the park to find adequate housing in a mobile home park. All residents of the park would be displaced from the park by the park closure as proposed in the report. The report does not provide for payment of the in-place market value of the displaced residents' mobile units. None of the displaced residents can obtain adequate housing in another mobile home park. The appraisals do not include an appraisal of all mobile or park mobile home units that are required to be appraised under the government code sections, and there's a number of other issues outlined in the resolution. For that reason, I make a motion to adopt the resolution, reject the conversion impact report and relocation plan for the proposed closure of La Hacienda.
Motion by Bredefeld, second by Carbasi. Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to start off by acknowledging the human impact and the individuals who've reached out to us. I know we've been limited in what conversations we can have with the individuals based on our awaiting this final report findings by the staff and the applicant. But it's important to note that the reports and the record is very clear that there are individuals like Lori, David, Linda, the La Ramirez family, David, Kim, Lilia, the Vestre family, Patsy, Teresa, Sharon, Maria, the Bustos family, and Patricia are just some of the individuals who are highlighted on what impact the closure of this park would have to them personally. I also want to be clear that the evidence on the record clearly indicates that the report is insufficient on numerous bases, like Councilmember Brett has indicated. But I do want to call attention to the comparables that were included, the unrealistic moving expenses, even something as simple as a credit check. Application fees, the replacement cost of homes. All those things are so off basis on what was estimated on the applicant's report versus what it actually costs in the city of Fresno, in a city that has essentially a 0% vacancy when it comes to new housing, especially housing that's affordable for seniors on fixed incomes. And I also want to add that the city engaged in attempting to save this mobile home park with the leadership of the mayor, Councilmember Bredefield, and the city and the taxpayers have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars towards that effort by making significant amount of improvements to that mobile home park that the new owner has a clear benefit, a public benefit that they received when they acquired the mobile home park. And I was hopeful that they would keep their promise to operate it legally and effectively. Instead, the record shows that the new owners have engaged in creating fake online characters to push misinformation, pursued aggressive evictions, intentionally have eliminated revenue that for me seems the only purpose is for them to set up an argument that the park should close because of financial losses, while intentionally rejecting revenue from tenants that could be paying instead of pursuing aggressive evictions. I believe that this is an effort to later bypass rent control and increase rents when there's no more tenants, or to wait for the mobile home park to be clear of tenants before they apply for repurposing of the facility, which after nobody's around anymore. I would also want the record to reflect that we have been dragging out this conversation for months, and that's been a direct correlation to the responsibility of the owners who have delayed the development of this report on numerous occasions and have failed to meet the required noticing laws that additionally have delayed this conversation. And a direct result of that delay is that tenants and residents in our city have been put through significant emotional trauma on not knowing where they're going to live. And that has had a huge impact on their families. And it has also increased homelessness in our city, which is extremely more expensive for us to address after the fact. I also want to point out that for me personally, it's evident that there has been little care by the owners for the lives of our city residents that are impacted by their decisions. And that's only emphasized further today with the owners who didn't even bother to show up in person for this hearing and not face the tenants, their rent-paying tenants, their customers on this matter. Instead, the council continues to receive all the blame and responsibility that should be embraced by the tenants themselves, by the mobile home park owners themselves. And ultimately, this legislative body has to determine whether they have met the government code, as has been referenced by the representative numerous times, and our formal action will do that. But the Court of Public Opinion and City of Fresno residents have also concluded that there's a human decency code, and that human decency code has been clearly violated by the owners through their intentional actions, missteps, misinformation, and simply disregard for how they treat our residents under a basic decency code. And it's unfortunate, and I'm still that we can find some alternative where there is a partnership with potentially a new entities or somebody that can figure out how to establish this park, because mobile home parks, they are successful. We have dozens of them in the city that are successful, and they're successful without tripling people's rents, and in partnership with their tenants and the owners. And I'm hopeful that that will be the case in this situation in the near future. But
thank you, President. You know, there are very few times that, as a policymaker, I have been upset, and I think this is one of them. And I think I voiced that to some of the folks that spoke today as I've had private conversations with them. But from the beginning, in my view, and I'll speak for myself, I've felt deceived, misguided, and lied to, just blatantly lied to, by an entity that came in here presenting something and then doing the old bait and switch. And that's not good policy. And I think when you have a report and the fact that the owners did not have the decency to show up in person, they had the time, the energy, the resources to actually submit this report, but didn't bother to come here in person and speak to the council and make this request in person, I think says a lot about how they view our city and how they view our residents and the lack of respect and dignity that they have. The part that bothers me the most is on the findings for finding number 3, where it clearly identifies that it does not include a replacement and relocation plan for the folks that are going to be affected. I think to me is the one that's more alarming, particularly because we're getting ready to go into a season that has, as we've seen in the last couple of days, a lot of rain, a lot of cold weather, and the fact that it's during the holidays. So to me, somebody that doesn't take that into account tells me where their priorities are. I have a lot more things to say, but I know our city attorney told me that I have to be very cautious about what this is. But the last thing I'll say is I think we all know which road we're heading down here with Councilmember Bredefeld's motion. We are not going to accept this report. We're going to reject it. I know that the owner has an opportunity to resubmit, but here's what I'll say, and I'll close with this. And you know, I'm very comfortable saying this publicly. Given the housing crisis that we have in our community, to me, I think this city should pursue the eminent domain pathway for this property. And we have a housing crisis in our city, and the fact that we're in a position to pursue this, we've done it for other projects. I would be more than open to doing that for our residents and making sure that we don't have additional folks out there on the streets, particularly during the holidays. And with that, I'll stop my comments because I'll probably get in trouble. Thank you, Council President.
Motion to reject the report and second. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Carbasi.
That's the motion.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
absolutely yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
That'll conclude today's meeting. We'll see everybody back here on December 7th at 9 a.m. Have a great Thanksgiving. God bless you all.